You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my show
Good morning, afternoon, evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Project Horizon. It is myself, Matt Dante, and joining me, the ever wonderful, I always have to get this right. Hey, I'm learning. It is the ever wonderful Charlotte. How are you doing, sister? Hope you're well rested.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Still nursing a bit of a cold, but you know, it's in these trying times. What more can you expect, really? I think I'm getting off lightly. I think.
Oh, compared to some other stories, yes, absolutely, indeed. And getting off lightly is an interesting subject matter for today's teams because no one seems to be getting off lightly anymore.
No, it's the lower bracket, Medante. It's the lower bracket. We still find ourselves in lower bracket round 2, and well, elimination on the horizon for one of these teams. Titan Esports Club versus JD Gaming. That is the story, really, is whoever loses here is going to be out.
Indeed. Now, a scary part of Titan Esports for kind of what they've been working with here. We'll be able to talk about the player lineups and stuff. Guess it would be remiss of me to mention the player lineups, but not talk about Stu first, just because of that performance we've been seeing. We have had some misgivings about certain waylays. Not going to say who, but we have seen kind of the power that Waylay has, but the difficulty sometimes that it can be really utilizing her kit to the full potential. Stu, though, rocking the Neon Waylay, no real concerns with that at all.
Yeah, for sure. Stu is an incredibly gifted player. The problem is he's always been an incredibly gifted player, and we've never really seen JDG perform that well. And every year people tell me that it's going to be different, and everyone said that this will be the time, and yet we still find JDG in the lower bracket very, very early on.
I will give some credence to that, because I was a JDG believer. In fact, I was tasked with actually convincing you, for anyone that remembers those days ago, about JDG's prowess. And 100%, yes, they are in the lower bracket, but to their credit, every game they've been playing R2-1, so they have not been kind of knocked down by any stretch of, like, you know, 2-0s, getting completely run over. And there is also that aspect as well. To be fair to JDG now, okay, it turns out you're going to have to play great teams no matter what you do, but their lineup has been very, very solid in terms of the opposition they have faced. They did kind of take down FPX, they put them out of the bracket, but then DEG and Trace, both teams that have seemed incredibly solid, especially with Trace, a team that very much had been beaten previously by JDG in the past. I think it might have just been we go against some of the higher Titans immediately, and they maybe just need that extra bit of time. I'm not as much of JDG are phenomenal level as maybe some other peddlers of JDG are, but they are certainly a solid team, and they do deserve that respect.
Yeah, not mentioning Vault there at all.
No, not at all.
Vault is very high on this JDG team. So if by any chance that they do lose today, we'll get to mock him relentlessly. So, you know, that's what's in stake for us.
That's what we love about Project Horizon. It's about the teams as much as just giving each other grief, because we haven't been able to show y'all our predictions, but believe me, they have been there and they have been written in stone. And you're not allowed to change those. You got to stand by what your call was.
Yeah, although I can't lie, I think I do still have JDG winning this game, but that's fine.
I think I do too. I think I do too.
Yeah, but let's sort of look at TEC on the other side of this, because they've had a very interesting path. We have this lower bracket round 2 is just the bracket of rematches from that first round, because JDG did end up beating TEC 2-1 in that one, but then they took out Wolves, lost to Tyloo, and now find themselves here. So my question then, Medante, is we see rematches often go the way of the loser of the first match. Like, do you think that's going to happen here today? Obviously, I think we both said that JDG are probably going to win, but if we're being superstitious about this, what chance do we think TEC have?
Well, I mean, as we talked about it before, and a big shout out to Vault for it then, there will be a 2-1. We will be going to the third map. That seems to be the JDG special, is all 3 maps. So I would honestly be a bit disappointed if that doesn't happen. Obviously amazed for the team if one of them does go 2-0, obviously well done. But just for our sake and just for the viewing pleasure of everyone, the more matches are always more entertaining. So I'm expecting the Superstition to kind of... I would lean on that Superstition for Titan, but I do also just give credit to whenever you go up against that rematch, you're far more comfortable with how these players have played. You know quite a bit more about what their plans are, their executes, even just their pace. Some teams have been really respecting the timer, like 20 seconds, 15 seconds before the spike goes down on attack, and some teams have been disrespecting it. You know, the entire round is over and you're going, guys, you had an additional 100 seconds. You know, you could have used that if you wished, and they're like, now we've held W and we've managed to get our control. Yeah,
I mean, for TEC as well, I think it's important to point out that this isn't just like a bad team, right? No. Like this is a team that is good. It's not just JDG that has good players. You look at TEC, you know, you've got Haodong, formerly of that EDG side.
Yep.
Didn't go on to play in the Champions winning roster with them, but he was still very much in that sort of assistant coach role with that squad and has a lot of experience to bring this team into the IGL.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you cannot count out, I mean, just going off of that as well, you've got Dynamite, and for anyone that maybe hasn't been keeping up for a little bit, there's going to be a big name potentially missing here, which is T-Virus-Look. T-Virus-Look has left and retired now, and I've had a lot of people very much... T-Virus-Look felt like he stole the show a lot for Titan Esports Club, because when he was performing, he was a different caliber than most of this region. And I say that without much exaggeration, but he was very much kind of back and forth. He could not stick up to that level, and you could see Titan Esports struggle with it.
Yeah, I mean, we remember T-Virus-Look on the DRG team that ascended and played in 2024 as well, so very much a player with history, but also I do remember the 22 ACS map. I think it was a 13-1, 13-2 Haven. That was pretty rough. But either way, he's no longer on the team, and I think for TEC as well, it's sort of finding a new identity despite that. Because I agree, I think T-Virus-Look was always a player that stole the show, was often the player in the spotlight with this TEC team. And it seems to me this stage they haven't really found an identity yet without him.
Which is a real shame, because I honestly do rate it, and I don't have the full stats to back up. These are just kind of off of the glance, but Haodong does seem to be just unironically kind of one of the best like beat for beat IGLs that this region could have. Haodong has been actually just phenomenal in terms of keeping the team pretty cohesive and coordinated. It's rare that the team look too confused. If anything, that might be their problem. They don't adapt as often. They're very headstrong about their initial plays, and maybe that's something Haodong and the coaches there. I mean, you've got 3 water that could help out with that.
Yeah, indeed. You look over at JDG then as well, and if we're talking about players with history, I mean, this team has got a lot of it. Obviously, we've talked about Stu already, but you bring in Coconut, who is now sitting in that IGL role from XLG, you know, the team that was the first team in China to not be EDG and win a stage, and had that ascension run in 2024. Yes. 4. Oh, years are difficult. What day is it? What time is it? And you also got YU, who was on that Wolves roster that made it to Toronto. Was an incredible storyline out of China in the past year and from this region. Like, this JDG team has a lot of big names.
There's no doubt that these teams can do well, these teams can really function, but as you said, in terms of getting YU changed over and Coconut, a fantastic IGL as well, but we are seeing We are seeing kind of the double-edged sword of the Wolves Toronto really bringing China, I would say, with all love, into the kind of spotlight. China then suddenly became an additional region that really was considered, really was respected. But it has meant that since, a lot of people have looked at those Wolves rosters and either Wolves as a team or the individual players that have maybe moved to other organizations. And again, I always have to highlight this. It is such a blatantly duh statement to say, but it's a team game. It's all about how you fit these pieces together. It's all about the coordination and the cohesion. And if you have just one weaker link or one member that does not flow or gel with the rest of the team, all of a sudden you're both holding the same angle. You get shot twice by the same person, and the mascots certainly do not look like they will be getting shot. The JDGs is absolutely schmooving.
I love it. Dude, that dog is the silliest, goofiest dog I think I've ever seen. It's great. I love the JDG mascot so much. But if we look at the map pool from the first time these teams played, we had a Corrode pick from TEC, a Haven pick from JDG, and Abyss Decider. So we look at this match and things are very, very different. Haven remains, but Bind comes in and Split comes in as well. Split, interestingly enough, was JDG's first ban in that series, and now it makes its way through to the Decider.
It's kind of to be expected, honestly, and with the rematch, honestly, I don't think there is a bigger aspect to it than the map picks and the map bans, because you know how these players play, you know how they're going to move, you know how they're going to shoot. Yes, you've had a lot of other teams that you've had to go against, but you're not going to be coming in on this blind. Of course, there's the VOD reviews and stuff as well. Like, these teams should be researched, but the nice thing is you can literally go back and watch your own VOD. Not only are you seeing how the opponents are playing, but you can look back at your own play and go, right, how are we adapting to this? It makes life a lot easier for like the coaches, so especially to then have the notes and things. And if anything, that really creates a lot of healthy blood against these two teams as we get loaded in. And those maps being changed around, as you said, Charlotte, Split probably getting in and sneaking into the Decider. If anything, I can imagine both teams are happy enough with that, despite neither team particularly thriving on Split.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, but looking straight back in at Bind, which is our first map, we can see, obviously, Brimstone coming along, but like the Brimstone Viper combination in your controllers is always very, very strong.
Yep.
For TEC, they're opting with that chambered plus duelist sort of look, so you do still have some sentinel utility in the sky. Whereas you look at the other side, you've got Raze, Yoru, Fade. Now, this was something we talked about yesterday as well, was that Sky versus Fade matchup in the Initiators. But as well here, I think we're looking at, I guess, a meta from the past and a meta from the present in the way of Raze and Yoru versus that Waylaid plus Chamber. It feels like sort of we've got the past and the future and sort of melded them together on both of these sides.
Yeah, indeed. And I just want to confirm, I believe for those stats, they are attack percentage, defense percentage, and clutch percentage, and then the comp overall position. And you've seen a lot of those kind of 100%, 70% coming from the side of JDG. TEC not as much. This is kind of this feels a bit brand new to them. And as you said, Charlotte, with the idea of the past coming to meet the future, we will see what reigns supreme. Is it kind of the old dogs, or is it the new tricks?
Yeah, that is the question. Thankfully for JDG, the last time they played Bind, it was against FPX, a 13-3 win. As for TEC, they last played it and lost it against Wolves 13-7. So this one should be leading JDG. It makes sense that they have picked it, but as we saw yesterday, nothing is certain. It starts with the pistol round here. Both teams at least even on their pistol round win rates, so something unexpected is going to have to happen here.
We go against the stats are, if anything, they're not quite the same as rules, but stats are made sometimes to be broken okay? You don't always need to be told the odds to do something absolutely incredible, and we've seen these teams defy those odds time and time again. The Vipers, as well now, just going through, trying to push a lot of this angle and this control. And you do get to see the power of the chamber trademark just towards Shower, by the way, before we explode onto site. That no one is willing to push up and take that space. The most you're seeing is JDG. You're seeing just that lurk, just hiding in the JDG going through short, and then Stu on that raise just hiding through. Backs up a little bit, but it looks like we're having 2 engagements on 2 separate sites here.
Just waiting. The other side of the smoke, toxic screen in the way, and Stu has absolutely missed them. There's a double from Abo to open up the A site in this first round. While you round the corner, also dealt with. Now JDG left scrambling. What can they do? And do they know about Haodong slipping the net? There's the reveal. First player falls just straight through the teleporter, gets out of there. And it's flawless. A flawless start for TEC. Take the first round.
All off the back of just managing to sneak down at the toxic wall, that Viper wall, and just it being respected. And that's what happens when you don't jump peek. Yes, it's very scary to jump peek. Of course, you risk giving up your life, but Abo just able to walk through in there, manages to pick up 2. No concerns there at all from him. And yeah, with that, a free gun as well. You get to see the economy get really bought up here. Everyone going for it. The spike, the spike getting planted as well. So a good amount of economy, a good amount to bounce back off of here. And the massively fast TP there. Get the old orb on B, TP through, use the gate crash for the information, and just make Abo consider that angle. Yes, you've got the trademark online, but with that information alone, actually, it seems like JDG, they're happy to pivot towards the B side. They're making this call very, very proactively.
Abo still hunting towards A, and again, here do come the jump spots from Coconut, but I don't know if he's necessarily seen anything. Still 4 players over here on the B site, and TEC have isolated the weaker region of the map.
I've tried to burst through here. It's all down to this explosion here. 4 people just sitting there waiting, all crouched already, and Lucas just looks down. Jake Heroes there is not ready, and this is the kind of cohesion, the coordination, Charlotte, we were talking about. Essentially 4 people looking at Garden, or at the very least, not holding that angle, and lets Hookah away for free.
Yeah, Coconut has been taken down here on A as well. So the lamps insert doesn't quite work out. And now for JDG, you're fighting back into this with 3 classics. It's probably just going to be a dying to the spike situation, really.
Certainly hope. You would certainly hope. You don't want to give away those all orbs. You don't want to give away anything else. And we've really seen a development in how the kind of post-plant scenario has been played, especially on your lower buy, trying to die to the spike and make sure explicitly you don't give away the all orbs to the opposition. But I mean, if there's one person that wants to try and get them farmed up here, it's Abo. He doesn't mind giving up the Marshall. He sees the elbow coming through. It's the jump peak. It's not going to be enough. The no-scope, if anything, maybe actually saves YU and G there. Looked potentially for the collateral, but Titan, regardless of anything, still get the second round.
Yeah, and again, it's nice and clean. They do some really nice work. I'm not entirely sure if it was just a soul read or if they had any specific information that that side of the map was going to be weaker, but they do find themselves going into the site with only 1 defender on it. Works out brilliantly. Now they're set up to head towards B, which again, just 2 players alongside here, but a gate crash sent through to make sure that if anything does come in, that Jay can teleport over there to back up his teammates.
Gotta be able to get that support, and still the power of Yoru from that alone. The Trailblazer comes through. Hookah not really going to be an angle that can be defended interior at this stage. Like, yes, you can do occasionally the shotgun strats, but to deal with the Fade Prowler and not give away that you're sitting in a close range angle with the shotgun, very, very difficult to do. And with that alone, It's just pushed the control all the way back. Here it's G here with the swing and the gate crash out. Never mind, Abo says I can do it both quicker and faster. He re-swings as well. Pivots back through, manages to get through the Viper wall. No concern there. Paint Shell's not going to color him anything just yet. Stu though wants to push up and takes Abo down there. The big control, the big contest for the Shower's Orb goes the way of Stu. The TP from Lucas to try and get any sort of control back, but TEC do seem like they're really stuck for positions right now.
Yeah, it just feels like they're indecisive. They don't entirely know what to do. Obviously, Coco is still inserted here in Cubby.
Oh,
he might have gotten a bit of a spot there and goes 1 for 1. Lucas gets the trade down to Jikuro. Saturate, sent through into backside, hindered up, Coconut taken down, YU gets the trade, and Howdong can't capitalize. Just 8 health now on this Viper as Lucas now running on in as there's only 10 seconds left, tries to start planting the spike. He's going to be able to get it down all the way, but YU is there to get the catch and the collection. So JDG get the round, but it's a costly one.
I really do like the reason there's a little bit of a kind of shock there is that I was surprised the spike was stuck. I mean, it's not as if the information was not there. The Viper from YU was still in the backside there. But what I do like is when you look at the buy from the last remaining survivor there, it wasn't particularly great either. Lucas didn't have much to work with, so sacrificing the life just to make sure the spike goes down gets the 1500 credits for the team, and you can see that economic advantage really coming through. Dynamite would be on 50 credits, probably would actually even struggle to get one of those abilities fully down, but either way, the economy looking really strong, and JDG need to capitalize off of this momentum. This is their chance to swing it back, and so far, I have a lot of faith in them. The Shower's control particularly being pivoted away, though, for this round.
Yeah, it's a massive hole. If TEC are able to identify that gap is there, it could be big for them. JDG having contested that pretty much every round so far. Looking to condition, but Dynamite just goes in, swings wildly. Takes down Jay, who's having a rough start to this map, actually. 0-3 so far.
A scary aspect when you can't enter as Yoru, because you have to do those jump peaks and gate crash to get out, but if you're dealing with mechanics to that level, I mean, that was just a really, really good setup, and it was a really, really clean shot here. Speaking of a setup, speaking of everything, Stu looking at the sky, running away, and just meets Howdong in the portal. That was a... I don't want to say comedy, but a tragedy of errors from JDG here, and Titan Esports are going to capitalize without any concerns, Charlotte.
Yeah, that's a free plant on A. You just got Coconut. He's about to crest this corner, and you get the feeling that Howdong... never mind, he's walked away from it. Never mind. Coconut's allowed to live for another day.
I'm not sure if they know Coconut is up that far, because like Howdong was able to walk out of teleporter just fine. Like you can tell now, obviously they're looking at him. For it. Yeah, you can tell her. But he walked out of teleporter just fine. But yeah, they seem to be going hunting now. They have a feeling he's on towards this B site, but I imagine Coconut's actually going to get away with his life just fine.
Saving a Guardian into the next just to provide something for the team. Oh no, here comes Howdong. Yeah, never mind.
Oh my god.
That's a crazy way to take that fight, just completely dry, but fair enough, he goes for it, he wins it. So not even the Guardian saved into the next. I'll refactor that sentence. Not even the Guardian saved into the next for JDG. They're going to be on a complete pauper's purchase. Yeah, it's rough for Stu. Just saw them all flooding away, thought, oh, I can catch them through the teleporter. But Howdong was already inserted, so... round goes the way of TEC, and yeah, just Sharison Classics for JDG.
You have to wonder, it's not exactly the same like it's not exactly a 1-for-1 comparison, but the same philosophy of, oh, I don't want to waste my ultimate, I need to wait for that perfect shot. So you're not going to get that perfect shot. Lucas probably would have died if Stu had just pulled the trigger there. I mean, it has a decent range, and oh my days, speaking of a decent range, Jay and Co have just managed to walk down all of A short. They've managed to pick up a gun from it. It's an operator too as well. It's a big frag to take down Abo, but it does mean that the B site put down for free, Haladon gets the spike planted, orbital strike online, and I think we're back to just another save here, Charlotte. I mean, that's a really good gun to have. Stu looking like he's going to push through. I mean, you don't want to save that sheriff, but the operator from Jay here absolutely could make amends. Not this round, but specifically for the future of the half.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Abo gets taken out there. This feels like quite a long way away with the classic, but there we go. And still does good to actually get one. I thought it was a really nice flick to actually take a player down. Could have ended up a lot worse for TEC in that situation, but and then Coco comes in for 2 as well. So, like you say, just saving that operator in towards the next. Stu, you're going to have to get a move on here, buddy. Yep, there we go. That's fine.
If anything, that would have been a statement. Loses the showstopper, no value out of it, saves the sheriff. If anything, I would fear the man that has saved the sheriff like through. The fact that Abo gets that kind of trade on, as you said, with no one really watching that just because of the Viper's wall. I mean, it was played around very nicely by JDG, and I'm a little bit nervous here that after that diffuse and the momentum coming through, that we're not seeing the timeout just to really solidify JDG's position. Again, this is an incredibly, statistically speaking, defense-sided map overall. VCT, though, has been making its waves in terms of making this map actually look quite attacker-sided. Oh, the guiding light not going through the window. It means Dynamite has to stop. The C's going to keep him there, too, and it means these Brim smokes aren't going to get the value, and in fact, TEC are going to have to reconsider the aggression.
Yeah, and there's always the possibility about that timeout as well that Coconut has been giving a plan. The coach likes what he's hearing. Decides, I'll leave it alone just one more round. And then if this one goes wrong, that's where the troubles lie. Takes a teleport, but an immediate gate crash just to maybe give a little bit of fake information that A site is heavier stacked than it is. But either way, there are still 3 players over to the east.
Very concerned for JQdo, though, because JDG here, they have no smokes left already. The amount of utility that's actually been drained here, Haladong still has one, and here we go. It's used to absolute perfection. Oh. It's used to absolute discretion. That was beautifully set. That is the difference between having 1 and 0 smokes, and now the spike gonna go down. It's down to Titan here. It's down to this lurk. It's down to Coco's lurk here, and it is going to be good. It's gonna be very, very good. JQdo does fall, so a 2 versus 5 here, Charlotte. Are we gonna have to see another save?
It's certainly very possible. Abo still looking for the kills with this tour de force as well. JDG want absolutely nothing to do with it. Go forth, Abo. Go forth and take them down. Coco's still here on the lurk too. Getting that information. But with the poison cloud in his face, he's just going to allow this save to come through, it looks like. It's a 5th round for TEC, and JDG just don't really seem like they have any chance of really stopping what TEC are doing. They've been able to dismantle JDG just so effectively every single round. Like this, it calls for a timeout, surely.
Yeah, I think at this point, you talked about, you know, the IGL, especially if the guiding light's coming through like that, you can tell the team aren't quite as, and that was from Titan as well, but if the guiding light is coming through and the team flash is coming through, that is a highlight there that there's something a little bit shaky. From both sides, it's just Titan Esports are managing to make everything else work in their favor. They're just making less mistakes than JDG, and with this timeout, hopefully, we just get to see a kind of pull of the mental, a reconfiguration, because JDG have such a solid foundation. It's just that Titan Esports really are doing a great job at poking and prodding it, and that solid foundation I'm discussing, it maybe has a couple of crucial weak points that Titan have found.
Yeah, potentially. And I'm sure there'll be discussion about how best to utilize that as well. Because like you say, it's not all been smooth sailing for TEC. There have been those sort of jitters, those sort of mistakes creeping through. So the timeout also a good chance for them to talk with the coaching staff, just make sure to iron out the kinks, things like that. So we head into round 7. I mean, it's not looking great for JDG. They do have some kind of buy that they've been able to scrape together. A few of these light shields coming in. The Guardian as well on Jakuro. I mean, it has to be something.
Yeah, there's no real. If the half on round 8 is already at least equal, especially on attack, Titan Esports, I think, more than happy with their performance here, especially as well. Like, Sky is honestly, I think, a little bit underrated on the defense, just with the Trailblazer kind of late on. It does mean that you've just got the additional information that you can find just a little bit later than standard. Abo going for the shot there. Stu, understandably and very reasonably just backing up there, doesn't want to take any of that damage there, potentially risk his life away. And Jake Kudo here just dancing around the smokes as well, not being cleared. And this is definitely something that I'm loving from TEC. Just because they see someone on the back of site immediately, there's not a full execute onto them. It's almost like Titan Esports are just playing this patiently, and JDG are the ones to make the initial mistake that then gets capitalized upon.
It does still feel like TEC want to end B here, which certainly seems like it could be a mistake, but trading things out 2 for 2. And again, you've got this lurk coming through from Abo. Does not find its mark this time around. And he's got to be careful about creeping closer, because YU is tugged towards him. Do reach the position of Coco, but just can't do anything about it. Now TEC looking to head back in towards the safe site, but into red time, just 10 seconds left now. And that is really risky, but YU doesn't stick the landing, is in trouble. The spike able to come through just in time to extend the round. Jakuro with that orbital strike very nearly seals the deal. But now he's got a 1v3 to try and find, and, well, he's still over on B, and looking like he might just stay over here.
Oh, this is JDG having to save as many rounds as they've had, or just a real showing of TEC's ability just to get onto the site and play this patiently. I mean, again, you said it perfectly. Red time going into it, but Titan knowing they have the time to get the spike down, even that little bit of a readjust once the orbital strike came through from Jakuro. Enough there just to work for it, and the spike gonna detonate. One gun gonna get saved, and I'm honestly looking just a little bit concerned at the prospects here that JDG can bring this back in any sort of way, especially for anyone that hasn't looked at that top left of your screen. This is their map pick, and there's some signs of life, but to be honest, Titan Esports are just playing this back and forth perfectly.
Yeah, I do like that play from Jakuro, but you know, it comes in maybe half a second too early, and there's really other sort of margins that we're dealing with here. I think it was on like 0.7 when the spike got planted, so yeah, certainly a very close affair. And, you know, I also don't really blame him for staying over on B in that situation. If you know that you do have the orbital strike to send into that plant spot, then it's a very reasonable play. And if it goes off, it's one of the greatest clutches I think I've actually ever seen. But instead, the round goes TEC's way, and JDG call their second timeout just before round 8 to try and fix things. Because like you say, Medante, it's their map pick. That obviously comes with the caveat that TEC chose to start on the attacking side, which clearly seems like the correct decision. But for JDG, still, you've got to give yourselves a platform to perform in that second half. You know, if they still don't win any rounds after this, if it stays at 1 round, you know, you're looking at 11-1, that you're just not coming back from that. Unless you're Fnatic, you're not coming back from that.
Yes, indeed, and Bind will now forever as well for anyone that has. It's just a small little side tangent, but definitely do check it out. The Game Changers EMEA had one of the coolest binds I have ever seen in terms of it. Not going to say exactly how it went, but it was just a very cool bind to watch and a pretty masterclass display of it. Speaking of a masterclass, Abo still managing to keep showers and this short control. basically on his own, Charlotte. Even that time that JDG managed to sneak through and kill him, he managed to flick and still take one away with him, despite the fact that, I mean, he's not the one leading the charge in terms of, you know, literally speaking, but 7 and 2 there. Abo has just been finding all of the work he needs to.
Yeah, very, very impactful in the kills department, but really so is the rest of the team. It's not really any one-man's show. The full 5 that have been stepping up to the mark. Same can't be said for JDG, but Jakuro sends a smoke down just to bypass that trademark. Haldong is still a little bit curious that something may be going on. Something fishy happening. Lucas has been caught, but Haldong, good for one, not the second. Coconut deals with him in a 3 versus 3. Upgrades to be collected as well. There's still a sheriff for YU. He puts it to good work, finding one. But here's Abo. He's got to try and fight against it. Stu, 1v2, made a 1 versus 1. First tap on the spike. Saturate, sent round, and just doesn't get the connection. What a round from Stu. And he gets JDG their second.
Good round from Stu, and honestly, a great retake from JDG there. Very, very solid, very cohesive. The trades all good, especially with the kind of weaker buy we were seeing. I mean, that was 2 people. Oh, what a shot. That was 2 people, you know, kind of on that lower buy there. You'll see the sheriff come through, Coconut with the refrag there, and then Stu, as you talked about, just an excellent performance to seal the deal. Titan Esports looking a little bit shaken. They've got that 6th round here, but if JDG can mount this comeback, they have a decent economy to crack through here, Charlotte, but 4 rounds back-to-back are a lot easier than 5, a lot easier than 6, and Abo may just be respected on the Showers play, honestly, with the way these op shots have been landing. I do love the fact that we've just used the Viper wall to cross, but Abo seems very confident in that. Just a different beast on that operator right now.
Yeah, and Javen had an op of his own, but even with Abo creeping into the angle, just does not find the shot. The JDG, the problems continue in the openings of these rounds. You, the power player from the previous, tucked inside the smoke. I mean, if you're Tech, you're like, well, this is incredibly suspicious. No one puts the smoke out in the open just like that, and indeed, Coco does get the catch. YU answering back, but it's still a 2 versus 3 advantage in hand for Tech, and Dynamite, well, does get caught here, actually. YU on this Viper is doing absolute work, but Abo, again, with this operator, so calm on the angle. And it's just Jakuro flanking behind them to try and get any kind of catch. It's a B site now vacant in the hands and control of Tech. He's going to wrap from long. Viper's pit goes in just to make it that much more difficult for Jakuro.
He's seen the chamber. He's seen the chamber vest, but both members turn at that exact moment. That's an incredible calm, incredible read just to say, wait a minute, there was nothing to meet us here on this B site. Can we check behind us again? And if YU had just, after this frag, if YU took an extra second, you mentioned half seconds earlier, an extra second for that swing, Abo doesn't move, Jakuro gets the flank, and all of a sudden that round goes very, very differently. And the micro adjustment between do you wait that extra second or do you go for that swing, it's such a small decision when you say it out loud, but it made all the difference.
Yeah, it really did, and it's those fine margins that compound into big differentials here. 5 rounds ahead, Tech again, 7-2, and Jay immediately caught on the exit of that smoke.
Oh, I thought we'd see the little follow cam for the Viper Orb. I always love seeing it because it's cool just watching the lineup kind of happen in real time. Speaking of in real time, it's just Abo again continuing this Showers pressure, and JDG, they've really not been able to deal with this. Look at them. They're pushing. They're getting bored. They're trying to go for this aggressive positioning, and they're just putting their backs to TEC. Why attack when JDG will come to you?
Coco on 4-3 in this round. Lucas just diving through with a shorty. Ju goes down. I mean, if Coconut 1v5s this with a Sheriff, again, it would be the best clutch I've ever seen, but something tells me that this round isn't quite gonna go that way.
No,
you know?
you're thinking. I honestly prefer the fact that Haodong has returned to his home. He uses the teleporter. He wants to go back. He set himself up there all the way back in those rounds like 2 and 3 whenever he shut down the showstopper from Stu. So cool to see that he's just returned home. He's went to go back to visit the family. He knows the rest of the team have got it covered, and that's exactly what they do here. The shorty as well, actually, from Lucas. Those jumps and those peaks, you can, oh my, they are having fun. That is the laugh of someone having maybe too much fun.
And that's so dangerous. That's
oh yeah,
so unbelievably dangerous. If you are a player on JDG, your opponents are giggling, they're having just honestly far too much fun, and that's when you've got to start being scared, because they're not playing with any respect for you whatsoever. You can tell JDG, they're scared. Jay on a much deeper angle with this operator than we've previously seen, and for good reason. Abo has punished him pretty much every single time.
yes, I mean, even with the Viper Wall cross, everything, nothing has worked out enough to kind of break this operator. And I say that Abo's finally changed over to the B site. But Jay, I think at this point, despite the fact there's been no contact from Abo, he believes, and rightly, that he could pop out at any time. The Convergent Pass comes through, Showstopper, the Seeker's, a lot of utility coming through there, but it's all just to get the information. Nothing really hits because it's the shot from Abo towards the B site that's truly the big factor there. The rest of the ultimates are just a distraction play. But Coconut losing his life there, your fate is gone. Yui has to do a lot here. Manages to find the opposing Viper. The Viper Wall and the Snake Bite here, but this rotate is coming through. The teleporter has been used, so Stu at least will be here to back it up. But with 20 seconds left, that shot is massive. Abo just swings and takes down YU. The B site is open in 15 seconds left, Charlotte. A Spike is going to go down, and JDG have to retake this yet again.
That is a ridiculous shot from Abo. He's just crab walking past someone that's holding that angle with the Vandal, and somehow gets the op shot away. He's survived on 30 HP. That is completely unbelievable, but let's not dwell on that, because JDG still trying to fight themselves in. And Abo's here again, just watching in towards this back area. He takes down Jay. This is ridiculous from Abo for 4. And they know where he is. He aces up the round. What a performance from Abo.
Incredible, ladies and gentlemen. A showcase of the operator, a showcase of timing, a showcase on how dominant you can be. Let's look at this. That's just an insane shot. That was why you giving away the space.
That's unreasonable.
Jay was holding that. Jay was holding Abo for so long, by the way, on that initial swing. Jay still finds the timing, gets the shot on Abo. Abo with the confidence. We talked about the giggles and the laughter from Lucas and Coco. Like, when you're that confident, when you're doing that much work on your operator, and it seems like no one can really deal with you. I mean, JDG, realistically, Charlotte, what did Abo actually have to deal with there on that last round? One Prowler going towards him that was shot by his teammate. That was it. Then there was the Viper Wall that he just shot through. Abo is just on a roll right now, ladies and gents.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good right now. Again, when everything is hitting, that's all you can really ask for. And oh my god, he's got another kill this time. Not the operator, but the tour de force. He's just on a roll, it seems like.
Don't swing through the smoke. Plate.
Just immediately dead.
I mean, that's Abo is everywhere. Abo is everywhere, and he has got control of all of this map. As soon as JDG want to try and push down the B site, he's on B. If they want to try and push down that A site for the Showers, Jay's 1 in 10 shows you exactly how rough that Showers control has been. Why are you just falling then? Speaking of that Showers control, and just an excellent disengage from Dynamite, and a clear B site for TEC.
Yeah, Abo's found all of this space. He's like, hey, I'm in. Get over here. They're going to have to retake again. Does leave things a little bit late, but, I mean, the spike doesn't even get to go down before everyone else falls. It's just so darn impressive from TEC.
That game about GX I was talking about, that's how this bind looked. Now, I won't say what the scoreline was, but it was just a dominant performance of map control, knowing exactly when you should be pushing up, knowing exactly when you need to just regress. Absolutely incredible stuff. The poking and the prodding here from Titan Esports, just making JDG feel uncomfortable, making JDG feel a little bit antsy. We've talked about that, you know. JDG were up short quite a few times, Charlotte. It wasn't just like a one-off and then give it away. It was quite a few times they were up short, they were up Showers, and every time TEC went, we can meet you and we can beat you.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly feeling a little bit rough. We get to see from the audience what their pistol round buy is. I think is that a bandit up at the top and then the sheriff down at the bottom. If it's me, I'm buying the ghost actually. It depends. It depends what agent I'm on. If I can buy some utility with the bandit, I'll get the bandit. But if not, then I'll get a ghost and a bit of utility. That's the way that I like to go. And oh, the bandit's making a comeback actually, Medante.
I mean, oh, it's
wow,
take
from 0-3 to 5-3. Goodness me, what a performance!
You know what? And hey, the Bandits' performance from what we've been seeing, very hit and miss. Probably actually is the best way to describe it. For anyone
you're just
that's
describing me playing Valorant.
Yeah, yes. Oh, myself as well.
Emphasis on the miss, I think, as well.
Yeah, I don't think. Oh, mine's is probably about 20% or something. I have a not so fun fact about my specific percentage headshot ratio, but I'll get to that later. Getting back to the game at least 4 now. Oh, it's fun. Getting back to the game at least 4 now, though, we are seeing that despite a lot of people saying the bandit was very much, you don't need to kind of go for the sheriff, or you don't need to go for the ghost, particularly on the thrifty rounds. We are still seeing those guns kind of show up, and the reason is the bandit does feel very awkward to kind of consistently shoot. Sheriff, you've got 2 shots in you to make those bullets hit. You're not really having to worry about recoil. Bandit, you are. And TEC, I mean, before we even talk about anything else, TEC just doing the exact aggressive defense that JDG were. And Stu, meanwhile, just throws the paint shell, and if anything, Coco slam dunks it into themselves.
Yeah, still though, YU caught there by the crossfire in hookah. Howdon immediately looking to try and re-clear the space. A lot of damage dealt to Jay. Now just down to 10. And is Abo going to get the better of him again? Yes. Yes, he is. Meanwhile, Jakura has pushed all the way through to the defender's spawn. It's really scrappy and messy all over the map. Coconut got that kill while blind. And it's all up to Abo, a player who's aced up. Can't clutch up here, and JDG get the pistol.
Very necessary. Obviously it was, and honestly, when Abu jumped out there and the first shot from Stu didn't land, I started panicking. I started to get a little bit concerned that we would see that yet again. And a good aggressive defense, but worked out a decent bit better than JDG's, at least initially, but managing to hold firm. JDG, they managed to get that push through coming on, and are they going for a buy at all? Yes, they are. Okay, sorry, I was looking at I'm silly. I was looking at the wrong side. I'm that used to JDG just not having the economy that I see the team without the economy, and went, that's JDG. But yes, of course, gonna buy up here, get themselves everything to work for, and it's a long way to the top to meet Titan Esports, but it always starts with the first step.
And again, a big talking point that we had in that Trace Wolves game yesterday was just closing things out.
Yes.
In a reasonable amount of time. Not letting things get out of hand. Obviously, pistol round is a pistol round. You can't really expect to be winning all of those, unless you're playing against Wolves, I suppose. So for TEC, it's not going to be quite panic just yet, and especially if Lucas is able to get the opener onto Stu. Thankfully for the JDG players, you had YU there as backup. The TEC, yeah, not going to be panicking just yet. It's, you know, it's pissed around. It's the follow-up round. You're not really expected to win those, especially when you're not on the bye. So I'm not worrying just yet. I do just fear that if JDG do start to build up some momentum, that could be a real point of danger.
Could have all came down to that single shot there, but YU managing to hold firm. And what JDG, again, they've not had to... They are not unfamiliar with this type of a comeback. Okay, is it a tall order? Yes. Should they be having to do these types of comebacks as often as they are? That's a different story, but they are certainly good at kind of coming back from the brink here. Their clutch potential, especially on just these maps that are more kind of typical, your binds, your havens, very much something that can be done. And Titan Esports, they need to really rally themselves here. They've got the timeouts, JDG don't. That's a big difference, honestly, for them. So would be good to see them call that pretty soon, just to avoid, as you said, JDG really walking away with this, because that would be a point of worry for Titan Esports. It's not going to get called here just yet. Got a lot of rounds to play with, but in that gap, every time JDG wins, that's one less round to play with in terms of your pocket, in terms of coming up with your additional strats there. And Abo going for this Showers control still. It worked so well on the attacking side, but you can see how much kind of respect is being given to it. JKuro all the way back towards that box in the spawn next to Cave, that just having to play this patient and see if TEC does the same thing, that makes the same mistakes that JDG made on their defense.
JDG pulling similar moves that we saw in the first half, just slowing things down, forcing the defense to try and find something aggressive. But I mean, this time it's the defense that wins the opening engagement, and it's Abo onto Jay yet again. I do wonder how many times we've seen that specific gunfight play out that way. It feels like it's got to be in the double digits by this point.
I mean, Charlotte, it's Jay's 2 and 12. I would be very shocked if at least 9 of those are not specifically from Abo. But okay, JDG, despite the fact of all of that looking not great for them, they just walk onto the site. Stu gets the satchels, gets the utility, makes all the gunfights go JDG's way. It's just one person left in it. Haodong is an incredible player, manages to bring it down to a 2 versus 1, the jump spot, and the molly coming through, but it's a high-low on that kind of deeper angle here. JKuro manages to take down the opposition Brim. But that momentum, you talked about it, Charlotte. JDG starting to come online. Are you concerned now? I think Titan Esports should be, and I think they should reflect that, because despite that initial opening shot, look at what happens here from Stu. That just gives everything just the way of JDG.
Yeah, disjointed swings, and that's a bonus round converted. That's where I do start to panic. But JDG don't call the timeout just yet, which I feel like I definitely would call a timeout in that instance. But, you know, still 5 rounds of a buffer, I suppose. But with looking at the bye, it feels like it's going to get down to 4 fairly shortly. Maybe they're just waiting until after the eco round to take the timeout.
That's my thoughts exactly as well. Whether it is the guns, though, I'm not sure if they're the ones making the difference right now. It does just seem to be JDG getting these more confident aggressions. The space not really being controlled, but a brutal team flash here. It is just going to be a showstopper through the smoke. Not going to actually find anyone. I really was under the impression that that was going to land through. JDG, Stu just not respecting the smoke here at all. The spike going to get planted, and it's a 3-man flank with 1 person here on the other side. The lower jaw of TEC here looking a lot stronger than that upper jaw. Just Haodong in and of his own, and as the spike ticks down here, JDG are basically lined up in a firing squad to meet Haodong. He's going to try and get this swing. The smokes do go down, of course, first. Gives Dynamite the opportunity to wave dash on, or light speed, I should say. And Abo now, the man, the myth, the legend! Just with that backup, Dynamite gets him all the space he needs. The defuse is being started. Jay, they cannot find each other in the smoke. Jay and Haodong walk past each other time and time again. Haodong realizing there's an extra bit of warmth here, someone's breath on his back. He turns around and finds him through it all, and the round along with it.
Goodness me, that feels, if we talk about a comedy of errors, that one certainly felt like it. Well, a push through from Abo there, again, like you said, Badante, the man, the myth, the legend, and you can see that JDG will be feeling the weight of that one. Although Dynamite up on top of the box, I mean, Stu was able to deal with him. You can't use his own tricks against him. That's for certain. In the end, though, his holdout, like you say, just doesn't really amount to anything. A thrifty round win from TEC, and when we talk about momentum, it's now firmly in the hands of TEC. Abo has the Tour de Force online as well. And no one being found out just yet, but it looks like Hookah might be a place where we do see that fight coming through.
Like it, we see the Trailblazer come through. Should get that little bit of information here. The Snakebite as well. Slow down that presence from Hookah, as you said. Seems like the engagement is going to be coming through after this Viper Wall falls. Nightfall just to match it as well. The Seekers Dancer back. The amount of utility here. JDG have been excellent at dealing with it beforehand, but now TEC, they've adapted. TEC's positioning there is flawless. An excellent saturate jumping into a molly as well. That is how you hold B site on bind, and that was a very decisive statement to bring TEC to match point.
Yeah, indeed. So, I mean, okay, that seems a bit ridiculous from Lucas to find the first kill, but a very nice hold from Dynamite. And yeah, just really everyone combining that. Now, map point, it's a very weakened purchase for JDG as well. Abo with this operator, so scary with this gun, already found himself a very deep position.
Oh, doesn't even get cleared. He doesn't even get cleared. He may as well have had a shotgun, but Abo on this. Haodong doesn't get cleared. Coconut at least with the collab. Abo trying to fight back, but it's the only time he misses. And Coconut has somehow cracked this side back. Open, the spike is down. And it's a 1 versus 2 until this rotate comes through from Lucas. Coco realizes that by the time Lucas joins him here, the spike will have been ticked down. So this has to come down to him at the moment. There's some time being lost. Coco finds one. Coconut now has to look at him. It's Coco versus Nut, but Lucas takes it away. What could have been a beautiful comeback, a beautiful round swing. TEC with the retake are just so clean. Yeah,
it really is. I mean, it was very nearly a 1v2 ace there from Coconut. That's what would have been needed. Instead, TEC find themselves with that victory. And it's JDG's map pick. They didn't really look like they had much of a chance on it, to be completely honest with you, Medante. A very, very swift decimation here on Bind.
You cannot say much more than that, can you? I mean, a swift decimation, and it wasn't just that, man, but look at what Abo continued to do. No one should be at that angle. These are the only 3 misses, I swear, that man had. Coconut manages to dodge the bullets from Abo, but otherwise, an incredible performance from him. You want to play an operator? This was round 1! That was round 1, Charlotte, and I completely forgot that was the initial showcase.
Yeah, just the whole way through. I mean, we said also, oh, it doesn't feel like there's sort of one player, but it very much was Abo by the end of the round, by the end of the game, sorry. But either way, for TEC, it still was very much a team performance here on Bind. It was not just the Abo show despite his incredibly high number of kills in this map, it really was a group performance here from TEC, and the few rounds that JDG were able to get, see, that's ridiculous. Just everything that he was able to do with the operator here. So many of those shots ringing out and being able to get the kill. His ace as well, as we see in the highlights. Just very much did everything, and yet still had the rest of his teammates doing things as well.
I'm not joking when I say I might have goosebumps from just watching a player play a game. And I'm not joking when I say that, ladies and gentlemen. Like, Abo, look at what he could do. He was just impossible to beat, and we'll get to hear the comms to show exactly that off.
牛逼的我收了，我直接收了。这个吧，2楼踩了一个费德出来，可能还有个 frame。哎，外边在2楼。闭眼这个沙子。我们就仨 B 了，就去 B， 就去 B。你可以进 B 包点。对啊，在 B 大口子。B 大口。跟你这边。回去了，找你去了。1打1，不2打1，2打1，近点。他可能到了，他很快。剩余30秒。你下包，直接下安全吗？直接下这里包，给你下。我要把他按了。可以，按吧。爆能器已部署。自己倒点完行吗？这可能还有烟啊。我贴死要波这边。行，你加我野手就行。B 大全 B 大。哦，东哥的经验，兄弟。经验。场外援助说是。有意思啊，我有意思啊。
Well, even in that late round moment where they realize that the players behind him, it's so calm. It's so incredibly calm from TEC in the comms. And, well, again, no points for guessing who the MVP is. It's Abo. What a performance. A 94% cast in there is incredible, and pretty much maxing out this this hexagon here in the by the numbers. Just the cast not quite 100%, but by far and away the best player in the lobby here on Bind.
If the cast was 100%, again, he was purely operator, I would say check the PC. Like, unironically, that would be a cause for concern. If you have a 100% kill participation as the op, that means you shot everyone in the body and you killed them, basically, aside from potentially like a wall bang or something. And you just get to see how much of this is the op shot there. Jay trying to fight him down, losing it. You've seen the wall bang there in the highlights alone. We're essentially just re-watching the original highlight reel. Yeah. All things considered, ladies and gentlemen, that was just how strong, how dominant this man was. And Jay, I don't want to say it, but like, what, 12 deaths? And I haven't been counting so far, but you asked if it would maybe hit the double digits, and I would say, Charlotte, it got close at least. We get to see it here now, the full breakdown. 23-7 for the man himself.
Yeah, he's pretty good. And again, you look at the rest of the team, everyone was putting in their work. Coco, 14-7. Haldong, 14-6. Like, despite how much of this game was Abo, it was also everybody else. And that is a really scary thing for me, I think, is that TEC just looked so much better in this one. 16 first kills as well, so, you know, a couple of those rounds they did let slip, but that was, like, you know, they were on a thrifty, they were on an eco, whatever. 3 flawless rounds in there as well. 10 out of 12 post plants coming through. That means they got the spike planted every single round on their attacking side. Like, this was an incredible performance from TEC.
That GX game I said that looked a little bit like this. Just to give you a heads up, ladies and gentlemen, there's a little bit of a spoiler of how it goes. It's the only time I've seen a /12 from the post-plant scenario. It's the only time I have seen from an attacking team every single spike go down. And that is not just a coincidence. That is map pressure, that is positioning, that is coordination, that is everything you can imagine there. That isn't just mechanics. Of course, you won your gunfights, but it takes so much more to get to that stage that, I mean, that's why we love Valorant, because it is just that play style. What a first map, though, and JDG, now you've got a reverse sweep.
Yeah, we say that they do always go to a third map. I'm not feeling quite so confident or sure about that, but we will find out whether they do indeed always get to map 3 after the break.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Ladies and gentlemen, we return. It's going to be going on to map number 2 here of this first series for VCT China JDG. Looking a little bit weak, it has to be said. Titan Esports taking bind. Some back and forth, but arguably one man stole the show, Avo, and now with moving on to Haven Charlotte. Do you think that can be replicated?
I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? Because we also said it in that cast that it wasn't just the Abo show. It was everyone on TEC was like performing, but on the other side, I don't even think JDG played that bad on that.
No.
Like it didn't seem like they were completely floundering. They just got outclassed. So heading into Haven, I don't think it's like, oh, JDG are gonna massively step up, because I don't think they necessarily I don't think there's really anywhere for them to go. I know that sounds a bit mean, but like, it's not like they played badly and it's like, oh, they need to now play good. Like, they were playing good, they just got dominated, and sometimes that just happened.
I mean, if you looked at those executes, I mean, you looked at a lot of the time, even when Abo wasn't doing kind of Abo things, which was just killing the entire team with an operator, you know, he was able to rely on the support from like Dynamite getting through the clear and everything. But we now get to look at that composition here. Abo not allowed to play with the kind of fake duelist, or the Sentinel, as we refer to him. Instead, having to move over proper to that locked-in Sentinel. Nice to see Sentinels on this map again, actually, I must say.
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm a big fan of the Cypher on this map, actually. So seeing why you bring Cypher along is certainly quite exciting. But the exciting thing for me as well is seeing Dynamite on this Neon. We saw some pretty good things on Waylay in the previous map, and I just find Neon really, really fun. So to also see Stu as well on that Neon is good. Jay, though, I think is the player I have the most questions about. Not necessarily about them playing the Yoru. We know that they were an incredibly accomplished duelist in Tier 2 and Ascension as well on Rare Atom, but just it felt like every single round they just lost the opening fight to Abo, and we really need to see a switch up here in performance from Jay's in particular, because I think they went like, what, 2-15 or something on that first map, which is very much not a performance you want to see from someone that's playing Yoru.
No, you can see that, but Jay was never getting to the point of like suiciding his way into the site to give presence. He wasn't just gate crashing to cause a distraction. It was just straight up, as you said, losing that initial 1v1, the first death always being him, it felt like. And Abo was just, I mean, we've seen the operator duels, we've seen those kind of things. It was just very much a masterclass of confidence in your aim, supporting your team where we can. And JDG can certainly do that. They're on the defense, though. They have decided to pick it and start it off, so they do want to rely on this momentum here. The immediate one-way smoke going down here from Haldong. Of course, it is going to regenerate at the end, so I like that initial aggression pushed up. But speaking of aggression, speaking of pushed up, look at where JDG's both duelists already are.
Such an aggressive position. Part of me does wonder what these players, Haldong and Abo, will be able to do on their sort of lurks, but instead, TEC just sort of send Dynamite into the blender there. They have the information. Maybe we should not instead go towards A. It's the C hit coming through instead. Abo already with control of the site, but cut down by Jakuro. A double swing of defenders there. Just making sure that things get locked down. The 3 versus 5 now for TEC. Just pausing, making things seem like maybe they have rotated away, but now planting here on C.
Yeah, genius from Coco there. Honestly, it's a little bit of a concern sometimes to see the spike get delayed that long, but it meant JDG second-guessed themselves. They still then get the kill onto Lucas, who was lurking down on the mid, so it is just Coco now. The paranoia has came through, has to rely on the bullet tracers to find the shots. Gets a decent bit of damage onto Jay, but Jay has already, ladies and gentlemen, got the same amount of kills that he did on Bind. To demonstrate just the insane performance that was being put against him. He got 2 kills, or maybe 3 at the most, but with the first pistol round, he got the same amount as he did on 18.
But, you know, that's positive. It's a good sign for JDG. Winning out the first pistol of the game this time around, which we did not see on Bind. It was their attacking pistol that they were able to take over on that first map. By the way, again, like you say, Medante, they chose to start on the defense here, and certainly seems to be working out for them for now. A judge in the hands of Stu on this Neon does certainly scare me, and it's the shock dart from Coconut to take out Lucas, as the Sheriff shots as well take him down low. And it's the utility to finish off the Sova here for TEC.
Haldong as well isn't much healthier, 35, and the relay ball isn't great. Shay's able just to cleanly sidestep it. He's got the support from Coconut where he needs. It's a good shot from Coco, but Stu just answers back. Boils the remaining 2 from short, and the angle's being held. Jay has now doubled up his performance. I will stop talking about it now, but really just goes to show that, as we kind of highlighted earlier, Charlotte, you in particular, Jay was not having a bad game on Bind. It was just, he kept going up against the fortress that was Abo.
Yeah. Rough opening there for Lucas, I will say. Not too much you can do about that. As for Dynamite, though, I'm not liking the look of the Neon so far. We've sort of just seen him just jump through a wall or a smoke both times and just get shot immediately. Stu, recon bolt, high gear, a relay bolt, sorry.
Might as well have been. He
Forces,
ran down C.
Yeah. The relay bolt to stun and just force those players away, and they know he's probably still got a judge in hand as well, so TEC very wise to get out of dodge. They're still looking towards the C site.
You want to, I mean, Lucas there trying to get the ult orb at the very least. Whether they commit off the back of that remains to be seen, but you want to get that Hunter's Fury online. You don't have to deal. The nice thing for TEC here is Lucas's Hunter's Fury doesn't have to worry about whether it's used like proactively or against a lockdown. It can just be kind of popped a little bit less ceremoniously. Coconut really has to have that extra decision making here. Do they save the Hunter's Fury when it comes online for Abo's lockdown, or do they just, you know, try and send it? And in defense, it can be a kind of good choice either way, as long as you can play off of it, and a good choice either way. The B site's about to come through. Jay is ready to meet.
Dynamite again, just this time getting the information, and he's completely out of there.
Relay bolt. That's relay bolt. That's the idea of just setting your Neon in and just going, don't leave.
Oh my god, Coconut though for a double. Doing really, really nice work there with the Guardian. Low health on Dynamite still. Thanks to that B engagement. Chikuro through the smoke with a Spectre. Delivers a death blow to this round. Abo can do nothing about it. And JDG find 3.
Are we going to see here? It's a bit early to call it, Charlotte, but could we just see a full mirror between Jay and Abo's experience on these two maps, where Abo was managing just to be part of every engagement, come out successfully on basically all of them, and now he's the one that just has to rotate. He's the one that isn't really getting involved, and if you're not getting involved, if you're just not there for the gunfights to kind of initially go your way, they are tougher to win, and we maybe are starting to see the opposite state of that. Stu and Jay both going 4-1, or 4-0 and 4-1 here. Now with another fast execute, Dynamite just wanting to try and clear out Garage, the Bucky, and the Recon. I'm actually going to start calling it the Recon Bolt. It's a good combination here, actually. Use that distraction coming through, and the C-site Garage here. Very clear overall, actually.
Oh, caught by the trapwire though. That's the information. Stu looking for the fight instead. It's YU to take down Howdong. The trade comes through from Abo though. Making sure his teammates at least get traded when they die. Dynamite still with this Bucky. Could prove to be a very difficult factor. We saw in the second half of Bind that JDG win the bonus and then lose things out, and it might just happen here again. Coconut though in a 1v2 just can't quite land his shots. It's the Sheriff of Coco to deny that clutch opportunity and to deny the flawless start for JDG.
An expensive matter for both of these teams as well, though. The economy for JDG still should be at least somewhat relevant, should be at least somewhat stacked up, so not as big a concern, but yes, definitely a lot of damage done here. Looking at Neon dash out from other players' perspective will never get old to me. And these shots from Coco here. The fact it goes down to Coco and Coconut is always going to be an entertaining last stand, and this time it is Coco to finally break it through. We see the lineups there for the shock darts, another aspect of why Cypher may be falling off a little bit. Very easy for Sova just to clear out those tripwires if you're not essentially present, doing the whole like recall the tripwire, just place it back after the utility's gone, and typically at that point then you're just holding an angle, and the Cypher tripwires are a bit less useful. The Sova drone coming through though. Abo trying to get the control. The Cypher cam tags just enough to disengage, but shooting that Cypher cam here, there's a lot less utility on the C site, but if there's a lot less utility on C, we'll go through B to try and get to A, but Dynamite just being cut off from the rest of his team, maybe a bit overzealous.
Yeah, Stu though, backside caught by Lucas. That's 2 in the round for the TEC Sova. And He's got the spike as well. Does need to be careful, but now planting it in that safe default position. YU, though, gets the catch. Haodong drops down from the top ropes. 2 versus 3. JDG trying to fight themselves back on in, and Abo caught as the toxic screen drops. Now brought even. Dimensional Drift to clear out sight, to clear out and give the information here over to these JDG players. They now know where Haodong is playing, sorry. And Jay setting the spams on in. Haodong still not deterred by that. Instead stands his ground. Lets them know, you cannot take me down. And now just sends in the spams through many different layers of smokes. It's an onion here on B. And Coco, from the long range, gets the kill. The spike was going to win the round for TEC anyway. And they get 2 in a row and start to fight back against JDG.
Dig your heels in, ladies and gentlemen. This is more of the showing that we would expect here. The back and forth coming through. That was very nice double. And a big frag there. A very nice double from both Haodong and the IGL there. They pop off the Woo. A little bit less laughter already, I'm noticing, from JDG, but a lot more elation, which is good for Titan. Yes. It's good for JDG. It means they're not as worried about Titan's performance, but it means that Titan as well are clearly a little bit more locked in than they were on Bind. So JDG really need to clamber that back. And with 3 ultimates to do so here, they are staring down 3 of Titan Esports' own, but they're very good ones if they can just manage to get the control of them.
Creeping forwards here again. Who's close by here in Garage. Don't know if TEC are going to be expecting this close position. You send some spams through. You just still undeterred and still going aggressive for this one. The relay bolt comes in to try and stun him up, and he gets out of there. Hunter's Fury to come on through. YU gets the kill before being taken down by that very said ultimate. And as the dust settles, it's a 4 versus 4, and TEC are heading over towards A.
This Viper wall that has caused such dismay has managed to get it through, but there's a reason that's going to cause dismay, is because Abo's going to find that, and JKuro believing that that Coconut had the control there. No, Coco's been here for a lot longer than anyone else has. The Viper's Pit immediately goes down from Titan Esports, and you've got the Hunter's Fury. It's not going to be, I mean, Coconut, you just don't have the player to back it up to get this through. And Stu with the overdrive online, and Jay, looks like they're just happy to respect this. I mean, it is a 4 versus 5. Sorry, a 2 versus 4 retake, apologies for this. With a Viper's Pit online, I'm just creating numbers here, ladies and gentlemen. But it's not going to matter either way. Titan Esports are going to get the round and get themselves equalized back online. It's a great counter swing from them, and it is off the back of just really respecting how JDG have been playing this this defense and then adapting to it, which has always been Titan Esports' strength.
4 ultimates do come into the next round, most likely, while you just one away from that Neural Theft. That could be the swing factor that JDG need, although the buy might not be there for them heading into round 7. So we'll have to see about that. Well, they do still have guns, actually. Very much feels like that this is their last effort at that before having to save. And potentially even with a win, if a lot of players go down, then the buy will still be looking a little bit risky for round 8. So for JDG, keep pretty much everyone alive that you can. That's the goal for this one. Obviously win the round as well would be nice.
It's the com basically. Refrags are not going to be enough. Trades are not going to be enough here. You need to be doing a little bit more. The Hunter's Fury coming through as well to try and clear out as much space as possible. The tag does go through onto 2, and that means the overdrive here. Stu already freshly prepared. It just needs a little bit more warmed up here. 2 members of Titan Esports. Abo actually as well makes it a triple crossfire. but the spike has yet to go down. It means JDG don't need to push unless they can find something. Lucas with the first frag. YU is able to find the timing on the Avo. The back and forth, the Guardian comes through. The opposite overdrive from Dynamite, the Neural Theft Online. Just as you predicted, Charlotte. Spike needs to at least be tapped. It's going to be stuck, but the second scan does mean Dynamite has to jump off here and try and find these 1 versus 1s. Not going to be the case. Jay finds him, makes him fall down, and I think with that win and with 2 members alive, JDG's economy returns to being somewhat stable.
Yeah, they might have to bring a Bulldog or something into this next one, but hopefully, like you say, not too bad for them. Potentially 4 guns coming into this, but yeah, Abo just not aware of this garage possibility even. It feels like Tech didn't even consider that that was an option for JDG to fight back in through garage. And yeah, Coconut brings the Guardian along, so my theory is proven correct. Because I'm just really smart, obviously.
Hey, genius casting, and also let's face it, some of these players have been scarier with the Guardian than any other gun. Honestly.
Coconut's done well with it, to be fair.
Yeah, Coconut, like genuinely, Coconut was the player I had in mind when I said that, and we've seen from previous performances, you can absolutely, ironically enough, I guess, crack melons, and by that I mean the opponent's head, but either way, the damage can certainly be done. I can see my co-caster shaking her head at me, and I very much deserve that, but we'll see if Titan Esports can manage to shake anything free here, if JDG can get moved out from the site, because that solid foundation I was talking about last map, far more prevalent here.
Indeed. I mean, JDG very nearly have the same total of rounds that they did in that entire first map. Goodness me. This game is drawing my life force away, apparently.
You're being left breathless, in fact, you might say.
Yeah, not entirely sure what's going on there, but yeah, he should have some kind of awareness that these players are coming towards him, but Coco, instead the player that's just too aware. Stu in trouble, it's tagged up by that recon, and that one actually is a recon this time. Instead, just sliding on in. High gear towards Sewer, takes down Abo. And now Tech just can't be secure or certain in their on-site position, so Spike will go down. But now 2 players heading their way from this A main spot. In the 4 versus 4, things could get very, very messy indeed, especially as Stu continuing to fight back, continuing to fight on in. YU as well getting involved. It's up to Haldon, the captain, the IGL, finding 2, now just Coconut left alive, and he's gonna be able to win out the round. JDG stay in the lead.
It's the Guardian. It's Coconut with the Guardian, and it is, yes, it's a body shot. It wasn't exactly the biggest performance, but hey, lower buy did not matter for that man. Manages to get himself as the sole survivor, will get the gun saved, get the spike defused, and that from Stu, when your Neon is doing things like that, that just speaks to the confidence. That just speaks to, I can do this, I can take these fights, I can show you my mechanical prowess, and that's exactly what it is. That is we have been seeing some battle cries, honestly, come out of these teams, ladies and gentlemen. Ever since the upper brackets and mid brackets really started getting a bit deeper in, these teams understand what's on the line. They cannot afford relegation. They do not want to be out of this entirely, and this is JDG and TEC's last chance again for anyone that hasn't spotted. This is the lower bracket of the 3, and JDG, with Stu losing his head like that, certainly looking to be only 1 round ahead rather than 3.
What a shot from Abo there. Doing incredible work. YU is in trouble. Goodness me, jump scared by his own teammates. Jay certainly scared me, I'm going to be honest. Abo, the only player with a rifle on this Tech side. Sends some shots towards Jay in mid. But damage dealt to himself as well. They are going to be aware that mid is no longer safe though for Tech. And should be very, very worried about this garage position. I mean, Haldong looked like he wanted to TP up into the smoke there. It's certainly quite a bold strategy. As Dynamite actually gets another one. All the kills coming through for Tech, despite the lower buy. Jakuro's got to clutch up, and again, he just won't find it. It's Tech to keep fighting back, and it's a clean round as well with 3 players left alive. 3
players left alive, all guns scavenged, and the spike gets planted. Oh, that's a rough one if you're JDG. TEC could not have asked for a better round there, and it's all the back off of that initial shot there. My Bucky still doesn't do that. My Bucky certainly doesn't do that, but if Dynamite's does, then that is absolutely enough for TEC. Still no timeouts here, Charlotte, as we're getting on to the last 3 rounds of this half.
Yeah, it's quite surprising, honestly. It feels like maybe both teams feel like that they're still in this one. Still happy with... that everyone feels like, you know, they're happy with what their IGLs are calling.
Coming through, look at the lurk in spawn. 2 players are in spawn, and they're going to be 2 players of JDG here. And Stu manages to find a consolation prize, but Titan Esports very, very comfortable in that setup there, and Dynamite is still in your backline creating some scrappy plays, but JDG are answering back here. It is 3 for 2. A gun now secured for Coconut, and Paranoia expertly sidestepped by Coco, and a good coverage of the only angle they really needed to worry about. JKuro trying to disrespect the nade, but going to fall. An equalized scoreline here off of the back of just... let's wait and see if JDG push into us, and TEC, a beautiful call. It plays out perfectly for them.
It absolutely does. Stu, I guess, does a good job there to get one, and actually for JDG, you know, I feel like they certainly did put the effort into that round, but with the buy, it just doesn't allow you to do that, and we're seeing a nice pattern here. 3 for JDG, 3 for TEC. 2 for JDG, 2 for TEC. So now I'm thinking JDG win this one, TEC win the last round of the half. The pattern continues, we finish 6-6.
I love symmetry. I love symmetry, and we'll see if that's the case right now. There's not a symmetrical kind of pattern here for JDG's defense. We've got that 1-2-2 if you're going left to right from C to A, and it looks like TEC, they want to take this initial engagement all the way down on the B site, and I've really loved seeing this show up here, and the lockdown especially on this mid corner here. There is not going to be that Hunter's Fury from Coconut, so it is going to have to be respected as well. It means garage control is gained. Look at how much control this lockdown actually does give TEC here. The spike is going to go down without incident. Meanwhile, Lucas is sitting in the spawn in case there's any amazing lurks from JDG and the Hunter's Fury online. This is going to be a tough retake with all this control.
It certainly is. Chikuro, at the very least, trying to get things done, and Shay on the site takes down Haodong. Control now of the site itself in the hands of JDG. TEC holding from far away, but even still, that control is getting taken away from them. Lucas knows that he's going to be getting chased down here. And indeed, he is, as 2 players just break up his lines of sight and take him down. It is that round for JDG.
You've stolen my crystal ball. It's my crystal ball. Mom said it was my turn with the predictions that were accurate, reading into the future, but we've got one more round to see if that is fully going to be the case. And I said it was going to be a difficult kind of retake here, but JDG expertly clearing on the extremities, expertly following off on each other, and just excellent shooting here. Titan Esports maybe not expecting that level of proactivity. Maybe just maybe expecting a little bit more patience of JDG, but haste was certainly the name of the game, and Titan Esports look to actually answer back to that here. You see the Neon going for it, a lot of ultimates being caused from the shadows, even from Haodong just to get in the back corner, but the Cypher trips are absolutely clean. Lucas answers back with that Hunter's Fury already being used. YU single-handedly holding down the site, while the rest of his team tries to get the rotates, the neural theft with the information. He pays for it with his life, but it's a 2 versus 3. The spike is down. The retake still does need to happen, especially with the information found on Lucas. That could be difficult.
Yeah, definitely could. Maybe the crystal ball is a little bit malfunctional, because right now TEC find themselves in a disadvantage. Tap the spike. Dip away from this one. To the end A here. What's the plan here for TEC?
I'm going to be honest, not sure they fully know themselves right now. There's a lot of deliberation here. You can see them playing down the timer, and we talked about Titan being able to play this timer well, Charlotte, but there's playing it well, and then there is just running out of time. The Cypher cam is up, but of course not going to be relevant. The Silva Dart scan doesn't find anyone. The steps coming through. Across, looking towards the A site. Stu just comes out of the back site and believes if you can try and stick a spike, then you are going to be sadly mistaken. 10 seconds left. Abo a 1 versus 3, and at this point has no time as long as one member from JDG stays alive. Okay, Stu, just come out and greet Abo, I guess, just to say hi.
Yeah. That is quite the drive-by peak there. But, I mean, I think this round comes down to YU as well. There's 3 massive kills on C. And Lucas's recon actually doesn't catch Stu backside there on B.
Yep.
Which feels like a very strange one to me. That, yeah, it feels like, again, just so small mistakes, and JDG end up winning the half. And that's kind of what you'd expect from a Haven, right? The team on the defense of 7-5 feels very, very standard.
Yep.
Really, though, if you're asking me, I think TEC probably want to be winning this pistol round, because if JDG can get 8-5, 9-5 ahead, that's when I start to worry. And again, interestingly enough, we've still not seen a timeout in this entire first half.
To be honest, I do really want to just kind of point that to not any clear mistakes, not any moments we were really going, oh, this is going one way, it suddenly went the other. The only one maybe would have been, I think it was 2 rounds ago, the round before last, with Titan Esports getting onto the B site very cleanly, having the Hunter's Fury and stuff ready for the retake, but then JDG just kind of systematically clearing out the map. It wasn't anything really bad that Titan had done, it was just the swings were clean from JDG, and their crossfires and everything were excellent. It was basically always double swings until they got most of that map cleared out, and it goes back to that kind of haste versus hesitation and what that can do for you as a team. And as the players now, you can see a lot of them just kind of shooting at walls. The coaches have the POVs, of course, from everyone here, and the zoom in coming through as well. Still a beautiful arena, still a gorgeous set piece there. A lot of spectators in the crowd. And I'm very, very happy if you've decided to join us, whether it is in that crowd or just virtually.
Yeah, indeed. The China Roadshow continues, right?
Oh, yes.
Kickoff in Guangzhou, heading off 7 cities all around the country, including champions in Shanghai at the end of the year. A very exciting prospect, but for right now, Dekuro does get caught. He was looking for some kind of exploration in sewer, but just didn't quite find it.
Oh,
rest of JDG, though, over on C, Medante.
Still kind of forced the rotate, though. He's still kind of made a little bit of a disconcern there, and it's down to Avo just to get that rotate from mid, gets the frag down. A 3 versus 4. A decent bit of HP lost for Stu and G. All things considered here, 1 bullet basically from a lot of these guns will find their mark, Jay. 82 HP with the bandit, the elbows is shown. Abo with the clicks, Albo with everything, the right clicks following up, and when Abo can't find the frag, Coco can certainly follow it up there. An excellent hold, an excellent defense from Titan Esports Club, despite the kind of great sell initially from JDG, just sending that Omen lurk towards A.
One thing that I like there is that Abo has been using a different team's classic every map.
Yep.
He had Tracer's classic on Bind. He's now got EDG's classic here, and you know, maybe he's just trying to invoke some ancient spirits, right? When you look at what Trace were able to do at Champs 24, it was on Bind, was one of those maps, and Ascent, obviously. But in the pool, it was Bind where they were really, really successful. And then also Kickoff last year, we saw EDG win 26 rounds in a row on Haven. So maybe, you know, he's just trying to draw on those the ancient powers of years past to help TEC get across the line. And well, in that pistol round, it certainly seemed to be helping out.
I mean, at some point, tradition just becomes a lifestyle, and if you believe in it hard enough, if you believe in that power, then that's exactly going to be the case. The paranoia comes through, the fast lane from Stu, trying to answer back, but the pre-aim shock dart and everything here, the recon dart, just doing quite a lot. Stu having to do essentially what Dynamite was doing, just kind of going through, gets the information, but 3 classics certainly show up. You have to walk through that Viper wall if you want to meet us, and you will be half health because of it. Excellent shot back from JDG here. Excellent use of the opposing Viper wall, honestly. Maybe doing a little bit of a crossfire, a little bit of a shoot back for TEC. It's not done just yet. Excellent stun from Ammo, especially if he falls through, gets the information. It means Dynamite can get the outlaw shot. And the follow-up there, Jay, on very low HP. A good retake from TEC, but maybe the first proper mistake that you could point to from JDG.
Yeah, I think so, but also at the other side, goodness me, that was very, very close. Far closer than it should have been, really, for TEC, I think. Probably, again, should have got that over the line a little bit closer, but it has a very nice coordination of the push and effort. And, okay, that is... If I'm YU, I'm a little bit annoyed about that one.
It's not as bad because you had the because if you're looking at the minimap, Thingy was looking at him. Dynamite was looking down at YU.
Brilliant.
Sorry, yes, okay, sorry, my bad. Right, that's one time I'm allowed to say Thingy once, okay? I'm Irish. But it does mean that you can use the map there to kind of cheat the positioning, and positioning certainly cheated there. An excellent trade. The Outlaw not going to be enough just for that second frag. Dynamite falls, but does his job, and you can see the gun yet being juggled away. You know where that's going. No one's going to try and save that at all. The Guy's Vengeance going to join the lovely foliage there through, and JDG now have to decide how they want to enter in without their initiator.
I'm impressed you know what the skins are called, because I really have no idea.
It's my favorite one. It's like one of the few I do know. It's because it's one of my favorites.
Fair enough. Abo there nearly gets a shot away. I think had picked up the Outlaw. 142, the body of Stu, but a headshot just sends him straight down.
Back to this. I always love how mid looks. It's almost like it's always framed in like a horror movie, where just that arch is so scary. It's the last 30 seconds, and you can imagine some imposing music coming down. But it's a good execute, honestly. Here, it's a great use of the Yoru clone. That delayed use has absolutely fecked out so much of Titan Esports here. And JDG with all the positioning in the world, even that delayed lurk. YU all the way in that back window just to hold down any sort of push from mid. The tripwire as well covers A. But it's going to be this full 3-man retake here. Titan Esports. Oh, that's a beautiful Sova dart with Haldong in the smoke. The shotguns are winning. The close angle's not doing any favors in YU. Answering back. It's 1 versus 1. Coco tagged down. Has the time to try and get the shock dart off or to get that scan dart off. Just deciding to stick. Coco can hear the steps, but YU's patience is just played to absolute perfection there. No notes at all as JDG get their 8th.
Yeah, they win the bonus, or win their anti-bonus, I suppose, is probably the better way of framing that. But either way, oh my goodness, that's cruel.
That setup was so clean.
Very, very nice there. But yeah, I think honestly a more costly one than it should have been. If you're JDG, you're going to be a bit worried about that one. But if you can give Coconut a Guardian, why worry? If you can give Stu a Judge, why panic?
We do really need the ambassadors of the guns, and currently right now, especially that Guardian, it does really feel like that is all down to Coconut there. Yes, okay, maybe struggling a little bit overall, but 5 and 12 from your Sova, as long as you're getting those assists coming through, and those recon darts have been very, very pivotal for JDG. Let's not undersell that at all. And this patience, this just spread out positioning here yet again. Just poking and prodding. A lot harder to do on a 3-site map. And YU with the lurk here up towards mid. Dynamite, imagine, going to just be standing there as well. But a lot of people essentially shoulder to shoulder with just one thin layer of bricks separating life and death.
I'm so scared.
Me too.
I'm so scared, and the picture-in-picture there as well, just to sort of showcase. This is a situation that's happening elsewhere on the map. But Haodong just looks away from short. I think Stu will probably be spotted if he tries to come up, and indeed does get spotted, but sends in the relay bolt. Paranoia comes through as well. So much utility towards the sewer position, and Lucas now up close with it is certainly risking things, but JDG just pull away instead, looking towards this B site. Spike plant coming in, relay bolt sent round to get the stuns. Spotted from long range, Abo trying to fight back into the site. It's full control here of TEC, but JDG playing completely off the site and sending the shots in. Dynamite down to 27, and Lucas, I don't think he's going to be able to get past this trip, not without giving his game away, but I think that might have been the silent drop there. The silent jump, they got no idea about his position. There's two on the flank, make it a triple. And it's just Jay trying to fight in from Link. He's not going to get given that opportunity.
The duo flank, it's not just about the tripwire being jumped over as well, Charlotte. We're going to see Shay managed to get his way all the way through A site. JDG thought that was their flank. JDG thought that was their map control. But it was Lucas all along. It was Titan just with that speed, with that pace, bringing down the 3. And Shay's just a little bit late to the party. You can see the smiles, you can see the laughter, but there's still a level of focus. No timeouts yet, ladies and gentlemen, going on to the 17th round. These teams are happy just to play this tug of war without any coach involvement. The IGLs believe in their game, and to their credit, you can see why.
Yeah, you absolutely can. The save now for JDG, and Stu taken down to 48 early, means that is going to be very likely a 9th seeded over to the side of Titan Esports Club. Although, Haodong in his utility, not looking the right way. Jay is able to find him, the fight on in towards this A site. Lucas is doing a stellar job at anchoring. Coco trying to fight on in, actually a 2 versus 2. Upgrades should be able to be collected here by these players. The lockdown in A-Link just causes a little bit of problems, puts a spanner in the works, and TEC able to survive.
Fighting back, and I mean, again, these back and forths here, everyone's just managing to find something. Lucas especially has been doing so much work over these last couple of rounds for Titan Esports. It really cannot be overstated. The Outlaw as well doing a chunk of damage, and that alone, that retake coming through from Titan Esports, JDG letting that get away from them at the start, is the breaking point. Finally a first timeout coming through here, Charlotte, but honestly, probably the best time for it.
Yeah, I think so. They've now got a bye again. TEC have taken the lead, and they need to find some injection of sort of strategy and just a different viewpoint heading into the rest of this attacking half, because TEC have looked solid on the defense here, like they did on Bind as well. That's really where the problems lie, I think, is just TEC looking good on this defense. We saw in that previous round, Lucas doing really, really well with that anchoring job. He's able to take down 3 on A, hold down the fort, and yeah, sure, the kills do start to go JDG's way, but he just bought enough time for his teammates to come back in. He found enough players that his teammates are able to find those kills and get the round on the board.
He's also doing an excellent job. I mean, 18 and 14, the stats do not lie, but he's actually doing a great job as well at surviving the amount of utility JDG have been throwing as well. Yeah. You looked at that A site, I mean, it's not been, you know, one flash and then we try and get on. There are Viper walls, there are mollies, there are the snake bites, you know, there's a lot of stuff here coming through. Yes, okay, some of that is his own team, of course, but he is still managing to survive all of it. He's managing to survive the aggression. And speaking of aggression, Dynamite is already in your spawn. He's in your wall. Jade shuts him down. Little bit overzealous. Haodong as well. trying to back him up. Yeah, the equalize coming through very, very fast. JDG hold firm.
Ventral drift here from Jay, and Coco just gets caught by Stu. Suddenly the round flip on its head, but Lucas again being the player to try and find that connection here on the side. It's Abo, 1 versus 2. That's the first. Jakuro falling now. Shay just 40 HP. Tap on the spike, but Abo not deterred. Now the plant comes in. He knows he's got to be forced into action here, and Shay just about has his number. Goodness me, a lot was invested there from TEC, and they just don't quite get the round on the board.
Do not, especially from what this initially was. This was beautiful, but Shay just answering back, and then Jakuro with that knowledge, with that idea, and Stu. For anyone that missed it, by the way, Stu did get the opening, that kind of visual contact. Little bit of a panic, I believe, then whenever he seen it, and he popped the overdrive. Which for this kind of back and forth level, you really need that ultimate. Stu has been pivotal at getting his team into some of these sites with that additional firepower, and not having it online anymore could be the difference here as the opposing Hunter's Fury's down, and the chaos here. Lucas finally being caught out by all of this utility. You can only survive so much, and JDG, they take this site with absolute brute force.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a save round here from TEC, but regardless, very nice work from JDG to get themselves in. This is kind of 2 rounds in a row that we've seen the Hunter's Fury kind of go in without too much impact, apart from just a little bit of a distraction. In the 3 versus 5, though, X still looking like they want to give this a go, which does feel a little bit risky, especially as now that Abo falls, it's a 2 versus 5. Dynamite goes down, it's a 1 versus 5, and Coco just has a classic. For him, I think it's just going down to the spike, really. And JDG find double digits here, Medante, and if I'm TEC, this is where I'm taking my time out. I'm gonna be honest, I think this is the time to call that pause.
I'd be shocked, Charlotte, if we didn't see it, to be honest. Being beaten to double digits, that kind of back and forth especially, that was your low buy. Like, yes, okay, that was maybe a little bit more to be expected, but the Hunter's Fury still engaged, and I've been talking about this a lot more. I'm really happy to see these regions pop through a little bit more utility against a lower buy. At the end of the day, your ultimates are good, but converting the round is the most important thing you can do. Obviously, you need to get to that number 13, or at least you need to get yourself to OT if you can't quite make it there. You need to be able to convert these rounds, and sure, oh, okay, yes, you're on the lower buy, there's maybe some shotguns and such, but if the Hunter's Fury causes that little bit of a distraction, causes that little bit of a forced reposition, that means you can't just sit in a corner with a shotgun and then get refragged, that's absolutely brilliant, and I think that's exactly what allowed JDG to fully push that momentum coming through, and why we now see Titan's timeout finally as well popped.
Indeed, adaptations to be made here as it goes down to the wire. 10-9 though, JDG find themselves in the advantage. Attacking here on Haven, their opponent's map pick. The real question is, what can they find? Ultimates in hand for TEC. The Viper's Pit to the shadows as well, coming in from Haodong. That might just be the difference maker in this round, where we saw JDG use their ults in the previous 2. Stu pops the overdrive just as he's getting killed, so has to build that one back up again. Very quick into the C site here, though. Arbo trying to do the anchoring job, and Coco as well. Both of them getting cut down. Shay, you are in the snake bite there, buddy. You do have to get out of that position, already down to 31, and the shot darts coming on in. Still lots of control very early on for JDG, and TEC just called a save immediately here in this one. That's 11 rounds for JDG.
That's big. That's absolutely massive, Charlotte. And you've got YU there holding down this mid angle. You're seeing the power of the Sentinels again, ladies and gentlemen. Despite the
Sentinels
fact that...
play in Americas.
I hate this joke every time. Every time.
I'm evil.
The role, not the team. But yes, you're right. Sentinels do play in America. But you are kind of getting to see that come through because essentially here, you've got double Sentinel for the side of TEC. You've got that essentially, you know, spread up with Coco and Abo, and a lot of people have been using Viper as essentially the only Sentinel. It's why we've been seeing a lot of that double controller coming through. So it is nice to be seeing a little bit more respect kind of put back onto the Sentinel's name. I mean, for good reason as well. Look at the way this is coming through. It's very, very clean from JDG, and maybe that kind of double Sentinel aspect, maybe Abo just not quite getting that that value anymore that YU was. It's only 3 kill difference between them, but it just feels like YU's so much more of an omnipresence than Abo was this map.
Abo on C again. Shot sent towards him. The relay bolt as well. It's hiding inside his opposition's dark cover to try and stay alive. But again, it's very early control of the C site for JDG. They have identified this area as a weakness. And we're very much taking advantage. In comes the Aldrone.
Abo just for this last round.
Inside of Garage, but Lucas does find the opening kill. Paranoia sent in. Stu trying to play ahead of that fight. It's good for 1, but Dynamite good for 2. A double from him. Make it a triple as YU catches out Arbo. Now his position is noted. Snakebite in the way, low on HP. And as the spams come in, Coco returns fire to get TEC up to double digits.
Okay, it's not quite deja vu. I know I said deja vu, but at the start, it was very deja vu. JDG got onto the site exactly the same way we'd seen them do it the previous round. It's this time, though, Titan Esports just with a stronger retake here. And it's a good pre-fire from Lucas there just to read it through. If J-Kuro doesn't get cleared, Stru and Dynamite crossing like trains in the night, just glancing past each other. And then Coco getting shot by a smoke, shoots it back, and manages to get the round. And here you go, the electricity, the fire between these teams now really starting to heat up. The back and forth here, the respect. Bind was not as close as this, Charlotte, and now Titan Esports Club 2 rounds away from guaranteeing overtime, 3 from making sure they do not get disqualified. But JDG, or not disqualified, sorry, but just taken out of the tournament. Of the bracket. And then JDG, though, only 2 away from sealing a deal at least until that 3rd map.
Yeah, Split very much seems like it might be on the horizon. Stu finding a double on the entry into B site. He's done very well for himself, and even Howdon can't take him down. It's Lucas to be the one to stop his tirade, but it's going to have to be Lucas on for so much more, an ace required. And he will not get it. Just the 2 in the round for him. And that's map point for JDG.
The power of Neon just to say, yes, I'm here. Yes, my mechanics are solid, and we're already clearing you out. Look at that from Stu. That's a double stun kill. He gets survives like on 1 HP, gets traded out, but still does like half of Lucas's HP as well. That is essentially 2.5 kills, 2 of them while completely stunned. And yes, Titan, you're on the brink of it now. JDG on map point here. These last 2 rounds are everything for you, and JDG, they only want to make it 1. They want to seal this off. They've got 1 round of leeway here, maybe 1 round just to bleed out an ultimate or 2 from Titan Esports that they can save. But that's all the room they have if they want to clear this in regulation.
It really is do or die time here. At least on Haven, but still in the wider context as well. If we go to Split, who knows what will happen? Elimination on the line. TEC need 2 in a row to at least get us to that OT situation. You can see it on the players' screens as well. They know that it's map point for JDG.
do it. Stu, to be honest, actually, hey, by the way, quick point. We were talking about Stu's overdrive. He's managed to get it back online. That's actually quite impressive. Okay, Stu, show off a little bit. Jay as well. 1 ultimate point off the dimensional drift, which we can see leaning towards that C site already. And you mentioned it, Charlotte, the C site being identified as the weakness, and the Viper's Pit opted actually from Coco to go towards the A site here. Maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding of how the paces of these rounds have gone. TEC did get a good retake, don't get me wrong, but it still was a struggle for them. It wasn't the easiest thing, so eliminating the A site, which has arguably been Titan Esports Club's best site anyway, that remains to be seen if that's going to have an impact at all, and I'm almost certain it will.
Yeah, at the very least, the Viper's Pit over towards A means you can afford to have more players from your team on C, but either way, Lucas still over on that western side along with it, does get the Hunter's Fury kill onto Coconut, and a lot of damage dealt on towards Stu as well. So despite the purchase here from TEC not looking ideal, they've been able to get basically 1.5 kills in the opening of this round.
Enough. I mean, that's Coconut again. No Sova Dart to worry about, no Shock Darts either. There's a lot less utility that can clear out this Viper's Pit. Really, the only thing you can do now, Jay does have his face check, does have the dimensional drift, but if he somehow falls, if he somehow dies before going to explore this pit, I'm surprised, honestly, it hasn't already been popped. Instead, it's the blind side. There's only 12 seconds left. And Stu, why you are able to find it? Why you finds the third off of that information, Stu, with the information, with the overdrive coming through. The plant is down, Abo. Everything for you to stop us going into split. It will not be the case. Beautiful push from Stu and co, even through the Viper's Pit. Charlotte, the JDG curse continues.
Yep, we go to that third map, as is customary, as is standard for this team. But it did get close there, but they just seem to have the handle on this Haven map.
Do you know if they've all been reverse sweeps as well? I do not know that. Like, JDG have been doing 2-1s for this entire time, but do you know if it's always been the case they lose map 1? Because I'm starting to think that's the case, no?
Well, in their first match against TEC, they won map 1, lost map 2, and won map 3. So.
Got you, okay. Okay, I started to just really think that if you win
they
map 1
lost
against... They
lost the reverse sweep against BLG.
Okay.
It wasn't a reverse sweep loss against Trace, actually. It was Trace, JDG, Trace. So the pattern doesn't really work. It was a reverse sweep win against FPS. So 50% of the time. At that point, that's just an even chance to do either one, which just feels about right. Either way, we head into the map highlights here. Enough about our predictions of the future and trying to glean any sort of insight through superstition. Instead, we're just going to have to see on the server really what happens on Split. As for this Haven match, it was a very, very good one really from JDG. We sort of saw the promises that they made on Bind come to fruition of, you know, because they didn't play badly on map number 1, and we got to see them play very well here on map number 2. As for TEC, they had some big moments. This one from Lucas was a brilliant play, but it felt like just a bit more individual, just a bit more rare that we see these really brilliant moments coming through. And again, we've got to shout out Stu on this Neon. Despite how good of a job Lucas did at anchoring, as soon as that C weakness was identified, it ended up going the way of JDG, and we'll be able to hear them in the team comms.
没抢，没有。
对 break，
3中呀。They're put up left side. They're put up left side.
他们起烟了。
全包上啊，全包上。Neon ceiling。我拿了。Neon ceiling。对面 A to 1。OK， let's go。你要哪边退去？
好了吗？
我指标了。哎，对，闪光。在左边。我。对，飞机。飞机。看飞机。对。TV 8
取消了，左边。
在烟边。
我下包。
我黑。一地80，多把80，多把80，我黑2只，黑了，他80。Let's go！ go go go！ 怎么上3个呀，兄弟？
Excellent work from them. And there he is. You pointed him out, Charlotte, and who is surprised there? Stu doing an absolute phenomenal job, not just entering, but at least taking 1 down, nearly taking 2 down with him basically every time. A 1.9 KDA is an absolutely beautiful scoreline for your Neon to have.
Yeah, just did so well, and I think you can tell it's a closer map just because the MVP had a lower ACS, but even still, a 279 is nothing to be scoffed at, and very much all over the map, right? You can see it with these lethal zones. Like, he was just everywhere in the walls, as it were, to just take down TEC and take us to that third map of Split. And yeah, you can really see what the Neon is able to do with these MVP highlights, and this is why I was excited to see the Neon really on both sides as well, Medante.
That's regardless of what, like, maybe I mean, I know whenever she came out there were some issues with like her balance and everything, yes, of course, and some people are just a little bit like, it's a bit ridiculous to see someone sliding around like this in a kind of more tactical shooter, but you really cannot. The results speak for themselves. Yes, okay, it's good movement, but there are just solid mechanics to back it up. I try and go into Neon, I'm just shooting walls because I am not used to aiming like that. And you can see there, Lucas answering back onto Stu. It's very close, very tightly knit between the two of them. Dynamite not far behind, but we did give Lucas the kind of honorary MVP. Very, very happy to see that was the case.
Yeah, again, the anchoring job that Lucas was doing specifically for TEC was, I think, unparalleled. But again, they just didn't quite have the complete package, and that's really what it comes down to. You can see both teams did struggle a bit with their post plants, but I mean, 0 clutches, 0 thrifties. It was very much like, if you got yourselves into a good position, you were able to win the round. And JDG were just better at getting themselves into those good positions to begin with.
I mean, there's the reason why that's 11 plants. There's a reason why JDG only missed 1 round off the plant. They were getting themselves onto those spots, whether TEC were letting them or not. TEC's retakes were very solid, do not get us wrong, but if you're giving up that space, it can sometimes just be too much to retake it, especially with the utility coming through. And there's the man himself, 1 kill per round, straight up. It's a very flat number, just to say he was there every single time, and a lot of multi-kills coming through. Your initiator getting the 5 first bloods. I think only 1 of those was like from the shock dart, Charlotte. The rest of those, I think, were just clean, pure aim.
Yeah, although
one was 100 sure.
Yeah, although I will also say that the reason that TEC only got 11 was because they only played 11 attack rounds. So, yeah. They got again, it's a similar thing to what we saw on Bind, where they just the team that won was able to just get the spike planted every single time, and that's a real factor on being able to win these rounds.
Gives you all the control in the world. But ladies and gentlemen, as things get less controlled as we go on to probably the scrappiest and the wildest map here on this best of 3, the third and final, will be back on Split in just a moment after this. Don't go anywhere.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat.
I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. And if you've seen the fact that JDG were playing today and maybe thought, I can wait until the third map to join in and see what the action is, hey, your curse is right. Your read of the curse is correct. That's exactly how it's been. And Charlotte, if you don't mind, telling those beautiful people who should go back and watch the first two games, though, how we got to this point.
Yeah, so it was a 13-5 for TEC on Bind. A very, very close... no, not close. The opposite of close. I don't know what's going on. I just keep saying the opposite of what I actually want to say. A very, very much not close map. And that was JDG's map pick. We head into Haven and we think, okay, TEC, they won their opponent's map pick. They're going into their own map pick. And JDG are able to squeak out a win. It feels like 13-10, a lot closer of an affair, but they very much had the sort of upper hand the whole time. Now we head to Split, which we always know Split always delivers bangers. We know, like, this map, if it's a decider in a best of 3, it is going to be insane. So we head into this, and Abo has been put on the Neon. Goodness me, Medante. This is exciting. We know what he was able to do on Chamber on Bind. Now he's on the Neon? Like, what's going on? What?
He was also
What's
like
happening?
This is the thing. So he was on Chamber Unbind, which is the Sentinel. A lot of people are just he's duelist. Let's just face it. But the fact that then he was moved on to Killjoy for Haven, it was like, okay, we're really leaning more towards the Sentinel. Then all of a sudden we are going for Avo there on the Neon. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Dynamite actually taken off of the Neon and swapped to the Yoru there. So a little bit of an adaptation here. Titan understanding that, and all love to Dynamite. There was a couple times where Dynamite was entering in Haven, and it did feel he was either just alone or the utility wasn't quite there. So this could easily be a volunteer switch off from Dynamite, just to say that not playing at the pace I would really like. Abo, you jump on, show us what you can do, and then I'll play a more supportive Yoru. Yoru can be incredibly aggressive, but since the nerfs with, like, he can't flash out of the Dimensional Drift anymore, he has actually relegated to more almost off duelist to support that Neon.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this very much feels like Bind in the comps that we're seeing, right? Like, yes. we've got Stu on the Raze, we got the Yoru coming in from Jay, but then we've had Jay on Yoru the whole time. But you know, it very much does feel like that sort of thing, especially with this this double controller look as well. But I'm very, very excited to jump into Split and see the banger that is foretold with the prophecy. Split always gives us bangers. TEC starting out on the attacking side yet again here. What are they able to do with it?
That is a wait and see. Another big thing as well, very quickly, just before the pistol... Oh, no, okay, just before the pistol round inevitably goes explosive. Interesting to just finally see a Fade versus Fade. Usually it's kind of a decision between Fade and Sky, and, well, there's already one less Fade on the server. Jay gets the kill, gets out, but a lot of damage done onto Coconut there. It's not quite a kill, so can obviously still shoot back. The Prowler as well coming through to clear out screens. Doesn't get the corner. Yoru Clone as well is waiting out. Oh, the right click from Abo is like a frame too early.
Betrayed there by the classic Dynamite, though, fighting back in. Didn't really need the headshot there on the 5 HP Coconut. The headshot onto Jay and Stu, though, much more helpful. The gate crash in towards it, but spotted out by YU anyway, clearing that position. Jakuro as well. Howdong, the IGL, needs to find the 1 versus 2 in his classic. Just does not quite land the shots. As the bullets go wide, JDG get the opener.
Looking so clean from Dynamite as well. Looking so good. Those initial frags, very nice. But you are right, JDG just managing to hold firm. The battle's just going very back and forth there. We thought we were going to maybe have a look at the replays. We're not even going to get to see it just for the pistol round. A pretty commanding start for JDG. And these pistol rounds, if I'm right in saying, at least fairly back and forth. It hasn't been a foregone conclusion for one side necessarily. But JDG certainly happy that they walk away with theirs.
我来找你了，萨宾娜。
YU looking like he might receive the brunt of the pressure here in mid. And oh, there's a paranoia too. Stu, though, not blinded up, not near-sighted! And with the judge, finds the triple. Completely shuts down that attack and runs in for more. Looking to try and claim them all. Instead, Lucas very much gone the other way in towards Heaven. Coconut deals with him. It's just Howdong in mid. The IGL left alone yet again.
It's nice to have your controller as last alive, but a very tall order. It's a good shot, but Stu was already pretty low. The headshot just for good measure. But Howdong still a lot to do, and Yui actually did manage to save the judge, which now is going to be reintroduced to Howdong there. And split, I've talked about it time and time again. Charlotte, you've brought it up as well. We've mentioned that it is so attacker-sided, like in a large-scale statistic. But VCT China has never cared about the stats. They are always the outlier. They love to do their own thing. And that's exactly what has just happened here. Titan Esports, a beautiful execute onto Heaven, but a more gorgeous hold from JDG puts them up on the second round. A flawless as well. No spike planted. Means this economy buy is rough for TEC. This needs converted.
Yeah. But we've seen JDG do pretty well on winning the bonus round so far in this series. I think every time they've won the pistol, they've won the bonus, in fact. So that's another thing that TEC need to be concerned about.
And a peek this out here, playing the patience. That little gap in the smoke. Big Hero going off of that for this paranoia. The jump peaks there. Very important. As the rotate's actually coming through here. 3 members of JDG all kind of leaning towards that B side. There is that control of Heaven from YU. So it's not necessarily just that. And then the little intersection between the Viper walls here, Charlotte. That little hallway, if you stop in between both of those Viper walls, you will be melted. If you decide to go for this push, the Raze Boombot and the Prowlers down at the exact same time. Abo pushing in, trying to create all the space. Does get spotted by the Haunt, and that is enough for G and Coconut to take down Coco and Abo respectively, and there's still 3 members of TEC not even through that hallway.
Dynamite's on 11 HP as well, and this bonus round looks like it might be going the way of JDG yet again as TEC just sit back and save. 3-0 on the board for the second map in a row. He's just going to see what damage he can take away. Howdong, at the very least, I was going to say stays alive, but goes in yet for more fights and will go down. Like a bit of an overheat there in the end of the round as another rifle pulls away out of the hands of TEC and into the hands of JDG, who now don't need to invest on upgrades.
I mean, again, it's really important who is getting these frags. Like, the From the Shadows is solid, sure. Again, weakest ultimate in my opinion. A bit of an early time out here, though, this time. Titan Esports,
honestly.
I agree with it. The only reason I point out is just We did see it took a while in Haven.
Haven, yeah.
Yeah,
That's true. It was what, 19 rounds or something until we saw it?
Yeah, something wild, and it was like 4 rounds in a row before like the comeback even started. I think it was 4 rounds for JDG. Trace didn't even call the comeback or the timeout. Got 4 rounds in the comeback, and then we've seen just the back and forth a lot. So Titans understanding that you don't need to live up to the pattern. You don't need to respect just because it happened on Haven. You need to do it on Split. 2 separate maps, 2 very different environments. So I'm with you, Charlotte, on that. Very much agreed. Just cool to see the change in attitudes and how adaptable Titan Esports are.
Yeah, indeed. After clearly not a fan of these first 3 rounds. Heading into this one, Stu has a judge again. We saw on Haven the damage that can do. It feels like JDG have warmed up into this one now. Very much a better performance than on Bind.
Everything comes down to this initial engagement, Bucky versus Judge. And Dynamite just trying to go for the taps there, cause a little bit of distraction. Not gonna bite. JDG, in fact, just gonna reposition off of that smoke dissipating, and it's really nice to see. I honestly believe that, just kind of reflect on that timeout just for a little bit longer, Charlotte. I want to say it was because of the fact that we've seen some people pushing through the smoke against Titan from JDG just to get those frags, or vice versa, sorry. Yeah, you know what I mean, but just to get those frags that maybe would have been the calm to say, okay, we need to make sure we can play a little bit calmer. And with Coco down, Coco Nut as well, able to find one. This hold from JDG, it's very much an on-site hold. It means Heaven has been given up, and this mid control from Dynamite could be the difference maker here for the rotate, because right now, JDG still hold firm on that B site as well.
Yeah, Stu here as well. Looking towards Heaven with the judge. Just waiting to see if TEC decide to head towards screens. Instead, Dynamite sent in towards elbow. He gets cut down. It's a brilliant blindside from Jay. And it's a flawlessly taken 4th round for JDG.
Timeout into flawless by your opposition is a scary prospect here, ladies and gentlemen. And it is down to how aggressive your attacks can be. Can you just overwhelm your opposition? And to Titan's credit, it's not as if they aren't doing that. I mean, we've seen the paranoia into the gate crash combination there to try and get control of elbow from Dynamite and Haldong. It just got countered by Jay, and 5-1 really just going to show he's holding his ground. And the way JDG are winning these rounds, I mean, it's not just, you know, post-plant diffuses. It's not just that. I mean, we've seen one that was just a timeout, 2 that have been diffuses, and then 1 that was just good old-fashioned deathmatch. JDG are not playing the exact same round each way, and Titans right now trying their best to adapt, and I believe we will see it, but they need to do it soon.
Paranoia there, just a bit too low to actually deal the damage. Stu has this showstopper and sends it towards Dynamite's feet. Opens up the round. Clone shot out, dealt with Abo. Good for 1, but still the trades go in JDG's favor. The spike gets planted now.
All up to Haldong here on this lurk here. Still 4 players alive for JDG. As you said, 4 versus 3 on the retake here. This angle is so pivotal. Abo could lose everything here. It's a good crossfire into the smoke, but JDG have actually just realigned. They've repurposed themselves. Jake Judo, though, does fall. That's a big opener. Lucas finds YU, so the timing is great. Elbow is controlled. Coconut needs to stand fast and firm, and it's not planted for Haldong. It's not at all. He will, and he will have time. He will just barely have time. A heartbreak and a stand up to meet the applause of the crowd. You can hear how shocked they were as well. Haldong just barely not able to stop the defuse.
Yeah, if you've got the majority of your players holding from main, you've got to have the spike actually planted for them. It's a bit of a blunder, really. You can see how much it's frustrating to the TEC coaching staff there. It's a blunder from TEC, plain and simple, that means that now they find themselves with another save round. Jay immediately taking down Dynamite, and Coco will fall too. That's both of your sheriffs now gone, but either way, a 5 versus 3 against yourselves. Like, it's just, it feels unwinnable yet again.
These rounds are being decided so early on, it feels, Charlotte. It really is down to those like initial first 10 seconds. It feels like you can basically already decide the way the round is going, unless Titan Esports, they've been put in a position where the clutch is necessary every single time, and that's a big shift from Haven and Bind. It felt a lot more kind of poke and prod and just getting the information out there. This time though, JDG warmed up, as you said, a dark horse where very much we could be seeing just a great example of why the 2-1 curse exists. Game 1 is always just to warm themselves up. Game 2, they start to feel themselves, and then Game 3 is when they really come into their own. Beautiful trigger discipline from Coconut there to find 2. Keeps control of Heaven, and Stu just with the cleanup in the end. This is a masterclass of JDG, and honestly, a heartbreaking show so far if you're TEC.
They've still not really found any success. Yeah, Coconut just able to isolate those 2 fights, and he doesn't have any utility to set him up for that. He just finds 2 kills against players with rifles. Everything is falling apart for TEC, and it's no surprise that we see After and 3water calling another timeout. We've had 6 rounds, and they've used both of their timeouts, and I don't blame them. That's the worst part about this. I can't even criticize them for that, because TEC have looked absolutely out of this.
They really have been just out. And again, it's kind of similar to Bind, where okay, the plant, not for Haodong, not on main. Big mistake, big blunder. JDG had one similar one back in Haven. It did cost them the round, obviously not the set. It seems like both of these teams so far have had one major mistake, but Titans was at the cusp of either do or die. Titans was at the point where this was either make or break, and unfortunately, they do look broken. Not in terms of economy, thankfully for them, but in everything else here. Just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, it took 18 rounds for the first time out to come out on Haven. It is now 6 rounds for Titan Esports to use both.
Yeah, and that's really indicative of the problems. Coco goes down again, 0-7. A death every time, and the teleport into spawn from Haodong dealt with. Abo sliding in, also dealt with. Dynamite at the very least finds a double to bring things back into favor. Has Dimensional Drift, and oh, sorry, no, that's Jay's Dimensional Drift to get the information. Lucas, though, does get 1, so 2 versus 2. A lot of information, though, and that's the spike in main.
Oh,
it doesn't matter what information Dynamite gathered on the site. The spike hasn't made its way to the site, and now he's got to try and retrieve it, fighting into a crossfire. And yet again, it's massive mistakes from TEC that cost them the crucial rounds.
Oh no, Charlotte. Oh dear. We have to, of course, just say, but when you are doing, and Haodong, that's a from the shadows into the opposition spawn, that is very much whenever it can work out, but it's very much a Hail Mary play, okay? Usually you're separating yourself. There's no more timeouts left as well, so regardless of what the coaches have to say to Titan, they are on their own now, and you can see the desperation coming through. An excellent use of the Dimensional Drift for that information from Jay, and as soon as YU got that frag, got the kill onto the opposition, onto Coco, and the spike falls, yeah, we're seeing the mistakes come through in the opposition. Dimensional Drift, but a team relay bolt stun. I want to say Dynamite comes out and then gets tagged by Abo's stun. Oh, Titan Esports. Oh, it's not just the hinges that are loose. This entire train is going off the rails.
And then sliding in with the Bucket, can't even land a single hit.
Oh no. I want to say that was due to I hope we get to see that in the replay. I'm 99% certain that is because of Abo's own stun, that Dynamite just gets caught out there, and that is it. I mean, TEC have managed to find 2 in that kind of scramble, but there's still a lot more that needs to be done, and Coco's positioning has been found. It means that the trades can just come back and forth. JDG are consistently set up to play these excellent crossfires, and not only are Titan Esports making mistakes now, it does feel like JDG are playing the tightest and most compact Valorant out of these 3 maps.
We need to see a 1v2 coming in here from Haodong. The player left in this clutch position so many times, but he just doesn't have the information. And instead of setting himself up for the post plant, instead went hunting in towards heaven. And this means that JDG can get in a perfect position to retake. He's been flashed out. He's been tagged up by the Nightfall Horde being sent in as well.
Oh.
There's the first kill. Jay falls. But does he know about Coconut? He absolutely has no idea. Plenty of time for the defuse. He could go for a package holiday and come back in time. 8-0, still no signs of life coming in from TEC.
No, not really. And yes, that was a team relay bolt stun into a miss Bucky shot from Abo, sorry. We were saying that we were very surprised on the Neon, and he was doing phenomenal on Chamber, but they are 2 incredibly different agents, Charlotte, and I feel like right now we're really seeing that indicated. The overdrive online, the Viper's Pit as well, so Titan Esports can do something to get themselves on site and then keep that control. But if JDG, their retakes have been so phenomenal. If they let Titan Esports onto the site, it's almost just by design. It's just to make the play they want to execute a little bit easier.
Yeah, at that point, literally, who cares? Right? Like, oh, you got the plant? Oh, well, we're just going to kill you all anyway. Oh, you have 300 extra credits? Well, we'll just win the next round and you won't have any money. You're going to have to save again. Like, it doesn't matter what TEC are doing in these rounds. As again, the opening kill comes away. At the very least, they've got themselves Heaven control on B. The paranoia comes through, but Shay again... 2 kills to open up this round. A player that was struggling massively on Bind has stepped into the fold, into the forefront. On this map, Haodong's been caught inside of A again. And Dynamite's 1 versus 5. Literally, what can you do about that?
I mean, even JDG are even just out lurking on a different level right now. I mean, that shouldn't have been Coconut's kill. Haodong very much aware of what could happen, and still cannot get the frag. Even that nice little swing from Dynamite, he jiggle peeks it, able to get 1, sure, but then the refrags are there. The high and low is played. I feel like I'm overusing the word perfection, but when you're 9-0 now, perfection is exactly what that is. Jay's use of the blind side, very clean. That lurk from Coconut, insane. And there's no timeouts left. I mean, typically, yeah. I think we would have expected Charlotte maybe just out of instinct that we would have cut to a timeout there. But we can't.
Thinking the same thing.
Yeah, were you? Yeah. Like, it felt like you're like, okay, yeah, the timeout needs to happen. They're both gone. There's nothing left. JDG have used all of Titan Esports' resources, and there's still 3 rounds of the half.
Yeah, and look at this one. 4 Sheriffs and a Stinger. The fast line gets sent through in towards B, but then there's nothing to pack it up. A deep smoke sent by Jakuro. Bit of a one-way on the angle too, and well, that's your utility now gone for Abo. That fast lane no longer able to be used. Toxic screen is over towards A as well, and they're just playing so scared right now. Like, again, you send in that fast lane, and then there's nothing to back it up. The space is immediately re-cleared and retaken by JDG. Like, it literally doesn't matter. That utility is wasted. And yeah, sure, here comes the ultimate, but it's just completely taken away immediately. Dynamite, a good shot there with the Sheriff, but YU finds 3, make it 4. To completely shut down that execute. I mean, it was a whimper that they went onto the site with, but regardless, YU shuts it down.
They're getting their head onto the site, but across those arches, across that initial gap is a 6 foot long blade that is just dropped onto the heads of TEC anytime they try and get anywhere. I really do have to point out, I feel like there is necessarily not awful plays from Titan Esports. We've seen a couple of like massive blunders, which we have highlighted and discussed. Overall, they still feel like they're playing okay, and I'm giving them a lot of credit because I really want to see a little bit more from them. But JDG, and now we've got a very fast operator, but she misses. Jay finally misses, doesn't get that opening frag, donates the operator as well to the opposition if someone wants to go for it. The C's and the satchels, or the C's and the paint shells, sorry, don't find anything. But Titan Esports, this has been your one chance. Do not squander it.
This is the best position that we've seen so far. Jikuro also baited out by the fake out there. Gets cut down on his retreat towards vent. Okay, TEC actually showing a bit of a fight now, as it's just you left 1v5. Coco, he's watching for this position.
Okay.
Flawless round. Fair enough. And there's no 13-0, which is what I started to worry about. It does feel like a very small consolation. I can't help but feel that the map might already be slightly over. Which I know you're not supposed to call it too early. Don't count your chickens before they've hatched.
Let's go!
It is, however, a 10-1 start.
Look, technically defender-sided map. Who knows? Who knows?
True.
You know, there's a lot left to do, but yeah, I'm not confident either with you, Charlotte. And what it has came down to, though, we did see the one map that didn't, or the one round that didn't go the way, was the fact that Jay didn't get that opening frag. He fell first. This time, though, JDG immediately answering back, gets the information, plays off the showstopper, gets that execute onto Coco. The Viper's pit is gone, by the way. This entire half spent built up to that ultimate, and it's gone. All of that effort wasted from Coco.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Haldong, though, answering back. Lurk up mid, finds results. At the very least, though, for TEC, they are probably still going to have to end A because of that Viper's pit from YU towards B. That one lurk kill from Haldong has drawn 2 players over to B. It's just Coconut over here, and well, now Stu and Jay immediately running back in. Coconut's on 16 health, down to 1 thanks to the decay. He's gonna be in a lot of trouble as the players flood on in. TEC still starting to find success. Haldong, a little bit delayed with the second shorty shot there, but it just doesn't matter. All of the kills going their way, and TEC might just be about to get 2 on the board.
I'm going to say the word unless, and it's copium, it's ridiculous, but unless YU could do something there. Unless YU can do this, he has to deal with so much, though. Lucas not actually even playing off of that main because of the Viper wall. Was originally going to go up to heaven, realized maybe doesn't have enough time. That's one. The pre-aim comes through, but looks away just at the wrong time, and Lucas is able to find him there. Excellent use, and it's something I talk about, I always ask for, and I finally got to see it. It worked out as well. Nightfall plus the From the Shadows to get you onto the site without anyone noticing you were there. Now, the kind of position of mind, you can see Coconut there even 180ing because he had a feeling it was coming through, but at that point, someone else is looking at you as well. You're dying either way. And a 10-2 half. Honestly, just for the fact that Titan got that round, we'll say it's a 2-10 half. Put them on top, because currently right now they are so below.
I don't know how to feel about that first half. I'm going to be honest with you, Medante. I think for a lot of people watching, myself included, it was a little bit frustrating to watch TEC flounder. But they've found some stability. They've given themselves a platform, a springboard, potentially. If they can get the pistol, they keep putting rounds in a row. And maybe, just maybe, there's a chance out of this one. It's a slim chance, but there could be a road towards the light, towards the lower bracket round 3. But JDG, right now, are 8 steps closer.
And that's, I mean, that's a light, of course, but it's a light with a looming shadow as well, Charlotte. I remember you pointing out, don't think it was with myself, but, you know, just because, yes, you win this, you have to basically be playing back-to-back Valorant, like, for the next week and a half, essentially. That potential burnout can come through, especially, again, if JDG cannot break this curse, and they're consistently playing, like, 3 to 6 maps every time they're doing 1 best of 3 or 2 best of 3s. That will eventually get to you. Eventually, tiredness will show, no matter how much of an endurance-fueled athlete you are. That will get to you. So JDG, I think, really want to close this out fast. Yes, it was map 3, but considering map 1 wasn't really that close, Haven was the only one you'd say it was. JDG might still be able just to take this momentum. If the pistol goes their way, if Titan can do it, well, it's only 7 rounds.
Indeed, and likely only 6 rounds as well. Due to the follow-up there, Abo gets the better of Stu. We've not really seen him perform too much in this half. It's something we can say really for all of TEC. Hao Dong has been one of the better performers for this TEC side, and he finds a double in mid. 2v3 now for JDG to try and fight back. At the very least, Hao Dong's on 21 health.
Oh, we've seen this. We've literally seen this on Bind. It's the double flank. It's the double flank, and not realizing that maybe things haven't been cleared. Love the slow walk, though, from Coconut. Has the feeling, has the reaction, too, and manages to get that damage onto Hao Dong. Had Hao Dong had a little bit more HP, could have been a different story here, but with this map, with this plant control, the orb being ignored by Coconut, honestly, an interesting decision. I mean, I get it delays the spike plant a little bit longer, and you don't have all the map control in the world, but those ult points for Nightfall, especially with these sites being as small as they are, could have been a pivotal moment here, and the information does need to come through. Coconut on this corner. It's G and him basically playing 1-for-1. The crossfire is now alive. She shoots it off, does give Coconut the space, and no one's looking. He flicks too early, believing in that other push from CT, and now 1 versus 1.
Dynamite sending his way forwards. Jay, Yoru versus Yoru. Goes for the reload in of it, and a jump peek that Dynamite's able to take down. TEC do get the pistol. As the defuse comes on in. I mean, goodness me, it was close. I have to say, Medante, I do understand the planting the spike there and ignoring the orb. You don't know how far away those TEC players are, and
yes,
to be honest, I would also have expected them to be closer to the site than they were. So it does make sense in the end of things, though. TEC do win the round, and now set themselves up with a bye to potentially get a 4th. And I do like this from JDG, not going for a Stinger Force or anything, you know, not doing anything too risky, just we play this half out as we should. It's not in the danger zone just yet.
Yep. Okay. It's not in the danger zone just yet, and thankfully you didn't buy up because Dynamite's doing some solid damage. He doesn't even need to see. 66% of that kill feed wasn't even visible to the players who added to it. So very nice hold from the members of TEC, and I think it's just down to the reason I mentioned the ult orb is I think just you play this long game, JDG have the time to work with, so get the ultimates online like Nightfall and such, but you are right, without that additional knowledge, it's absolutely the right call just to go through and get the plant down, and TEC able to convert off of that as well, only losing 1 player to a nice sheriff shot. Still a lot more to do, but 7 becomes 6, becomes 5, becomes 4, and it happens a lot quicker than I think a lot of people give it credit for.
That's true, but at the very least, JDG now, I mean, if you look at the buy, you go, okay, JDG should be able to win this one out. Obviously, that's what we thought about round 3 in the first half, and it's just 2 quick opening kills to completely shut out the round. TEC opting for the save in that one.
Well, this judge is here. They know this lurk from Abo is here, ready and waiting. That's, I believe, why we're not seeing a decent presence up towards the top of ramp just yet. If Coconut gets this ult orb here, perfect stuff, actually, yeah. Means there's 1 point away from Nightfall. So either getting that spike down or just a frag is going to be absolutely pivotal. It means we can't entry with it had we went for that ult orb earlier, but of course, that's hindsight 2020. Cannot be focusing on that too much. Dynamite finding the wall bang onto Stu through the box. Abu finding a decent chunk of damage being done onto him. Meanwhile, onto mid. JKuro and Co are able to pick up that frag on the Coco, but Abu's not cleared. They just jump into the jaws of the shark, and he is hungry.
Oh, it's such a disaster at the very least for JDG. They're able to get themselves some A-site control. Nightfall sent out as well to try and get some information towards spawn, I think. Nothing doing there. 3 versus 2 retake for TEC to try and complete. They should find themselves favored. Upgrades also being gathered here, and Coconut, this dark cover, is proving so difficult for him. He's now gets double swung by these players. Dynamite and Howdong combine, get TEC that 5th, and honestly, I'd mirror the first half here if I'm JDG and take a timeout after the 3rd round of it.
Yep, 100%. That's good shooting from Dynamite, that really is. And this, though, was just overzealousness. That had not been cleared. You knew Abo was around there. You knew the judge was around there. And jumping into vents, staring at that gun. That's another mistake from JDG. It's a pivotal one. That could have been 2 players staring down that neon, and that round goes very differently. But Titan Esports, they get a lifeline here. And this is, we're starting to, I think, see this, the developments of a best of 3. The fundamentals just start to break down a tiny bit. Still, of course, phenomenal stuff from them as a whole. It's an excellent push from Titan here. Stu trying to dance around as much as he can. But Titan Esports just take 3G. A consolation kill, if even, has to do a lot more. This Guardian has done work, but I have my doubts.
Yeah. I mean, the Guardian's not in the hands of Coconut for one. That's my that's my biggest concern. No, in all seriousness, yeah, 2 versus 4, Sheriff and Guardian. Not really looking at too much here, and again, they're just kind of chasing ghosts at the minute. At the very least, an upgrade in hands for YU. The 2 players have been performing well as well, so definitely can't count them out. But B main is no longer where they wish to be going from. Heading through Ramen. And met with the Outlaw.
Yeah, this Outlaw is hungry. And Dynamite's found it. 4 rounds back to back here. You really, JDG, need to understand where this is going wrong. And if the coaches can help them do that, absolutely call the timeout. Because this is... Again, like, 8 rounds is big, but, like, we've essentially now went from a, 2-10 half to a 4-8 half. And that difference alone, you know, 4-8 is a lot more reasonable sounding than 2-10. And if that mindset is something that TEC can really hold on to, they might be able to push this further, Charlotte. And the timeout here being called as you predicted, JDG have a lot to discuss.
Yeah, rightfully so, I think, as well. Where... Now... 6 in a row from TEC. That momentum... That momentum is there. That momentum is very much real. And they do need to be concerned of that, so... JDG having a chat with Coach Bile, who we know is a very experienced coach. We know what he can do.
You know,
Can he bring JDG back from the brink?
He needs to. And now Dynamite has pulled out the operator. The question that needs answered every single time. Jay only pulled it out actually like right at the end of JDG's half, and arguably that was what started spelling their demise. Jay was just much more comfortable getting those opening frags with any other gun. The operators actually started to do JDG less and less favors. We'll see if that's the same for TEC. Bebo here just rotates across the gate crash as well as on towards that backside. There's essentially 3 people on A and 3 people on B. The power of Yoru really is just on display here, ladies and gentlemen. The first gate crash times out. The second one not going to be as far, but it does make that rotate quick if need be. And the timer here very much being worked with by JDG, not the initial kind of team we were seeing here, starting to put a lot of respect towards Titan Esports' name, and sometimes respect alone is what starts losing you that edge.
Yeah, indeed. As JDG, though, wishing to group up and fight punchy together. All 5 players here towards A. Relay bolt sent through, but the flashes and stuns making their way in. It's a trade out, 1 for 1, and make it 2 for 2 as well. Lucas on the site, but Jakuro shuts him down. Into an advantage for JDG, with the spike going down as well. Potentially an opportunity to stop the rot, to get themselves back to winning ways. And get their first attacking round on the board here on Split. It's Dynamite and Haodong to try and deny that possibility.
Operator is a factor here. Jakuro doesn't swing fantastically. It's suddenly a lot more even. A retake with an operator is a hard thing to do, though. You need that gun. YU able to find it. And now the double stack here, Coconut and YU. They know the operator should still be online unless the gun has been stolen. And Coconut just playing off of that engagement here. It took a while. And it's still maybe going to take some more time. But for the moment, JDG finally, they don't stop the bleeding. They reattach a limb.
I'm just glad that we've seen a good round, because they've been honestly few and far between here on Split. But this one was a solid round, honestly, from both teams. It's a bit rough that Dynamite is the last one live with that operator. And he chooses to reinvest into it here for TEC. 6,000 credits spent in this round. Just for that Yoru, but works out. The opening kill onto Coconut, the jump spot punished. TEC have the advantage. A man to the good.
Coconut as well, that's one big factor. One off the Nightfall. Could have just been playing around the old orbs. But instead, now there's no Nightfall to push off of. JDG haven't necessarily needed it. Like, there's no noise has been made on the ropes, but you can kind of see from the positioning here that mid has been called out, has been given away from control. The Viper wall goes up, 2 people on the ropes. It means Abo can only find 1, but that operator is still finding its value on one site, then the other. Lucas forced to fall down onto the site. Dynamite, it just finds Jay as well with the operator. No concerns. No worries there. A wide swing not going to save you. Lucas with the flank. All he's going to do is watch Dynamite take off Jakuro's head. And we're seeing the first blood conversions here, Charlotte. I'm really interested to see, because I'm fairly certain they are going near 100%. I mean, it was Jay getting the first bloods on so many of those initial rounds, and now it's Dynamite doing the same.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, nice shot on the last one there. You can hear the crowd certainly appreciated that one, and JDG call another timeout. Now this one does seem a little bit early, I would say. It's only been a couple rounds since they used their last one. And well, we saw how much that didn't help TEC in the first half.
I mean, losing out on them, but Maybe Titan understanding that just we can burn these timeouts so early because we're going to force JDG to burn theirs. It's a bit of an optimistic outlook, but with the way Split particularly has been going for VCT China, has been going for these teams in the past, I'm not honestly too unhappy about it. It seemed like a very overzealous kind of call in the moment, but the way this map has fleshed out, maybe it is just confirmation bias. Maybe I'm just saying because it's getting a bit closer, you know, it was the right call. But so far, at least, Titan Esports, they're looking a bit more comfortable into this, and JDG just need to be able to answer back. They've got the work to be able to do it. This is going to be their save, but they will have everything to work with going into the next round.
Yeah, they absolutely will. But you never know. Maybe we see a thrifty round in the mix.
There's so many ultimates on this board right now. Basically,
yeah, both sides.
It's a good entry. How Dong takes down Stu, the information being granted, but the site, at least controlled by JDG, can they keep it with this low buy?
Yeah, that is the question. They don't really have any control of anywhere they can actually plant, though. It's just a sort of entry area, and TEC are fighting back into it. Sliding in, Abo gets the spot and gets the shorty. Flawlessly taken there by TEC, and they get just one round closer. I think it's now just a deficit of 3 that they find themselves with.
I want to, as well, just before we have a look, I think your call on the early timeout, I think is correct. I really believe at this point now you've got to remember that that was not only JDG's kind of lower buy anyway. They are now working with 5 ultimates, and they don't have the coach to kind of talk them through what the strats would be. It's all down to the IGL to make those decisions. It's all down to Haodong and Haodong and Coconut to make this work here, and we're starting to see them come through. Showstopper and Dimensional Drift G with the shorty to find Avo, but Coco just with the gunplay able to make it work, and YU having to just watch his team get the frags themselves. The Showstopper doesn't find the value. Dynamite gets themselves nothing just at the moment. Now has to retake with the Operator. 2 versus 2 Viper's Pit online. Surely we see the gun swap out to a more decisive gun to be made here. Yes, the Phantom comes online, the Nightfall falls through, and the Dimensional Drift. Everything is being used for this round. No one wants to make it either OT or slightly less, but YU manages to pick up the kill onto Dynamite. This could be the beginning of the end, Charlotte.
It absolutely could. There's a kill for Lucas, though, as the Pit falls, does not have the information where Stu is playing, looking the complete wrong way. And Stu knows he doesn't need to reveal his hand. Lucas just sticking the spike. Completely clueless as to where Stu was playing from. And that's now series point in the hands of the attacking side, JDG. I just want to say here that with that Nightfall coming in, Dynamite in the Dimensional Drift you think would be able to get it done, but YU just operating on pure reaction times there. Honestly saves the round for JDG. And still a couple ults to throw into this one, 2 on each side.
The duo ultimate Nightfall into From the Shadows, to be honest. Would love to see it come through. Nightfall's there. Do we see the From the Shadows? It looks like just the smoke's coming down right now. And here it is. Yes, it is. And Haodong looked at it, but just had to look back to deal with Stu. And it wasn't enough. YU follows him up. Is this us? Can it be the end? Can JDG finally hold their ground? Or can Titan Esports do a hell of a retake? They've done this before.
Yeah, gonna have to do it again. 3v5. Still an operator on side for Dynamite too. Starts to just become so difficult to fight back into this. Now joining up with Lucas. He gets cut down. It's just everyone falling. A flawless final round for JDG. As they do close out the game. It was a rough start, but they steady things in the end. And I mean, that's talking series wide. It was an incredible start here on Split, but they gave TEC some hope just to cruelly rip it away from them again. And Titan Esports Club find themselves eliminated from the lower bracket here.
That means eliminated from stage 1 as a whole. Unfortunate for them. Or for kickoff. So, yes, not stage 1. The
preemptively eliminated. That would be so cruel.
Look, if someone can like clip this and just send it to me in like 2 months when we're properly through stage 1, and then just be like, Dante is actually cheating with the crystal ball, I'll just find that funny. But yes, of course. Playoffs, sorry. Thank you for correcting me, Charlotte. And yeah, JDG managed to stay themselves alive. However, you mentioned that light at the end of the tunnel. It's not necessarily the most bright light. There's a lot of other teams shadowing, looming over that exit. There's a lot more for JDG to do. It's a good start for them, but this is by no means the end for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've got to consider that the opponent that they play next as well is either going to be EDG or Billy, depending on who loses the match that's coming up later.
Yeah.
And by no means, neither of those teams are going to be an easy game for JDG. They're going to have to fight incredibly hard to be able to find a win there and keep going. And it is. You have today. If you keep winning, you have today, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday all in a row before finally getting a 1-day break. And then the lower bracket final on Monday. Like, it is a brutal schedule for the teams that are down here in the lower bracket. But all that to come, we'll send it down to Bedos for the translation on the interview.
欢迎 Stu， 也恭喜你们获得了本场比赛的胜利。那第一张地图远攻重镇，其实对方的变阵和上伯乐的选择，可能还是给到你们一定压力的了。那你觉得第一张地图的问题主要出现在哪里呢？
저희 바인드 상대팀.
What do you think was the problem on map 1?
상대팀 바인드 조합으로 인해 저희한테 압박감을 많이 주셨는데 저희 팀의 문제점에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 첫 판이라서 좀 애들도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 좀 집중을 못한 점도 조금은 있었고, 그리고 이제 상대가 컨택 게임을 하는데 이제 그거에 대해서 좀 저희가 문제점 해결 방법을 찾지 못했나 싶습니다.
首先第一张图我们队友的状态不是很好，然后其次就是针对对面的打法，我们没有做好一个针对性的措施。
是的，可能一开始还是会存在有一些慢热的状态。
And he says that the first thing was that they didn't play very well. They weren't really shooting. And second of all, they didn't really anti-strat the other team very well.
对于他们来说，哪些方面最需要去调整和进行一些提高的呢？
저 인터뷰 때 저희 팀의
And what areas of the team do you think you still have to improve on, or maybe you have to get up to speed with?
하기 힘들다고 얘기하셨는데 이 점에 대해서 저희는 어떤 조율이 필요하다고 생각하시나요?
일단 감독님이 말씀하시는 부분에 대해서 좀 더 명확히 기억도 하고 또 잘 지키려고 노력을 하다 보면은 또 좋은 결과가 있지 않을까 싶습니다.
就是教练讲的东西，我们要认真去遵循吧，然后去好好执行的话，感觉会打得非常好。
是的，做好教练的准备和执行。那今天也是让你。
And he says that it's mainly that we have to execute what the coach says, tells us a bit better.
是伴随着很大压力的，因为在你们面前的只有一条路，就是一路赢下去。对于后续的比赛还有信心吗？
And what's your confidence like for the future matches? Because we know that you're in the lower bracket now, so things are very tough, and you need quite a lot of resilience.
일단 나머지 경기에 대해서는 뭐 저희가 이길지 질지는 모르겠지만 그래도 끝까지 진짜 죽을 힘을 다해 최선을 다하면 좋은 결과 있지 않을까 싶습니다.
剩下的比赛不知道我们还能不能赢下去，但是我们会竭尽全力打下去的。
相信你们全力以赴。再次感谢所有选手接受我们的采访。
Yeah, and he says that he's not sure that he will continue winning the further matches, but he will try his best anyway. And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, JDG's curse continues potentially onto the lower bracket. And a big shout out, thank you, Bedos, for the interview. Phenomenal stuff as always. Charlotte, you seem concerned. It will probably be the most polite way of putting it.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by this performance from JDG, I'm going to be honest. Even with the great start that they had on... even with the great start that they had on map number 3, it was... I feel like it was also a lot of mistakes from TEC coming into that.
Yeah.
And Bind was also a very worrying display. Like, and how far they let TEC come back into this game when really they should have just had it locked down. Like, there's a lot of worrying signs for JDG, especially as they will come against better and better teams. Like, no offense to TEC, but EDG and Billy are definitely, I think, maybe have a bit of a tier gap onto TEC, and that is very, very concerning here. JDG, though, they did win this map, and that is the important thing. They didn't let it completely slip away from them. After this 10-0 start, they were able to get across the line, and we'll be able to hear how in the team comms that come up very shortly.
Well, that flick. I hope we get that. I hope we get that round just to hear what that flick. Look at that reaction just to show it off. But here we go. Yeah, the moment that JDG finally started to hold their ground here, and we're gonna hear the kind of stress maybe start to get to them, exactly as you said, Charlotte. Just in a moment about these. The team comms coming a little bit later potentially. Just go, there they are. Wonderful.
BY 没有 ，BY 没有 ，BY 没有，小鸡中。
过来了。我猜。
Viper 可能末中。
完 A，打了。被爆点一个，突 A，
可能没摸了。
没有人摸，全在。我
留在
下包了。我们得去铁板，对板，有个 A 板。
我跟 Stu 走 CT 啊。
我们紧张会放可以吧，兄弟，紧张。
喂，
You guys go heaven and
起墙，
過嚟。
我丟個
我給喂 ，no ban。
喂 A。
Can you prowler? Okay.
No prowler. I just recon. Okay.
來準備你看前面。
進去了。
8點左手。
A main bro。
A main 兩個，爆你一個。A main 兩個。
Go for。
來，對。
還剩一人。
one more。
還剩一人。
Let's go! Fucking go!
冷靜一點。
It's interesting to hear the mix of English and Chinese communication going on there, especially as Stu is starting to learn a bit more of the languages as well. But let's just talk about the MVP. YU has been, I think, an incredibly solid player throughout this entire series, and it's nice to see him finally get the recognition here, Medante, because did incredibly well. And again, it's like we were talking about with Lucas on map 2, just being able to be that really dependable, solid anchor player that his team needed him to be.
Yeah, that alone there, that highlight, when you're staring down a Yoru with a shorty at that range, with that HP pull, that is just down to reaction. That is just down to pure confidence in your ability. And we get to see the spread coming up here. I mean, Coconut really actually just right behind YU and Jay started like picking things up here. Those first bloods, though, I really want to say having the biggest impact here for them. Meanwhile, Titan Esports, you start to see Haodong come alive at the end. 25 and 12, Dynamite was popping off. The rest of the team just couldn't really be the support they needed to be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it feels bad for Dynamite to be in that position. It's a rough one, but you know, I think for TEC, there's still plenty that they can learn from in this game, and there you see it, the first kills conversion. Obviously, you know, it's maybe not exactly 100% because you have some things going either way, but at the very least, it does paint that clear picture of you get the first kill, you're very likely to win the round, and that is something that we did see in this match in particular.
just something you want to be, right? It's a team game. All your utility matters. The numbers matter, literally in this case. And it does mean that if you're a man down, you should be the ones to lose. If you're a man up, you should be the ones to win. And we really get to look at Dynamite's performance here, just bullying that Hexagon in terms of the frags, in terms of the ADR, just... Even the headshot percentage, maybe not as kind of a statement as the rest of it, but everything else, very clean work from him. If I have to be mean, Abo's Neon, not as convinced, especially compared to the Chamber. Compared to the Chamber that made a 13-5 bind look so easy.
Yeah, and Chamber, I think, is a very, very usable agent on splits as well. So that's potentially something to look at for the future if you are TEC, is maybe getting Abo on the Chamber on more maps. You know, you can do it on split, you can do it on, you know, looking at maybe Pearl as well, things like that as you're expanding the map pool. But looking ahead again for this one, that is going to be elimination. JDG continue on to the third round of the lower bracket, and their opponent is going to be the loser of EDG BLG, which is the game coming up next. I do want to say though, Medante, and I do want to ask, at this current stage of the competition, which teams do you have making Santiago? And I'm also happy to answer this. I'm not just going to throw you under the bus this time. I'm also going to answer this question. But I'm just curious. I just want to know who you have making the Masters.
I'm honestly, and this is out of the back of just everything that's coming through, I think it has to be EDG. EDG, or give it a shout to DRG. And DRG comes down to purely... I don't believe they're going to change the composition. I believe Vukashi is going to sit on that Sentinel, and he's not going away from it. And if they can weather the storm of the next maybe patch note or so, for anyone that hasn't seen, Reyna for some reason got ridiculously nerfed like for ranked. She hasn't been a problem in pro tier, but Harbor got like literally everything was buffed. His walls are higher, Reckoning can now be stopped, the Cove is stronger and comes back faster. So if we can maybe weather the storm of, who knows, maybe Vukashi just takes Viper and Harbor ends up being the new kind of one trick for him. But that'll kind of be mine. DRG or kind of EDG will be my two. What about yourself?
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm very impressed with all gamers. I think both teams in that upper bracket final should be able to take it. And then, yeah, I don't know. I think, again, for me, it's between EDG or DRG. I do think one of them is going to miss out as they both find themselves in that middle bracket. And, you know, potentially EDG could go down to the lower bracket, depending on what happens later. It's a very interesting conversation to have, but also I'm going to throw Trace in there. I think, you know, if they can get some momentum on this lower bracket run, I think maybe Trace could sneak into Masters Santiago, but obviously that's all in the future. For now, we're going to throw it to a break, and Crafty and Rigger are going to be taking you through that middle bracket quarter-final between Edward Gaming and Billy Gaming. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Welcome back to Project Horizon. That means more action here at VCT China Kickoff 2026. My name's Crafty and I'm joined by Rigger, and we're going into the middle bracket. After some lower bracket action we just witnessed, we're gonna get a banger of a match. I honestly didn't expect these two teams to meet up that early in the tournament. It's EDG versus BLG. Rigger, how are you doing and how excited are you to cast these two teams right now?
I'm good. I'm in a great mood. I think everyone had this game being their finals. Everyone had these two teams being in their upper finals. So for them to have met in this middle bracket of this triple elimination is quite a bit of a hit. You mentioned in the pre-show, it's one of these teams are going to make it through the middle bracket and the other one's just going to run through the bottom bracket. So definitely a massive game for the repercussion of the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams in the lower bracket are probably looking at this game right now and going like, oh no, yeah. we're gonna have to face one of these two in the lower bracket most likely if we want to make it to Master Santiago. And I mean, that is what's on the line for all these teams right now. But both these teams had different sort of paths in the current bracket so far. I mean, BLG dropped into the lower bracket, into the middle bracket on their first matchup versus All Gamers. No one really expected them to lose there. And ever since then, they went 2-0 versus FPX and 2-0 versus Trace. So looked like they found their footing now in the middle bracket, even though the games were kind of close. But on the other side, EDG, after a good showing versus Tyloo, lost 2-0 very convincingly versus Shilai Gaming. So it's kind of not knowing what form these two teams are in right now. So we are in for probably a bit of a weird matchup right now, even if these two teams are historically powerhouses over in China.
Yeah, I think EDG's at the slight disadvantage of being the big dog that everyone wants to sort of topple over. Jilai has been knocking on the door for the better part of the entirety of last season. So is Dragon Ranger Gaming. So for XLG to actually get that early win early in the 2026 season, because mind you, it is still Kickoff, has massive repercussions, right? So now we have a couple of new giants stepping up. XLG looking as confident as ever. The Billy's always been a fan favorite. They tend to do their part for the region come internationals. So we have former world champions in EDG versus arguably fan favorites in BLG. Teams that we have seen do really well in internationals clashing together in the domestic middle bracket, having lost to their respective own giants, their own Goliaths. So definitely going to be an interesting one. I think if you're hedging your bets here, what are you thinking? What do you think is going to be the edge that defines these two teams?
It's a tough one. I mean, both these teams haven't really made a lot of changes in the off season, and I mean, I'm not entirely surprised after still being, as we said, like one of the top 3, top 4 teams in their region right now. But they didn't really manage to follow that up with international success, right? I mean, both all the Chinese teams were struggling during Champions 2025. We didn't really have the best performances during Masters either, outside of some like surprises like Wolves Esports. But when you look at these rosters, I mean, these are probably some of the most stacked rosters that we have on VCT China. And with some new additions coming in, we have CB joining EDG, who was previously playing on Nova. But what I think is the most important thing here, and could be what gives them the edge over EDG, former coach Muggle now joined BLG. So the new head coach for BLG previously was coaching EDG. I mean, you're a coach yourself. Is that something that can give you the edge over an opponent in a matchup like that, if you know so much about what they used to play like?
Yeah, I think the big differential here is you have to ask, what is this new coach bringing to this new team, right? Because a lot of coaches either bring strats and playbooks, like you alluded to, which make playing against your old rivals slightly more predictable, slightly more formulaic, because you know exactly what to expect. Other coaches might just bring a change in culture, right? Might just bring a different work ethic to the team, and maybe the players are now working a lot harder on the stuff that makes them, in this case, BLG. What are their like characteristics that are defining their successes, and potentially defining their mental and fixing problems that you might not see underneath the surface. So it could go any way, because I think EDG also got a new coach. They got Autumn from T1.
Yeah.
And that's another winning coach coming from a different region entirely. T1 coming from Pacific, Autumn coming through after winning Masters Bangkok. You have a team that has a more recent win than EDG. So Muggles wins were what, 2024 champs? So now you have the current coach has a more recent win, a better read on meta. So it can go either way. I think it's yet to be seen, especially as this season is going to develop. What is the defining factor that these coaches bring? What is that X factor that a new coach introduces to an older system?
I mean, yeah, we just saw it there on the screen. I mean, the legacy of Muggle there in VCT China is just incredible. The amount of success he's had, and for him to switch teams in between China, within China, is that does come with a lot of expectations, of course. I mean, everyone sort of, at least on the side of BLG and the fans, expects them to do well now that they obtained that mastermind behind EDG, so to speak. And I mean, if we look at this matchup historically, EDG have won, I think, at least 10 out of 14 matchups between two teams within the last years. I mean, there's a lot of different smaller tournaments over in China as well, so those numbers are a bit higher than you would expect. But that 4 wins that BLG got versus EDG were all in the last year. So in more recent history, BLG has finally caught up to EDG in terms of being that threat and being that team to beat.
I think the EDG has like new region syndrome, right? They came into the region, they shot straight to the top, and no one could catch up to them. But the longer EDG stayed in the system, it gave a lot of the teams time to catch up, right? They brought international experience back to the region. They beat teams with that international experience, and teams learned very, very quickly. So that explains why BLG, even though they also went international runs, they didn't go as deep as EDG did, EDG having won something. So then now BLG has all of that experience, all of those 10 games, like you mentioned, having lost. And they bring that through to every single game. And you saw in the scores, it was like 3-1, 3-1, 3-0. So BLG's come into this after having, you can only get your teeth kicked in so many times. After having lost all those times, the region as a whole has matured, grown up, and BLG is one of those prime examples of how this region has developed going over the years. BLG is also one of the teams that have stuck with a lot of the similar rosters. They don't really make that many roster changes. Their rosters are pretty set in stone, and the longer you keep a roster together, the more cohesion forms, the easier it is to make adjustments and fixes. So BLG definitely a team to look for in this series, but EDG not one to be upset. Definitely going to trade blow for blow, and I think it's going to be a beat down, drag out sort of game.
Yeah, and two other aspects of these two rosters are probably what we were seeing on the screen, or are seeing on the screen right now. First of all, the two duelists matching against each other, Kong and YZ, who has been one of the best players of the tournament so far. He has been putting out incredible numbers. And on the other side, the two IGLs for these teams, Nobody and Nav, with so much experience under their belt, and also some incredible performances throughout the Kickoff 2026 so far. Who do you think has the edge here, especially between the two IGLs and between Nobody and Nav?
I think it's we are moving into, as maybe the last year and a bit, fragging IGLs being really, really important. If your shot caller can also shoot in those really important moments, it is a massive edge. So just looking at it on paper, F, I think, far and away inside of BLG, with Neff having a slightly more or slightly higher potentiality for getting kills, getting those impact frags, would be your favorites. However, EDG, similar to Fnatic, doesn't need their IGL to frag. They have arguably one of the best fraggers in the region in Kangkang. So the argument, instead of being what IGL matches against the other IGL, it becomes what support crew is going to be better than the other support crews. So support being controller and initiators. How are they going to enable YZ and Kangkang respectively to actually succeed on those moment-to-moment bases? Because we know the IGLs can frag, but the problem is who's going to be the one to shut down Kangkang, and how are they going to do that?
And on the other hand, how are they going to shut down YZ? Because as I said, he's been putting out some of the most in the best numbers in terms of duelists. So we saw it was like top 4, top 5, but I think he's top 3 in terms of ACS overall in within the duelist class, so to speak. So even though BLG were struggling a bit, especially in their matchup versus All Gamers, and also in some of these middle bracket matchups so far, they could always count on YZ getting those kills. He had, I think, 20 plus frags on both maps in their matchup versus Trace. So if you know your entry fragger is gonna get those kills, is gonna get those multi-kills multiple times per round, that is certainly a force to be reckoned with, that you gotta, as an opposing team, have to take care of and have to be aware of. But there's only so much you can do about a player like YZ, who's just gonna get those kills over and over again.
Yeah, and I think we have seen it a lot in this kickoff. Potentiality and just like those first 40 seconds have become so massive in these. We spoke about it yesterday about how pistol rounds are converting, but not as likely to cause like overall round wins. It's more often than not that second round. How does your follow up to winning a pistol look? So I think EDG, especially on maps like Abyss, have been really, really strong about converting their second rounds, and BLG equally as strong. That's something we should keep an eye out for. How do you win those follow-up pistols? The next thing is when you get to those op economies, both YZ and Kangkang have been known to be very, very potent buyers of the free elo cannon, as it were. Yeah. So how do the teams manage those? Macro on an economical scale is going to be one thing. Macro on an alt scale, because utility got changed, there's a new gun, there's the bandit, there's an outlaw. There's so many different factors in play here. One good decision wins you 3 rounds, one bad decision loses you a half, right? So definitely going to be an interesting showcase. I'm very excited. You can tell. I'm very excited to see what kind of macro these teams are going to pull out here.
Yeah, I mean, especially after what we've seen from all these different teams throughout China Kickoff 2026. I mean, probably nobody expected All Gamers to be in the upper bracket finals, most likely. Shilai, much more to be expected in a position like that, but to having these two teams face off against each other now in the middle bracket, as we already pointed out, will have so many repercussions for the rest of these for the rest of this tournament. And it's incredible that we get to see it this early. It's incredible that it's not an elimination matchup for these two teams, but even then, I mean, we have seen some of these, so to speak, bottom tier teams within China match up fairly well against teams like BLG. So I mean, if you drop into a lower bracket now, you still have to make quite the run. There is a possibility that we will not see either EDG or BLG at Masters San Diego if they drop into the lowest bracket now, which is insane to me. No one would have expected that prior to Kickoff 2026.
I think EDG has missed one international experience since franchising, which is I think last year. I think that was the first international they've missed. So for sure, definitely precedent setting. If EDG doesn't make it through, that says a lot about the strength of China as a region. But I think, well, there's a lot to be said. I think this is arguably one of the more wild card regions as of lately. DRG almost did the full complement, almost did their full run last year if they didn't lose their prime sentinel Vigashu. So EDG definitely has a roster in place, has some systems in place to make sure that an upset of biblical proportions doesn't occur today, and if they go to lowers, doesn't occur in lowers. I think there's a possibility, I haven't seen the brackets, but there is a possibility that we see this matchup again. I think if the winner of this team wins and then loses their next game, they get dropped back to lower, and the team that loses wins their next game, they match up again. So it's entirely possible that we see both of these teams through, or we see potentially BLG and EDG going through to Master Santiago, because the way the bracket works is they're sending 3 people, one from upper, one from middle, and one from lower. So if EDG or BLG beats the other, then it's EDG or BLG has a potential to go on a run through the bottom bracket. However, if you lose twice in a row, you're kind of out of choices, you're kind of out of opportunities. So that's what makes this bracket so interesting. You have these big teams and these big games towards the middle of the tournament, so then you can sort of scope strength, and then you have the lower bracket that can like actually start introducing a lot more of those stakes that we don't really get when we do just those double elimination formats. But we have the walkouts coming out. How do you feel about the new EDG jersey? They're wearing black this year because it's the every second year entirety of the Eastern region likes adopting the alternating black and white scheme.
Yeah, I think they're fine. I think I like their previous jersey more than this one, but I mean it's still pretty cool, and I guess every fan would love to have one. I like these little edges they had on the bottom and on the edges of the jersey. It looks pretty cool, but either way, I mean, I don't think a crowd in China can get more excited over a match like this one. This is an absolute banger. EDG versus BLG, and I was already getting goosebumps just looking at the players walking out of these behind these screens. This is such a high production. We've been saying it over and over again, but having these two teams face off against each other in an arena like that, always an incredible show. But this being a middle bracket match, certainly something the fans of both these teams didn't really expect to happen this early. But when I look at the faces and the face of the mascot, of course, I see confidence in these players' eyes. They know everything comes down to this one.
Oh, for sure. And I think especially for BLG, you're coming to this very, very confident, because like you alluded to earlier, historically, games in the last year favor BLG. This matchup, this rivalry as it were, favors BLG. It's in the last 5, it's 3 wins to BLG and 2 wins to EDG. EDG gained those 2 wins on their world champs win. But then you look in the bigger scope of things, that's 3 wins out of 14 games, right? That's 14 matchups, excluding all the smaller tournaments. So definitely confident from the side of BLG, looking to add a 4th win to that 4th win out of 15 or 4th win out of 14 games. By putting on a good show here is, like you mentioned, it's a big game. A lot of the CN region, arguably a lot of the world, is looking to see gauge the sort of strength of these two teams, because these are your gateway teams into the region. They're the superstars that you know. They have their moments, they have their highlights, and they have their history. So definitely going to be an exciting look. Looking forward to this. So I have to press you. Any predictions for this game? Do you have any favorites? Do you have any caveats? that you want to add before we get into it?
Honestly, I forgot what I went with in our prediction sheet, to be honest. But I do think I went with EDG, and I also think EDG might come back from their loss versus Shilai and take this away. Maybe 2-1. I sort of expect this to be a 3-mapper, but it's definitely going to be an exciting one. I don't know. Maybe Mogul gives them the edge over EDG. I'm excited to see how that is going. But what do you expect? Especially now that we see the map veto. Ooh, that's a spicy one. We get Abyss, Haven, and Breeze on a decider, which would be insane. I love Breeze, and I'm so glad it's back in the map pool, and I feel like I'm the only one to do so.
Which is interesting. BLG is opting for the Abyss here, and EDG is opting for the Haven. So that might just be a float. That might be, it could be anything, right? There could be an anti-strat from the side of BLG to try and force EDG onto what they know is a map that they float into the first round of bans. It could be just BLG got really, really good at Abyss. It could be absolutely anything. But when you think of EDG and you think of highlight moments, you think of Kang's performance and their grand final winning team. But I think we do need to start shifting our perception a bit, especially when it comes to these map picks, because a lot of EDG's prestige, and I'm quite aware of it, has been leaning on good faith from over a year ago. Right? The Valorant is a game where it's not who you were back then, it's who you are today. Right? So anything could happen. I think for example, you said the 3-map series, it could go any way. These teams could be really, really sharp on the ball, and it could be a 2-0 either way. Or we can go to that 3rd map on a completely reworked Breeze and see the difference there. But we're going to see the standard affair. Yeah, the double duelist on the side of EDG with CB playing the Yoru. Kang seemed to have a lot of struggles on it last season. But we're going to be reminiscing to early 2025 on the BLG side of things. The double controller popularized by EDG, having that Astra plus the Omen on Abyss. And then we have the double initiator, Breach Teo, plus the Waylay on YZ. Very, very interesting. Any thoughts on the comps? Anything that strikes you as strange or worthwhile?
I mean, it is something. I mean, this is something that we have seen from a lot of teams in recent history, that they went away from the Sentinel on Abyss, and it is the comp. It are these two comps that they've been playing previously in this tournament already. I do kind of like the Breach Teho, to be honest. It gives you so much stopping potential, so much post-plant util. It's just so annoying to play against, even after the nerfs, and especially some of these teams haven't really gotten used to it because it's been out of fashion for so long. And but still incredibly strong if you know how to use it, of course. So I'm excited to see how EDG are gonna handle it, and whether BLG will be able to execute it to perfection. But if I know something, if Kong is on the jet, he's confident and he's excited and he wants to go in.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be very exciting, as 50% pistol win rate for BLG and the 37 for side of EDG. We did allude to it in the beginning. Pistols are very, very important, but what's more important is that follow-up round. As we lean towards the speed side of the map, Kang getting Yangtze, and Cloudburst and dashes in, finds the first one. YZ finds 2 kills, and they trade out immediately. Both duelists getting their piece of the pie. As Neff finds CB here in a 3v2.
Yep. And most importantly, they just got past everyone on site and are just sprinting into spawn with the spike. But Kong wants to find another duel, loses out versus Neff, and now it's just nobody on his own heading over to A. He will get a plant here, most certainly. Steps have not been heard by K-Knight either since he went through spawn, but he has to check so many different angles. Not sure whether he expects all 3 players to come out of A main. Most certainly not. He does check it right now. Quite a bit of util still left in the tanks on the side of BLG. And now they made themselves known. Nobody. How long can he sit this out? It's a good dart, but now they know where he is. He doesn't even get the first one. It's a 3k for Neff in the end, and the pistol, another one for BLG.
Yeah, and that's that 50% pistol win rate coming for you, you know? Very, very massive pistol. I think a thing to note is those bodies dropped immediately. Why has he got 2 kills at the same time as Kang found his 2? So an entry and our anchor both finding 4 kills in the span of maybe 5 seconds. Very, very important. But yeah, here we have that round we alluded to, that very big rifle round. What you're looking for here, if you want to know what success looks like here, is minimal damage to your econ first, and second, any kind of orbs funneled onto the right people. So right people are people who have their ultis quite extended, so Breach is a good person to funnel ultis onto, Teo is also a good person, and if you're EDG, Jet's a great person to funnel ultis on. They're gonna go for the side pop, yeah? B side of the map is there, Selvus gets committed.
Russia finds a great opening, using those 2 smokes to just dance around. He's being smoked himself now. Smoggy down to 11 HP. At least they're able to plant the spike, but they just drop together. It's a beautiful spray transfer from K9. And with that, an easy follow-up round to that pistol. Not a single gun lost, if I recall correctly, on the side of BLG.
Yeah, that's as much winning as you possibly want. And the ulti's on the right person, right? Bud got 1, K-Knight got 3 kills plus an orb, that's 4. Oh, you got 3, you got 2 kills. Oh, you got all 3 of these kills now. Yeah, actually, there you go. So you got 2 kills, 1 from pistol plus an orb, so you get 3 ultis here. He's actually in a pretty good spot here, as you can see how close Wisey is to his ulti, already halfway. Is bring up the rear Kang on equal footing. Ult round is only for in the next couple of rounds, so it's pretty standard affair as we go into this bonus round for BLG.
They missed the dart there. Unfortunate for Neff, has to TP out immediately, but nobody in Smoggy in their attempt to clear out mid, find 2 quick kills, and that leaves B side open completely. This should be an easy plan for the side of EDG, unless Bud can do something about it, but he most certainly is going to wait for the rest of his team to rotate.
Yeah, and it's pretty formulaic here. It's a 5v3. You would expect the side of EDG, especially with a kill like that, to edge away in this lead. As Wisey's going to get caught unawares. There's actually a lot more ready for that than expected. Smoggy falls. That's half of the smoking duo. Wait, she's falling. As it looks like it's a dive to spike kind of angle. Yeah, Neff has the judge. He's not going to try and play into this too much. As we gonna try and hunt for those ecos, looking to get any more damage done. Neff's gonna jiggle, shows a bit more leg, and nobody takes his head off for his troubles. That's why he got it in hand, looking to dive to spike here. Peeks mid, finds CB, and CB takes him out. EDG first round on the board.
Yeah, to be expected here, but they do crucially convert the first full buy for the side of EDG, keeping this game close for now. And all came down to this small push in mid for BLG that didn't really go their way because EDG were expecting it. Great opening, and the rest is history. EDG now on the board, as you said, and first buy for BLG. Once again, they seem to want to go for a more aggressive take towards mid.
Oh, what a
flick from Smoggy onto Nev. There goes your IGL. And K9, most importantly, found out as well. All 4 players in mid now, but BLG find 2 responses to make this a 3v3.
Yeah, EDG just sort of punted the ball back into BLG's favors. They were 3 and 5 up. There's no real reason to be contesting that mid aggro when you basically had all of B side free, but having died there has caused a lot of issues, and now they have to contact all the way up to A, and BLG has the read. They're prepared in heaven. You see YZ playing for that drop. The stun comes through. The drop doesn't actually occur there. Very well aware that the TP was on the offing, waiting for spike tap. BLG, but nobody's gonna go for the spike plant. It's a bit tricky here. Series making this a lot less tricky, simplifies things a bit by reducing that odd number to an even number. 2 alive for BLG as they're fighting towards CT, as Bud's gonna find both of them.
Does have a flash sale, but no Rolling Thunder just yet. Oh, I thought he was just gonna stick it. Goes for the half defuse, but Rusia up in heaven has him covered. BLG, thanks to Bud, getting another round, probably sending EDG straight back into an eco. But it was such a beautiful opening. You were touching on it already. They had the 5v3, and then they felt like they gotta go for another double swing there in mid, going down immediately.
Wow, that's rough. They lined up and just gave Bud those 2 kills. I think the one bullet killed both of them. I didn't think you need all the extra ones. But yeah, they just sent it back. They just gave them back the lead. And I think, is that going to be if that's a trend leading into this, BLG's going to have a very comfortable win on their hands if EDG is just content to throwing away leads like that. But we don't know what was going on. Maybe their protocol was to actually rotate all the way to that A side after that second kill. It's not unheard of as a protocol to be collapsing towards the more popular side, or the easier side for both plants. But yeah, let's see if they keep that up. Is Rusha's going to find a kill into Chichu on that B long area? It's half the controller duo for it's again.
That is rough. Chichu not really having a map thus far, going 0-4 and 0. Russia didn't even take a single point of damage, and in that high or lowest setup, Neff gets 2. They lose YZ, and with that, another ultimate on the side of BLG, but they do extend their numbers advantage. It's a 4v2. They're sort of expecting them to still be here. Tries to hawk the smoke, and Bud is there for the backup. 3k for the controller of BLG. And now, I'm pretty much sure it's an eco for the side of EDG after they still had enough credits in the bank. There we see the opening frag as well for Rusia. Beautiful rounds thus far from BLG.
Yeah, actually insane. And we spoke about Neff in the pre-round. We spoke about how fragging IGLs are very, very important. And Neff is the person who gets that double kill, opens up that double kill in A main, and then also that 180 flick to find Kang dashing past him is impeccable as well. As BLG forcing the time out of BDG. What do you think is the major problem? I'll give you a couple conditions. We have either a mental issue with the 4-1 that the coach wasn't really happy with, or do we have a macro issue that the coach wasn't happy with?
I feel like, I don't think it's a mental issue right now. I mean, these teams are, especially EDG, are mental fortresses when it comes to their in-game posture. But to be fair, I honestly think like they made some crucial mistakes, as you pointed out earlier, where they kind of overstepped in some of these situations and sort of just gave the round away. I feel like coaches might be touching on that topic and maybe trying to keeping them on their protocols, but so far it looked like they were struggling, especially with these A-side takes. We had a couple good attempts over towards B, but it was a pistol and an eco, so not really too much to read into that. Looks like they want to hit A straight. Once again, using that drone. The saturate comes a bit late. They do have the knives. It's a beautiful play by Kong together with the Hunter's Fury to cause chaos. And this is their side, and this should be their spike plant.
Yeah, pretty comfortable spike plant. That updraft Bladestorm all over the edge is a very famous one. It's something that you should be prepared for. Is Kang just finds 2 kills while still floating, perfect accuracy of the Blade Storm. Takes down, shuts down the entirety of the BLG A-hole. They're not content to just sit by idly and let the round pass them. Spot finds the first one, Russia finds the second, looking for the third, but Smoggy shuts it down. Right click and finds another one onto Russia. It's 1v3 all of a sudden on the back of Smoggy, but Bud is trying to equalize things, tries to get spiked to half, gets pulled off the spike, and Smoggy closes out. Good
That's
run from EDG. Yeah, great
beautiful,
run from EDG.
beautiful response. It was an eco, even, but with that Hunter's Fury causing so much distraction in the backside, there's that window for Kong to just use that Blade Storm to find these 2 kills. Incredible execute there on an eco for the side of EDG, and they were able to upgrade some of these guns. Now an attacking operator in the hands of Kong even.
Yeah, and it's gonna get pretty dicey here in mid, but Kong now has the operator in hand. Gonna peek looking for that deep angle, finds the deep angle, finds YZ as well. Kang with the operator mid, the idea here is you kind of just want to be picking off these rotates in these this mid conglomerate. Finding that first kill is massive. Let's see if EDG has learned from the past to not give away equal bodies when at advantageous positions.
That'll be crucial. Kong finds another timing. Neff going for the from the shadows while out in the open. That's a bit of a interesting decision there from the IGL. But with that, it's just K-Knight over an 8. So holding that angle, he was allowing for nobody to cross unnoticed. This is going to get rough for him. I mean, he does have the special delivery. Whenever he checks, someone has already crossed. Still, he manages to find the kill versus Kong. Using the special delivery to get out alive. And some guided salvos for good measure. Still, sight being taken here. K9 gets another one. Most importantly, making his impact on that round. But do they expect Chichu? I don't think so. Rusia still looking the wrong way. And it's just Bod alive for BLG, who's looking to save his gun.
Yeah, this is a better look. Definitely the timeout, whatever was set in that timeout, looks like it's worked because EDG found that first pick, found that second pick, and didn't immediately give 2 kills away. So very encouraging looks if you're an EDG fan. It seems like they've righted the ship somewhat. As Bud is left on an island, I think Bud has been put in these positions where he has to clutch a lot. This is the 3rd or 4th time in the last half where it's Bud last alive or Bud late to the rotate. So keep an eye out for that. They seem like they're playing for the more standard style of retakes. Very old school way of playing Valorant, where you just wait for the bodies to drop and then flood into the site or retake the site with your Teo and your breach, opposed to the more new age style where it's double door and you just flood. You flood. You get to site, you go. So we're gonna see if that's gonna be a common trend, and how are EDG gonna be able to dissect this more traditional style of playing defense.
And they do send BLG into another sort of half buy here, but we've seen a lot of mid aggression from them that didn't really work out thus far, unless EDG were overstepping. This time around, they're going for the B stack. I almost expect them to be a bit more proactive in the defense, maybe not during this eco, but in later rounds. An operator shot that misses from Kong. Make themselves known. There is Ruchia with the Bucky tucked into sight there. And I feel like they sort of expect something like that. Something seems off here for EDG. And now they even hear the dash from YZ towards mid. It's a good read for EDG, but BLG are on their toes.
Yeah, BLG's actually properly rebalanced the stack. You can see how they had K-Knight literally rotate over instantly to try and receive this A main pop. And he still has 1 salvo in pocket as well, as Dimensional Drift gets popped by CB. Salvo gets committed early, sort of preemptive to try and find it, but Nevsky gets spotted out here. CB in full awareness of information. Gonna look for something. Neff manages to escape with his life as it's a 5v5 retake as Spike gets tapped and Spike gets committed.
Yeah, it's planned, but it's still a 5v5. Weaponry advantage for EDG though. Look at this angle. Held there from Kong. Misses the shot though and gets hit by the saturate. When the smoke phase, it should be a kill for the side of BLG, but he's still managing to get one. But up in heaven is where the party started for BLG. An Armageddon on top, but it's just Chichu. And this Cosmic Divide is beautiful from the side of BLG. A lot of ultimates invested, but it gives them the eco round and the 5th extending their lead.
Yeah, massive round win. I think you argue the argument for whether using your ults there makes sense or not. The round didn't seem winnable until the ultis were committed, right? The eco, just because you're on an eco doesn't necessarily mean you give up the round, but BLG decided, hey, this is the one where we go. The difference between our buys is great enough that it justifies us needing that extra edge. Using the Cosmic Divide to slice it off that wall is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, actually. There's no way that someone can get out of that without someone holding the cross. So, yeah, you mentioned it before, but that's a crazy wall, a crazy Cosmic Divide.
Right on time for BLG. EDG just fell into BLG's trap there. They'll have enough money for another buy round of their own. Most importantly, the operator went over to YZ now, who's currently holding that B site. EDG are certainly trying to avoid that one. And it's the weaker side for BLG once more that they're trying to hit here. K9 holding the slightest of gaps here for BLG. Immediately use the drone to spot Conquer. That's a beautiful play there from K9 to immediately get rid of the duelist, but they find 2 more, a 3rd one even for the side of EDG. Nobody doing everything to secure this round for them. A Cosmic Divide splitting site in half, allowing them to plant out in the open. Do they expect Neff's backstab? Hasn't made himself known it, but Chichu, very aware, checks it, and YZ is just gonna save the off.
Yeah, that's a crazy round. I think you saw the new tier change there. It's now a hard recon. It used to be just a soft recon. It used to be what's known in the game as a snapshot. It gave you a rough position, but sees a perfect position there. And Kang just gets mulched. I think the minute he goes top side, he just gets completely eaten up by Russia, who finds him plus CB. But that's all the damage. That's if you're talking damage mitigation, great damage mitigation from the side of EDG. Only losing their double duel, but having everyone else alive, playing around their smokes, using their utility to actually recontest dangerous space. And you mentioned nobody did everything. Did a lot of lifting, deadlifted his team across the line, and that gap was closing. It was a 3-round differential. Now it's brought down to 1.
Here we have it once again. It's a beautiful corner there, but that smoke, most importantly, allows them to just slowly clear these angles, and with that, claim that site nonetheless. It's only a 1-round difference, you said it. And still, we haven't seen a lot of aggression towards A or B main. And as I say that, there is said aggression, but they are met by 2 headshots from Chichu. He needed some time to arrive in this matchup, but he certainly did. Now Kong finds Butt as well. This is their site. This could very well just be another save for BLG.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. And Kang's hunting though. He's not done. He's not content with the 2 that he got. And Rushi is going to shut him down immediately as save on the cards. And I think the dealer is just dealing saves. Yeah, their money's not. I don't know how much their money is. YZ's actually on 50 credits. Yeah, it's going to be a save. There's no real way to reinvest into the next round if you don't save. So try and salvage the guns that you do have, knowing that you're going to be on some kind of eco, and then put that rifle in the right hands to brace for the next round, which is seeming rushy now. EDG seems like they want to be playing a lot faster of a game, a lot more decisive of a game.
So far, we haven't really... I mean, I didn't really see it on their attempt there, but so far we haven't really seen Bud or K-Knight being proactive in trying to set up for YZ. Oh my god, most importantly, they find another gun, get it out of the hands of BLG. Great round. There, I wanted to see some more proactivity towards A main or B main to clear the space. But yeah, they're just dry peeking into Chichu, and he just gets 2 free kills for himself. I don't think Muggle liked that one, and only 1 round left. No, 2 rounds left. 2 rounds left in first half, but he still takes BLG's first time out.
Yeah, I think it's also in preparation for what he thinks is going to happen on defense. Oftentimes when you see these late round timeouts, it's either to force some kind of attacking win con, or to just remind your team about when the half switches, because it is going to switch, and the coaches do have time to talk about it. So he might start giving them some kind of mental prepper or mental primer, such as, hey, they're playing quickly, just be aware of their pacing, and be ready to brace for when they go quickly, or even asking his team to be slightly more proactive, because you alluded that Bud and K-Knight haven't been the most proactive in setting up those holds or setting up those retakes, because they're playing for that standard style. So potentially there could be anything discussed here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a slightly more proactive. I don't think that's not going to be this round. Both initiators on the one side of the round, or one side of the map, and the duelist is on the complete other side. So if any proactivity is going to happen here, it's going to be a bit of wolf in sheep's clothing, a bit of misdirection. But BLG set up in this very wide 3-0-2, hoping for some kind of B aggro, it looks like.
Yeah. It's like YZ's just gonna try to bait for Naf, who's got the judge in hand. But EDG also sort of expecting a bit more aggression, especially towards A main, as they were holding that angle very passively for quite some time. Now they do spot Bud over at B, and that tells him to go towards A side, and immediately as YZ tries to gather some information for his team, he's been spotted and brought down. It's now Neff and the judge. He can give himself another smoke, but the TP goes towards side. I don't think they've seen him, but he doesn't even get the kill. CB claims it. And with Chichu just holding off on these rotations, there's nothing BLG can do. It's just Russia and the Bucky. That's almost impossible to do, especially if Chichu hits shots like that.
Yeah, I think it's a very formulaic. You sort of expect this to happen because of how the state of the money is a bit in shambles there, and they're just gonna pick and choose their fights. Chichu's gonna pick and choose 3 really successful ones. Chichu's been someone who's just someone's a bit bewildered. But yeah, Chichu's been someone who's consistently for this EDG roster been a controller who in many ways can model yourself after if you're trying to be a better player. For anybody who is aspiring to be a good controller, play like Chichu. He's oftentimes a very solid controller in his mechanical prowess and his work ethic. Neff not willing to be outdone here, as 4 kills are going to be elapsed for EDG as 5 kills ends the round. You see a bit more of a proactive look there, as yeah, 6-6 is the half. There's no real time for there's no real time to really ponder on that, as I was waxing lyric about how good of a controller Chichu is. Neff shows up and then shuts him down immediately. So
what the hell was that round? I've been waiting for something like this to happen for 12 rounds, and finally they decide to go a bit more aggressive, this time getting this good pincer move towards B main through mid as well. Beautiful setup there, and great execution for BLG to equalize that round, to equalize that half. But I mean, it's kind of, you sort of expect the double duelist composition to do a bit better on the attacking side. So getting 6 defensive rounds here for the side of BLG doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, I think they were anteing into very heavy attack side here with the double initiator, and they were playing for very standard retakes, which is safe. That is a very safe option when you don't really have any stylistic differences that make your retake a lot stronger. But do you think they've been hiding something? Do you think they've been keeping something in the pocket? Picking one of EDG's better maps and letting them choose side select. Do you think they have something hidden? Do you think the side of BLG has some set plays or preparation that we're going to see in this attack side?
I mean, as I said earlier, I feel like this Breach, Teho, Astra composition allows for so much post-plant util. It's so annoying to play against it. If you get that spike down, you have the Astra pole, you have the Breach stun, the aftershock, the guided salvos. It takes forever to actually be able to defuse that spike. So I sort of expect a lot of that to come to fruition here for the side of BLG. If they get to that site, that's the point. They need to be able to plant the spike first, of course, to then sit out these post-plant situations. And as we start the pistol, I mean, numbers are in their favor, but can they actually convert this? They inserted YZ already towards B-Link, and he finds that opening frag versus Smoggy. That's one controller down, and that's the second one for the side of EDG. No more smokes left alive. Russia, bit awkward, but he still gets another kill. This could very well be a flawless round, and there it goes. Russia is finally brought down by Concom, but it's a 2v4 retake. And now that they have all this util set up, I don't know. They can actually make this work. Still 2 flashes in hand for Bud. He just sit behind that wall. There's the first flash. Is turned away, but still YZ finds the kill. A beautiful paranoia coming in now from Neff to finish it off. And another pistol round goes over to the side of BLG.
Yeah, almost a near flawless there. That's double pistols for BLG. Once again, we're looking towards that second round. How can you cascade that second round, especially on an attacker, into further wins? And they are going for a bit of an FPX style buy. So an FPX style of buy is oftentimes characterized by this double to triple rifle buy, and then you dump 2 buys, or you have 2 players play on low buys. The idea here is if the players with the rifles die, you can upgrade your gun. If a person with the sheriff dies, it's okay. It's just a sheriff, right? You can trade out. You can trade those shares out. Either way, it gives you a lot more of an attacking, snowball in terms of money, because you save good guns going onto your bonus, and you can just buy 2 vandals come bonus, and then you basically have a sort of a broken full buy when you get to attack side on round 3. So definitely a pretty standard look from the side of BLG, playing very safe, very anti-eco based protocols here, just anticipating any kind of aggression. But it looks like it's going to be an A hit, and Kang with a sheriff in hand, 6 bullets, has 4 targets potentially to choose from. To do the most.
Oh, beautiful drone. The awareness from K9. They're leaving nothing to chance here for BLG. And Neff has been spotted now. And they're trying to hunt him down, but he claims the first kill. Still, just trying to buy some time, but most importantly, they also find a kill onto Russia. And that mid push, making this a 3v3, but Spike has been planted already. Nobody in Chichu already on low HP. They really want to get at least 3 players here into the next round to be able to keep those rifles. But it looks like Bud will have to fight for it. he's still being attacked. They might just sacrifice him to get some more ult orbs versus Chichu, because they will have to run into the spike explosion at some point. He doesn't get another kill, but he does go down. With that, 2 players remain, 2 guns brought into the next round. Still good showing here from BLG.
Yeah, and you saw that Bud was playing towards that CT side. Similar, that's one of the protocols for this sort of FPX buy. You do want to just have your anchor playing, or any kills and auto orbs to go onto one of those all players, because they can afford to just be a bit more aggressive there. So, definitely going to be an interesting buy here. Is how much are they going to spend into this? 4 rifles, so 2 rifles are going to be reinvested going into this bonus side of BLG. Spams come through. I don't think any of them tags. Oh yeah, Nef's been tagged up a bit. As BLG are contesting this mid area, trying to get early mid control. They should try snowball it onto an A split.
Yeah, this has worked out a lot better for them so far compared to EDG's approaches. And again, they were mostly expecting aggressive BLG pushes during their attack as well. BLG seemed to really like to control that area on both offense and defense. As Smoggy is already snuck under heaven, who is found out with the paranoia in hand. He goes down. It's a 4v4. CB needs to be careful. He's by himself. The rest of his team rotating to the attacker spawn. With no sentinel, of course, you will have to hold this proactively. Rusia is just tucked behind the wall. He finds a surprise kill versus Kong Kong. With him going down, this could very well become a converted bonus round. But finally, Rusia is brought down. It's a 2v2. How fast can Chichu follow up to the rest of his team? But both Nef and K-Knight win their respective duels. Bonus round for BLG. And with that, a 3-round lead, sending EDG straight into another eco.
Yeah, that's a massive round. Shutting down that lurk from, it wasn't Nef. I forget who his name is. The Astra player from BLG.
It's Rusia.
Rusia, yeah. That's a crazy kill. I think that's round winning, by the way. Actually getting that kill, obviously on the Sheriff and anchoring that backside of that CT area or their defensive side. Basically freed up his team to play anywhere. They can pick and choose whatever fights they want to take. They can fight into heaven or they can fight CT. But the fact that he got the kill into Kankan gives them an early warning signal and does a lot of damage. So EDG now forced once again onto Nico. CB in a very Kankan-esque position from the previous round. However, no tail drone. He's gonna spot him. He's gonna
what?
Get mind controlled, it feels like, to walk out and try and go for the TP. Doesn't quite get it. As Nef is going to find a kill into nobody in mid. It's a 3v5 in favor of BLG, not for lack of trying. It just sort of stumbled into a couple of kills here, and Spike's going to get planted here. Swoggy's going to find the first one. Bud's going to trade it out immediately as Kankan duels and wins against Bud with the Sheriff. 3v2 in favor of BLG.
As they do still have Nef pretty far away from the team. Now, trying to join him for this post plant. I mean, it's still numbers advantage and most importantly, gun advantage for the side of BLG. Kong Kong able to drop out of heaven silently, but they already knew his position, expecting him. It's another one on the board for BLG, double digits now. And yeah, some interesting decisions, some questionable decisions, so to speak, here out in the open. CB with the face check, no gun in hand, and that TP on the side of Yoru takes a while to wind up, and of course you will be punished every time if you do that versus BLG.
We spoke about it as well earlier, how many times are EDGs just going to throw away their advantages. I think being in a 5v5 on defense is always good, right? As the round gets on, if you do nothing and the attacker team does nothing, you will just win by default. That's the way Valorant works, right? They were winning, I could argue. They had good control of B main, they had good control of A main, they had good control of mid. And then there's just the side, CB just goes, tries to jump spot, gets fully caught mid-TP animation, dies, loses one, and also then we have the mid-lurk that was banking on that B main pressure, collapses as well. So EDG giving up 2 kills in a similar fashion to what they did the previous round, and if things are looking dire, if EDG's going to just keep throwing rounds BLG's way, they're just going to keep taking them and smacking them out the park. And a bit of stability needs to happen. But last time they did, gave them a couple of rounds. So let's see if they've made the adjustment this one. Let's see if they're going to be playing towards their actual win cons and not throwing away their leads, especially on such a strong side like Abyss Defense.
In terms of ultimates, there's a bit of an advantage to the side of BLG as well, of course, now with that Rolling Thunder available for Bud and from the shadows, the side of Nev, not the most impactful ultimate, but still could come in quite handy for this round. They are looking to go for a bit of a B scout here with the human drone. YZ uses his entire kit and recalls, but no real follow-up there. They were hoping for a sneaky kill there with the guided salvo. This time around, CB decides well enough to use that TP while not in the face of his enemies.
Yeah, it's very quiet default chess. I think CB was banking on some kind of kill there. He still has the TP in CT should the hit be fake, but the hit is very much real. It's going to get spotted out by the recon with the stealth drone. So Cheech is going to find the first one, looking for the second, shut down by Bud, but nobody contributes to the kills. Is Kang are never going to trade out bodies on the other side of the map. As it looks like it's going to be an A aggro, as boy, K-Knight is a long way to go, as Neff, potentially a big kill here, is going to get picked by Smoggy. Smoggy well aware of the lurk through, and K-Knight in a tricky position. A kill and a plant gives him ulti. Going to go for the special delivery. Yeah, dodges the paranoia entirely, as K-Knight up and above. Death from above finds one. Gets the spike down. That's ulti in the pocket. Gets off the spike at the last second. Shoots the drone. He's playing around, ring around the rosy, and the problem is the prize is death. As CB gonna find him out. In a bit of a weird round from BLG. They had the B pop, which got shut down. They had the A lurk, which was fulfilled but looked the wrong direction, and they had the long rotate over because the bodies were there. So good round from EDG, weird round for BLG, and all in all, a 7-6 game in favor of BLG still.
Yeah, it's a very important first round on the board for EDG. On defense, though, finally able to break that cycle. But BLG looking to, what it seems like, just to repeat what they did earlier, where they, oh no, this time they're just gonna contact up towards B. No drone invested, no util invested just yet, but CB just pushed out a mid. No one was checking that. He just gets a free kill, but is spotted by Rusia now. Wins the duel. It's a 4v4. And a lot of ultimates on the side of BLG. They use the Cosmic Divide now. Get a kill before that one winds up. Rusia just trying to hold that angle close. It's a bit of a weird one. Oh no, they can't really push out of it. There is a corner. Beautiful play from Rusia. But then Kong Kong just swings out. Does seem like they also, yeah, invested the conversion paths to stall him out just quite a bit. Spike is ticking away. They don't really have the time. Kong Kong finds YZ though. Doesn't go for the immediate defuse because there is that post plant util for the side of BLG, and Nev gets 2 more. There you go. Another great round from BLG. Great util usage to secure that one as well.
Yeah, I think BLG's just firing on all cylinders when it gets to these post plant situations, and we alluded to it. Their util is very oppressive. Very, very oppressive when you actually get the spike down and you have both initiators up plus a waylay. There's not much you can do. You try and walk onto site, you get stunned, you get salvoed. You try and walk into waylay, you get slowed, you get salvoed. You know, there's always a Teo in the equation somehow, and that guy is really, really good at zone denial and just sort of pressuring the zone. So another BLG B hit here is Looking for the first one. CB finds 2 BLG members. Scalps for the wall. TP's out just to be safe. As it's a 3v5 in favor of EDG, but they have been in lead to him. As Kankang's going to extend that lead even more. Bladestorm and Knives finds one. Knight's going to trade out into Chichu almost immediately. It's a 4v2. From the shadows gets committed and faked. As the dust settles, 2v4 in favor of EDG.
Oh my god. Okay, Knight though, with 2 crucial kills, he still does have that Armageddon. That was an eco for the side of BLG with just that Hero Vandal in the hands of CB. And they did find their opening. But they might just lose this round nonetheless. There are a couple rifles to be upgraded for EDG. So at least they got that end of the trade. But the spike is going over towards A, most likely with only 25 seconds left on the clock. And both the Armageddon and the Rolling Thunder still available for that post plan.
Yeah, I think that's a big factor here. You can basically win post plant if from the side of BLG without ever peeking. Right? You can literally sit, you can ulti, or you can Rolling Thunder to get them off the spike, and then you can Armageddon to get them to kill them when they're on the spike. You also have the stun on the side in Bud's hand. You have no additional util in Knight's pocket, just the Armageddon. That's why he's playing so far. Rolling Thunder ready to rock, yeah. But staring down the spike. Rolling Thunder can be committed early here just to dissuade entirely. As no TP's through the Rolling Thunder, so there's only 1 stun there, but the flank is massive. As Armageddon in pocket, Armageddon gets committed, Spike gets halved though. Does he survive? He does survive, no further damage, but trying to get onto the spike that's already halved, but taking away is an ace for Knight.
What a round!
An ace. Yeah, what a round from Knight.
Beautiful, but yeah, we were talking about it. There's just literally no way to win that round for the side of EDG unless you find an opening kill. I almost expected them to just sort of go aggressive for A main instead of just smoking it off, because you knew there was gonna sit a Rolling Thunder in A main just waiting for you to tap that spike. I think Smoggy did an amazing job at TPing past it to dodge it, but then again, there was no real way for them to really follow that one up. They still had to defuse the spike, and BLG, most importantly, they played it so patiently, not peeking as long as they didn't have to, knowing that that util will secure them the round. And with that, it's 5 map points for BLG. I do think they spotted the operator just then. Maybe not, but it looks like I smelled there was something off about it.
Yeah, as we're going into this really sort of belabored A hit. They don't really have the ultis to play with. They've expended a lot of them. They might get one should an EDG come back beyond the off thing. As Deltarune is going to be committed, looking for something, but they're going to be walking into Kankang. They don't really have any flashes to get him off of the angle. Just going to have to rely on smoke and obfuscation alone as Kankang finds the first one.
Keeps holding that angle. Oh my god, almost finds another one. TP was heard on top of the box. So Kankang decides to get a different angle. He doesn't want to be swung by this elevated position.
CB.
Oh, CB. Beautiful, beautiful position. Gets one, the spike. Most importantly, has another flash to pop out of that. Flashes his bait twice, but that doesn't matter. Rusia almost with the heroic spike will be planted. It's still a 2v2. How did it come to this for the side of BLG?
Eyes on Neff.
They should have lost that round. Oh, Neff basically secures the round with that one. It's a 1v2. Smoggy, his steps have been heard. That with the jump peak. It does seem like they do not expect him to come from here yet. He might find a surprise angle on towards K9, but he doesn't as Neff just gets the 3K to finish it off. BLG with a dominant performance on Abyss to take the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, that's a big round from, was it Russia? That's actually a massive round from Russia, actually, to get those 2 kills onto CB and then onto Smoggy. So, oh, not even Smoggy, it was Chichu. Smoggy was the person in the clutch. So actually massive kills to get those, massive job getting those kills. And he managed to do it. Yeah, like arose to the occasion, found those 2 kills, and easy turned what should have been a 4v2 into a 2v2, and Def just finds the massive lurk. And we spoke about this. We spoke about this in the beginning, and we spoke about how it's EDG just going to keep throwing away advantages like that. And that was one of the very few times this entire game where it felt like an advantage was just wrenched from them. Right? They had everything that they needed for a successful round there, but BLG just not having any of it just takes it from them with both hands. And it felt like they were doing that a lot this game. It felt like BLG was just robbing EDG of any opportunity that they had to develop leads going into things. And definitely a head scratcher if you're EDG, because a lot of the situations you were losing were just, they were better on the day, they were better in the moments, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we were hyping up or talking about YZ and Kong Kong respectively a lot, but they didn't really have to rely on YZ to overperform during these rounds, because it was often just the lurk being having the perfect timing for them, or especially the post plan setups to be just well executed. And of course, we had some highlight plays. Beautiful shot there from Neff, by the way. We had some highlight plays from both Kong Kong and YZ as well, but it didn't just come down to their duelists finding these fights, as we just saw that incredible ace from K9. The entirety of BLG hyped up, and that's probably also what we can hear in the comms.
门是开的，VC。等下我点了，他们还没进吧？宝点，宝点要进了，宝点，有阵，阵了。A 大口一个，踢走了，踢走了，踢走了。假的，假的，假的。A 大这个夜路，中路能摸。A 又点行了 ，A 点第2排行了。去靠个人能力吧。A 进了 ，A 下包 ，A 下包。我操，两个宝点，两个宝点。索法下的包，索法下的包。雅辛卓还是不值。在哪包？包哪个？哎 A 大，有包点烟。等一下，要开烟吗？开烟。这。等烟。包点。A 大口 ，A 来了，直接拆。干嘛呢？来，哇！
I love how excited the players were and how calm the coaching staff was looking. Like, they were like, yeah, it's just another day at the office. We don't get excited over a round like that one. But yeah, we were talking about other players showing up, and it was Nav to become MVP for this first matchup. And I mean, he had an incredible first map.
Yeah, 287 ACS on a controller of all things is incredible. And I think 6 multi-kills as well. That's impact. That's your IGL as well,
yeah,
right?
That's the fraying IGL that you were talking about.
Yeah, it's dangerous. I think when you have an IGL that has that much capacity, not only do you have the capacity to call around your team's success, saying, hey, I want you to be playing in these positions, but you can call around yourself. Sometimes you can put yourself in those positions where you know your team is strong-sided, you know your team is unlikely to win on the big side of the map, and that your challenges are going to be not as much greater, and you can play around that. So 287 ACS for Neff, only matched by Kang on EDG, as everyone's sub 200s on the side of EDG. Obviously, ACS isn't a perfect metric. You can't really gauge everything there is to know about the game. It lacks a lot of context, but ACS is a good indication, especially when compared to 21, 12, and 0, or who's doing most of the killing. But to have 0 assists on a controller is insane. Like, to have on an open to have no assists is wild.
I was about to point that one out. Neff was like, nah, I'm not sharing. I'm just taking these for myself. Like, all the paranoia he used didn't convert into kills for someone else, which is crazy to think. But Yeah, that's just Neff having a map, and I mean the numbers here between these two teams. Post plans, all post plans converted for BLG. Was talking about it earlier. Against this composition, you basically cannot give up site. If they plant the spike and they have enough members available, they will be able to stall that post plant for as long as possible. And Kong, even though they lost, I mean, he still had an incredible performance on the jet. We were sort of expecting it, and you can see it by the numbers. He was overperforming the rest of the server.
Yeah, that's further. These stats are for all jet players on Abyss, right? So he's outperforming the average jet player as well. So the ace for EDG is Kankang. Couldn't find the win, but on the other end of the spectrum, you have a controller like Neff, who not only is calling perfect rounds, but also causing a lot of havoc in his side. But we have map 2 coming up. We have Haven coming up. Lots to talk about going on to Haven. Lots to talk about.
I mean, I almost forgot about it. Thanks for reminding me, because I didn't know. I was wondering, what was the second map again? It is Haven. You are correct. It is EDG's map pick, though. So, I mean, yeah, now we know why BLG wanted to play Abyss versus EDG. They had a beautiful composition tailored towards their play style, and just crushed EDG with it. And now we're going to be excited to see what's coming next on Haven. Can EDG strike back, or will this be a 2-0 victory for BLG? Upsetting quite a bit, for me at least. I want the 3-mapper, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a short break.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
Welcome back to VCT China Kickoff 2026. We're in the middle bracket between BLG and EDG. BLG just won their first map, Abyss. Me, Crafty, and my co-caster Rigger are still here for you to cover the action. And we are excited for the next one. It's Haven, EDG's map pick, and they certainly have to step up the game if they want to bring us to Breeze.
Yeah, I think for those who don't remember the first map, EDG's major problems were just punting leads back to the opposition team, right? Which is basically being in a 3v5 and then just giving them 2 kills basically 5 seconds later, or less than 5 seconds later, to make it a 3v3. So when the dust settles, everything is all the more even, as we're seeing the ISO Yoru on the side of EDG, the double duels, CB playing the Yoru and Kang playing that ISO. And on the other side, we have a very standard affair, what I could argue is the giant special. BLG playing the double initiator, the one that we've seen time and time again. One of the weird things is because I think the innovation of the double duelist, the Yoru ISO, came because of how prevalent the Sova breach comp was. So
yeah,
BLG opting for the very safe option. I guess Bud is making the breach work. I'm not the biggest fan of breach. I think he's a bit overutilized and underperforms in a lot of the key areas that you need an initiator to be. But the one thing that EDG doesn't have is they don't really have that dive. So you're going to be seeing a lot of contacts, a lot of A control and A contest here from the side of EDG. And how does the side of BLG brace against what is arguably one of the more frustrating comps or frustrating matchups against you on this comp?
I mean, yeah, EDG needs to win this map, and I'm a bit surprised by the breach as well. This is a map that we haven't seen from both these teams throughout 2026 yet, so yeah, we didn't really know what to expect from them. I mean, they do like the breach on the side of BLG, and I mean, Bud has had an incredible performance on Abyss just yet, so maybe it's just a matter of confidence, comfort for the side of BLG, for Bud especially. He had a great showing on Breach already, so yeah, just let him run it again. But yeah, this is not what you'd expect from a 2026 comp on Haven. No Viper. That is certainly something you see more often on Haven, but it looks like they're gonna go for an A contact here on the side of BLG for their pistol. It's just nobody here. The arrow reveal has been destroyed, and great piece of aggression here from CB as he just walks out of double doors and finds Rusia in the lurk to open up for EDG. Is this gonna be an execute onto side? It doesn't seem like it. They snuff out the stack and fall back immediately.
Yeah, that's you're going to be seeing a lot of this early A main contest. Trying to see if you can actually wind your way into A main without being caught back too much. Is Nev's going to find 3 kills on the lurk here, looking for the 4th. Doesn't find it. Chichu shuts him down. As Nev with 2 right clicks and a left click finds 3 kills instantaneously here. As his team's a bit slow in the uptick, but they managed to get onto B uncontested. Yeah, Kang and Chichu have a mountain's worth of work to do, but K-Knights is 1 HP, so it's a lot more doable. Relay Bolt lands and the stun commits. YZ finds the trade, Chichu finds the 3rd. And Chichu finds his 3rd. As EDG survive. That's the best I can describe it. EDG survive. They don't do much else besides surviving on the back of Chichu's brilliance there.
Finally gets the fist bump from his teammate. But yeah, that could ended a lot worse for the side of VDG. But
they should come back A, I think.
Yeah, they do get away with it. That could have been heroics from Smoggy to secure the round, but Chitra rather, the one to secure the round. And you need individual players like that to step up sometimes. But it certainly Wasn't the prettiest round for EDG. Another early Sova dot towards A main. Doesn't spot anything. They already got YZ past lobby towards A short, and with that drone, at least they spot the Sova. Bit of information you gathered from EDG, but not much room taken yet.
Yeah, as it's once again this A main default. They have the fake Cypher cam here to sort of dissuade any attackers thinking that they're walking into a Cypher site. As Knight's gonna find the kill with the classic, assisted by Neff here for damage, but are they gonna commit to this? No, actually a very strong faking protocol here is they take that first kill aware of the rotations and shift away to see if there's any faster responses from the defensive side. Is CB looking to find a kill here? Is Wise he's going to find with the classic. Upgrades his weaponry as well.
What is going on with these classics on the side of BLG? Oh, YZ is baiting perfectly almost, but nobody gets the 2 kills on A side. And I don't think Russia expects Chicha to be waiting for him outside the smoke already. EDG once again almost giving that round away versus these classic shots. But Chicha and nobody in the end able to hold strong. These classic shots are insane.
These classics are crazy, yeah. Oh, that's a free gun, by the way. Just doing free chip damage is... That's an eco, but that's an expensive eco. All of that mid fighting was happening. Meanwhile, the A side of the map was basically falling apart for the side of BLG, and you're seeing one of the side effects of having this comp and why it's so weak against this double duelist. Because once you get to the side parts of things, you have so many people that need to throw util that you're not fully aware of how much damage can be done on the other end of it. So definitely a very precarious situation to be found in if you're the side of BLG going towards that A side, but kind of have to, because if you don't, you end up in a situation like this where there's A main being fully contested by CB in this case. So anytime you try to walk through here, you're basically guaranteeing a body or at least 2 deaths, one of them being his.
Yeah, looks like they're still fishing with these shock darts by K-Knight to find the tripwires, but so far didn't spot them. The setup for Chichu still in place. They want to pull them towards B. Already inside garage as well, and YZ most importantly finds the duel versus Kong Kong. Able to get away from the paranoia, but is now spotted and brought down by nobody. Rusia struggling to find a pick there. They still have a flank in place in the form of CB. This could come in huge. He should have been checked there and goes down. K9 able to claim the kill finally, but still struggling versus these 2 players coming from B. Both known and low on HP already. Spike is ticking, going for the higher lower setup. This should be an easy kill for either of them. Smoggy really needs to find a perfect spray down basically, but doesn't do so. It's the first round on the board for BLG.
Yeah, you go towards the C side of the map, and I guess it works. I guess that's the litmus test for how strong your hold is. Can your C side actually hold true? And I think with how Cypher is basically almost hard counted by Sova, your C hold needs to be impeccable, right? They just went through garage, go onto C site, and they get the spike down in a way that is a bit frustrating if you're the Cypher player, because you have so many lanes to contest and very valuable util now with how expensive and how econ breaking Cypher's util tends to be.
That's a little bit
they
of util.
It.
Yeah, then. Oh,
yeah,
they
mid trip.
Oh, on C, yeah, already.
Yeah, they broke that B trip instantaneously. As CB finds 2 kills. The body's fallen. Still favored for EDG. Oh, still pretty favored there.
Does that reveal go? It goes towards A. Nothing spotted there. Someone could have already pushed through, of course, for the site. BLG, and looks like Russia just gonna try to contact up towards B, but it's a great crossfire. Broken up by Smoggy as he tries to check for C-Link, but he's not being punished for it. Both him and Chichu getting their respective duels. And EDG still firmly in the lead here during these first couple rounds.
Yeah, so we were talking about that Cypher, the litmus test of the Cypher trip, and how Server's hard counter to it. That trip broke mid immediately, right? And Cypher doesn't really have any setups for the C side of the map. So when that trip is insta broken, you just have to shift. You can't really anchor C as strong as you want to. So you can see why he's moving his trip off of B. He's moved it into garage and onto C sites instead. So now there's a huge gaping hole down the middle of the map, but that's okay because B is one of the more it's one of the easiest sites to retake in the game because of how potent your flood can be. It just gets a bit complicated in the 5v5, but it is relatively easy to contest because you only have to worry about one side if you play fast enough. Is Neff's gonna play a bit fast and smuggy here? Finds a big duel onto the solar controller for EDG. As things quieten down, the dust settles. CB occupying that space outside garage. The trip's being broken once again as the regroup towards A. The BLG looks potent, looks fortuitous.
They still want that information. Kong just gets 2 easy kills. Rusia now with 1 double tab activated. He could have the kill contract for that, and he does so.
And nobody found 2 kills as well.
Going down, yeah, it's just the Cypher alive. Rusia, no chance in the duel versus Kong. 3k for him. With that, the round is secured once again. They can't really get on site over towards A.
Oh, that's how that happened, yeah.
Let's go!
Okay, EDG has signs of life. Not necessarily punting their leads away like the last map, and it looks good. It looks very, very good from this EDG defensive side. It is on the back of a lot of multi-kills, I will add. The shooters on EDG are just that. They are shooting. They are finding a lot of the very high-impact kills when they need to. They're showing up for their team when it matters the most, and BLG is just struggling to fight this unified force that is EDG right now. You can see that the BLG coach is not really saying much. That's oftentimes indicative of the timeout just being given there to give the IGL time to think, or the IGL time to make those adjustments that he needs. It might even be just a mental timeout of any kind of variety. So the timeout definitely happened because of the backing of how much momentum it seems EDG is getting going into this defensive half, and you know it gets worse the minute the half swaps. You know it gets a lot worse as EDG has that double duel and they have contact plays in their pockets, and you don't really have anybody that's good at zone contesting. You have to do everything needs to be very active in terms of the info gathering game. So full rifle buy, first full rifle of the half for both sides, as BLG is sitting on 5 ultis here.
Yeah, that's a lot. You kind of expect them to at least claim 1 round with that. But so far, EDG has been looking very safe. Their defense, finding these duels on their terms. Rusia on the lurk. Almost expecting something already pop out over towards C, and CB will have to use that TP. Only gets 1, can't TP out. An immediate trade there. Using the neural theft to spot out the players. Side is cleared with the rolling thunder, trying to use the contingency to get onto side, but with all the util thrown towards them, they will have to cancel that. That's a great Hunter's Fury though from nobody. Finds Bot and gets Neff as well. 2 kills from the Hunter himself. And all they need is a follow-up now, but YZ on 6 HP. Brought down by Chichu in the 1v1. The clutch for the Cypher of EDG. And another one for them. It's been so close. Heroics from YZ, but it's not enough for BLG.
Yeah, that's actually insane. I think he finds 2. He gets 2 off the first ping. That's insane work there. And BLG fought back at the end. managing to find those 2 kills, but like you mentioned, 6 HP, the damage is done as Chichu sits him down. That's 154 damage. That's unnecessary because of how low YZ was there. But Chichu always good for the 1-taps. Gonna continue going for them as long as they keep working. Chichu's one of the very few Sentinel players that who plays Viper that you would just give the Vandal to, you know? I think he's just that proficient with that weaponry that he just has it in moments of truth to show up once again as CB's gonna find Lucia, but YZ puts down the man of the moment. Chichu's gonna fall. Spike's gonna be committed here. No Hunter's Fury to delay it this time around as Overdrive expires. But it's 1 HP and it's a 4v4.
And they used their own Hunter's Fury to clear the spot as well. And just a fadeaway kill there. Together with the Stinger, the Vandal does the job. The Stinger breaks the shield. Vandal finishes it off. Great combination there versus Kong Kong. It's just CB and the Outlaw. That's the first one. It's a good flash to pop out of the smoke, but it's turned away by Bud. Beautiful round from BLG. Finally getting another one on the board. And they did, in the end, get 1 round with all these ultimates they had. They didn't get the previous one, but this time around, Overdrive and Hunter's Fury, enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, and it's a pretty explosive round from the side of BLG. Recognizing that C was their best chance, they go for it. They just run it back on C side with the ulti. But now they're moving on to A. I wonder if this is going to be more typical style of play, where you start A, get early A contest, insert someone, and then move towards C. So we're going to see if anything happens in regards to that. So CB's going to find a kill with the operator. Kang, not willing to be outdone, contributes his 2 cents, finds Bud. Gets traded up by Neff almost immediately. CB's going to find Rushia as well. 2nd kill on the round for the kid.
Yeah, this was a bit of a low buy, but nobody with the flank gets the kill and upgrades to a Vandal. All of a sudden, it's just K-Knight, the Spike. All by itself. Lost in window. Operator shot goes wide, but K-Knight has been spotted. With the dart. Gets another one, but immediate trade from nobody. EDG. We're just swarming out of every hole on both A and B and just running over BLG in that round.
Yeah, I think running over is like it's an apt description for what is happening, because they're just, all the fights just happen mid. There's just a huge decision to just fight everyone mid, and BLG has all the util in the world and didn't use enough. I don't even think they used any utils to clear out what they knew was a clear and present danger in the op the minute that YZ went down. So a bit tentative there in our compliments of how they're going to play their default, because if they're not going to be using the util, I think a big part of their comp, there's no reason to be letting that sort of thing happen. You have so much util. There's so many ways for you to find out if the fight that you're taking is even advised or if that contact is going to work. At BLG is just not quite picking up on they're contacting it on operates, and any self-respecting analyst is going to tell you that that's a horrible idea, just because of how slow you peak and how easy it is for them to find that 150.
Yeah, and once again, the bit of a C-long push pays off, but with the TP, CB is already on the other side again. They might just run into that operator again. This time they use that little drift there from YZ to at least spot the operator, get on site, but Smoggy already sitting on the spot. Has nobody waiting in the wings to help him out. It's a 2v2, but Chichu's flank is good. Uses the neural theft even. And claims the last one as well. BLG, they seem a bit lost in their attack right now, not really knowing where to go, not really knowing how to deal with this operator.
And the problem with suffering to the operator right now is there's so many ways. You can cipher cam, you can fake wall, you can throw your drone, you can throw your dart. You know, there's so many ways that you can deal with this operator that BLG is just not necessarily using. A rush is also really effective into it. They had the C rush working. They won 2 rounds because of the C rush, and they just haven't gone back to that. This is the first time in a while that they are going back to it, not encountering any Cypher util, because most of it's been playing for any additional spoil into intermediary zones. Is YC gonna find CB, drops the operator, looking to pick it back up. Yeah, that has operator in hand for his troubles. So now the contact game is on a different side of things. There's no flashes on the side of EDG. Kill contract is committed. Kang grabs Net of all people. Net for the Sheriff breaks the bubble but doesn't break the man. Kang still alive. 4v4 post plant. 4v3 as Chi falls here. Looking for another one. Rushe finds one. YZ contributes again. Rolling Thunder. Kang in the 2v1 finds one but doesn't get the other as Bud closes out the round.
What a round from YZ, and it all came down to that peek out of the smoke from CB with the operator in hand, thinking he could get a sneaky kill versus the C rush, but he pays with his life for it and also gives away the round. 3 crucial operator kills from YZ. That rolling thunder to then send him onto the box as well, but most importantly, get that last kill onto Kong. Crazy round from BLG, and a bit of disrespect there from CB that cost them a lot in the end. Another fight towards A, this time CB showing some bit of trigger discipline and TP's out just in time. Looks like it's going to be a C hit though. YC already on the spot. Spike is down. It's crazy what's going on right now. K9 finding another trade, but still a numbers advantage for EDG, and most importantly, nobody's already flanking. They are just running all over the map.
Yeah, and I think the one thing is you can't really beat a Yoru to the rotate, right? I think that's a very important thing. CB can be literally anywhere. CB is a global threat, a global presence. He can be on A side of the map, finds that kill, he can TP all the way to B and become a problem. And the fact that the reason why that's a problem is, especially if you're expecting a standard retake, you're going to get flooded on. And that's what EDG is doing to great effect. They're just rushing out onto site as we get into the ultimate round of the first half. BLG trailing by 4, I think, by 4 rounds if they win this one. But currently trading by 5 is EDG 8-3.
BLG definitely won at least in a 4th round on the board, but it's a beautiful setup once again. The stun won't help. The Hunter's Fury from nobody finds another kill. 3 in total. And it's a 4v2 as BLG take their foot off the gas. It's a good timing for the dimensional drift use, but it's not even needed. Nobody able to win the 1v2 by himself. Another 3k for him. A beautiful performance from the Sova player in this first half, and a 9-3 lead heading into the second.
Yeah, very dominant showing from the CDG side that struggled oh so much on Abyss. Struggled to find their form, but the minute they got into this game, they've just been on the gas and in control the whole way through. So definitely very competent showing from the EDG. Going to the next half, what are your anticipations? What are you expecting? As EDG on the 9-3 with that double duel into that double initiator, what do you think we should be looking out for here?
To be honest, I feel like this is going to be a quick map. We are heading into Breeze next, but I really do hope that BLG can recover from this. But the way that EDG have been playing, I feel like they will have a great chance of getting onto site with that composition. I mean, the way their double duelist setup is working. Of course, they can't be as explosive, but using that contingency to gain space and then maybe use that Euro flash plus TP to get onto site and pop out behind the wall all of a sudden will be pretty scary for the side of BLG, I believe. And the way they've been looking so far, they don't seem too confident and too comfortable on Haven right now. I mean, maybe it's just an issue with their attack, but they need to have a stellar defense versus this double duelist setup to be able to come back into this. And I right now I don't see that happening, especially with a Sova performance from nobody like that.
Yeah, I think that's 337 ACS.
Yeah.
In the first
ADR
half, yeah.
And kills and headshot percentage. He was like leading the server on almost any set there. 16-5-1. That's insane. Once again, how do you not get more assists on an agent like that? They're just not. They're just so selfish.
Yeah, just killing everybody, I guess. Yeah, no, I'll do it myself, he says.
We're already in the pistol round. It's EDG's attack, as you pointed out, and this looks a bit like a C fake, but it's just CB by himself, and all players are just in garage right now. For the side of BLG, they couldn't really see anyone through that smoke. How did he get past everyone? Now they need to hunt for him. Able to isolate a duel there, but Butt wins it. Still, this should be the go button. Go towards A, but most importantly, YZ snuck past everyone in mid, but Cheech is very aware of that. Claims that kill to make it a 4v4. It's just K9 on the spot. Nobody goes down, but he is traded. Spike should be planted now, but they're trying to fast retake with that flash. Aftershock under heaven. It's just dodged by everyone. And with that, it's just knife. On A long going down versus Chichu. BLG looking a bit disconnected there. And EDG winning the pistol to make this a 10-3 lead. This doesn't look good for the side of BLG.
Yeah, that's double pistol, I think, for EDG. And the last round they converted their bonus as well, or their force buy as well. So let's see how they manage to navigate through this. Is a lot of fighting towards A side, as you do expect. And now we're going to start seeing some C rush shenanigans, right? This, especially with the Cypher on the map, you kind of want to just be testing, poking, prodding, seeing if Cypher will give up C in any capacity, and make your service job a bit easier by knowing what you might be walking into. Pretty strong anchor hold is what it looks like from the C side of the map. So orb is all that they will take. Potentially going to aggro into this is Chichu on the lurk, looking to find Bud, and the timing is a bit off as Bud manages to get towards back sites as drone spots Rusia. Neff on site to support. Doesn't really aid anything as the C long hits has been cancelled, aborted, and it looks like we're going to translate this to either a B hit or another C split through garage.
And now he spots the cage, of course. This will be B hit. The stun misses, but he still gets a frag over towards Chichu. Immediately traded though. Oh, Smoggy almost with his back towards K9. YZ, good slide in to get at least one, but PLG, all of a sudden, these classics are doing wonders again. It's just Smoggy. He does have the Phantom. He should not be able to lose these duels. Spike is ticking for them. But Rusia with another clean headshot. BLG, an eco round converted. How the hell did that happen?
Classics are a free gun that in the hands of BLG just do so much damage. Actually, that's a Phantom drop. That's 3,000 credits. It's actually insane. Yeah, all these guns are finding that much value. They're investing arguably 1,000 credits between all of them, right? They're spending maybe 400 on average in terms of util. And when you're getting that much initial investment, where your next buy is just buying the rest of the guns, you're putting yourself in a good spot to actually mount that comeback. That there's a lot of work that needs to be done from the side of BLG. They did a really good job at playing for that mid-round B control. As Neff is going to find 2 kills, looking for the third, still ever hungry for it. Smokes him off as the momentum keeps going. He finds the third, looking for the fourth, gets a bit overzealous, but damage is done. Chichu shuts down Neff, but it's a 4v1. And Chichu has a lot of work to do.
Yeah. I mean, there are a couple isolated duels that he could take, but it's going to take him a while to find them. He might as well just save that Vandal that they play, the Hero Vandal. Is good as well. just be a save for him. Check in with that camera, whether he's being approached from any side. BLG striking back after that converted eco. The follow-up round, only losing one member. It seems like it's a pretty good opening here for them in the second half, and they need more of these rounds, of course, being down 6.
Yeah, that's I think it was, if Neff doesn't decide that he wants to troll in that exact moment, this is a flawless round from the side of BLG. On the back of a really good read there, I think Neff anticipated the B mid rush after that shutdown on C and the fact that they haven't challenged A. He was ready to receive an A hit, he was ready to receive some B contacts, and ended up finding all of those, as that body that dropped was effectively a bulldog because they actually just traded back up. So the side of BLG only loses 2,000 credits. They don't lose 3k like normal if they were to sacrifice the bulldog, but still a lot of work, like you mentioned, still a lot of work if BLG wants to make it back into this. But if they're going to be shooting like this, that job's going to be slightly easier.
I mean, there's a long way to go, but wish we knew what he was saying there. But yeah, maybe we'll get a translation coming in for you guys. But finally a full buy for EDG, and some A-long aggression for BLG, inserting YZ a bit deeper. K-Knight baiting for him, and it works out perfectly. YZ finds the opening frag, but versus the double tap of Kong Kong, it's an unfair duel. The EDG's player is able to win.
Yes, we're still settling into this 4v4. Still very early rounds into this. The Optics going to be committed to try and nudge the Sova off of the drone. Kang in the kill contract loses to Bud, as the massive kill from Bud to get out of that kill contract is suddenly EDG's hit is a bit scuppered, but eyes on CB, walked all the way through B long, looking to potentially find someone over there, clearing out most of it. But the one lane that's uncontested is towards that left side of the map. But that trip is pretty much obsolete unless it's C-split, so nobody. Trying to go for the plant. Plants just before the trip as well. Hunter's Fury gets committed. Dink for his trouble. 2 HP for the nobody. Looking to commit the spike again. Looking to commit the spike again. Taps it a second time. As Neff is finally going to find nobody. He was on death throws there, as Knight going to close it out, finding the lurk. Weird round, a very, very weird round there.
Yeah, another, great round from BLG, and Bud winning that duel in the kill contract is huge for them in this A-side hold, and then it basically just force BLG, or EDG rather, over to go towards B. Yeah, you can see Kong Kong is a bit confused as well, that he loses out on the challenger prodigy there for the side of BLG. So a bit of damage there with the shock dart over towards Smoggy, but BLG giving away some of that space. The drone spotting them now. Great undercut towards short as well. And here we see the contingency allowing them to gain all that space up towards side, but you need to win the duels as well. Everyone just falls down on A side. It's a flawless for BLG, and I think it was an eco if I saw that correctly. The guns did matter, but BLG are back into this game.
Yeah, it's they off of a round conversion on that eco. We did speak about in the beginning of the show about how important those rounds after pistols are, and BLG won round after pistol and hasn't lost since. So it's a very good look for them. And they're playing the map amazingly, by the way. They're actually setting up for their A fights a lot. They're making sure that they're really prepared for those A fights. They're not really giving up too many silly fights across the map. Neff has been firing on all cylinders. Towards the C side again, he's put himself in a position where he can wreak havoc once again. So absolutely impeccable calling from Neff. This double duel is not really getting not really being as explosive as you'd expect them to be. That A side had glimpses of what that comp should be doing, which is creating a lot of havoc in the short term. Long-term havoc doesn't really bode well for the side of EDG, as contacting through, gets spotted out, is Kang. As it looks like it's going to be a B split and Bud is ready to receive.
Yeah, I mean, Bud has had an incredible series thus far. Can he contribute to this B go? There comes the aftershock, so at least keeps them away from planting just yet. Spike will go down now. It's a 5v5 with a lot of damage on towards CB with a great paranoia plus stun. But Kong, they did not check. Hunter's Fury by nobody. Once again, trying to scat out the last remaining players. There is a flank coming in from Russia as well now, as they find 2 kills on the spot. It's just nobody all of a sudden in the 1v2, and he manages to clutch it. 3k for the Sova. He's just having an incredible map, a lifeline for EDG.
Yeah, manages to drag them all the way through. He'll do it himself. 337 ACS at the half, and looking to add to that number, potentially a 400 ACS game for him if he keeps this performance up. Okay, so that's how he found that one. It's 3 1v1s. It's 3 1v1s. They're just giving it to him. They're just letting him back into the game. That's a early deserved timeout. Idea here on this timeout is you are winning. You were winning. You had the cadence to win, right? But you're insistent and so focused on the winning and being those heroes in those moments is costing you games. It's costing you rounds. So it cost you the one round, it's not going to cost you another one, is the idea behind this timeout. As the side of EDG finally gets around, they finally break the streak. I think it was 4 on the trot before they were locked down there.
Yeah, EDG, I mean, they only need 2 more rounds to bring us to breeze, and BLG looked like they lost some momentum during that last round. Probably a great idea to focus these players once more for BLG, as they still need to climb that hill to come back, potentially equalize or even win this map. But EDG showing that they can at least rely onto nobody to win it for them. But YZ with a great opening. A trade kill though versus K-Knight means it's still a 4v4. Most importantly, that operator has been spotted. Do they really want to re-hit A side again, as YZ is just creeping around that corner, but Chichu is already waiting for him, winning that duel. And that opens up the map for them. It's just Bot on B. It's a great stun to keep them off of getting onto B. An aftershock afterwards. They're just running through garage onto C side, as the From the Shadows has been stalked by Neff on C long. But they do expect it. Kong wants to check it, goes down anyways. It's a TP towards side, but 2 more kills found. It's just the IGL for BLG, who has to do it all, and he will not. Map points. 5 in total for EDG.
That's a massive round from the side of EDG. I think off of the YZ kill, I think he got a bit overeager there, trying to play in again to try and get that long angle, but Chichu saw it all the way through, was ready for it, received it, and took the neural theft on top of that kill and created a lot of havoc. Yeah, that's a big kill. That kill there is massive. Even though Neff decided to, or not decided, got the opportunity to salvage one more kill, it was too little too late. There was too many people set up in really dangerous spots. So side of EDG playing for their win cons, which is taking those wide peaks, playing contact into basically everything, yeah. And taking educated guesses. His eyes on Russia. Russia has to go big.
Yeah, he has to go big, you said it. And that is big indeed! The spray down for the 4K. Gets so excited, runs into a tripwire even. Shichu all by himself. And Garage, the last man standing for EDG, and then just toying with him now. What a massive round from Rusia. I mean, that's not a character thing TP out there. He was playing Cypher in that all-in position. He needed at least 2 kills to make that worthwhile, and he got 4.
That's incredible. That's actually incredible. He doesn't even go for the ace as well. Like, after hitting the trip, he's reduced to 25 HP, and that's absolutely bloody incredible. The work he managed to pull out there. Like you said, not on an Asian that can just escape. He had to rely on his guns consistently all the way through, as he seems to inspire confidence in the rest of BLG, as they're taking a couple of risks, a couple of chances. Smoggy's going to shut down Knight. Okay, Knight. That's the recon gone. Still one more initiator in pocket, but on site is Neff ready to receive.
But if there's one side that you can retake, it is certainly that A side, especially with the breach. But they're trying to just go super fast on it immediately on site. There should be a kill versus CP, but Kong finds Neff, is immediately spotted after his ultimate though. Goes down, and Bud claims the last one. Crazy attempt there from BLG. They were just so ready for that A hit, and he immediately fought back.
Oh yeah, I was wondering how those kills with the sheriff actually happened. Yeah, so kill contract gets traded. They trade the overdrive for it as well to recontest into A main, knowing that there's less bodies there. A bit of an expensive investment in terms of ultis for the side of EDG, the kill contract and the dimensional drift, trying to get this last round across the board, sort of tap it into the hole as it were. I couldn't quite get it. Struggling a bit here, especially in the mid-round brawls.
Yeah, it's only 3-round difference now between these two teams. But they dodge the drone, has to be played from side so it doesn't go as deep. Unable to gather as much information for BLG. They are able to claim another ult orb and dodge that shock dart. But it looks like that's all they wanted for now. So they fall back from A long. It's mostly expecting some more pushes coming from BLG, but they're playing very patiently right now.
Yeah, very, very belabored, very, very calm, cool, and collected. Nev has the opportunity to go huge here. I think nobody's here scanning for trips. Can't quite see over the cage, but saw a bit of the ponytail. Saw a bit of the blonde through the cage. The top of the cage is a bit transparent for the purposes of map scanning and map radar. As it's a pretty big effort here. Hunter's Fury plus the Aftershock committed. Trying to deny the plants. Kankang's going to find the first kill here. TB's going to find the next one.
Oh, and it's a good spray from Bud versus Kong. They're all on site now, and they just want to take these aggressive duels, and it seems like that is all they needed all this time. EDG strike confidence back into the teams, into the fans, rather. Hope for the side of EDG. We go to Breeze. It was a bit of a shaky map nonetheless for either side, but EDG managed to push through.
Yeah, managing to survive, I think, is EDG when they were on the precipice of a fake comeback there, on the precipice of being come back upon, but nobody wasn't going to let that happen. I think nobody's someone who showed up in aces and in spades, just to cause a lot of havoc for the side of BLG. But I'm very curious to see what his total ACS was. I was predicting about 400 ACS, but he did quieten down towards the end, as the side of EDG managed to all start contributing to the collective effort of getting this across the line. But thoughts on this map? EDG struggled on Abyss because they were punting away leads, but BLG seemed like they were in a similar position, especially when they came to defense. They were a bit outclassed in comp select, playing a bit of an outdated comp and what is known as its known counter, or one of the known ways to counter that sort of comp with the double duel. So, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this map?
I mean, it certainly is what EDG needed. I still don't think it looked quite as clean as I hoped for from the side of EDG. I mean, their first half looked pretty solid, right? With that, was it 8-4, 9-3 lead? But ever since they had to go for an attack themselves, you could kind of see that they got a bit confused every now and then, a bit over-eager maybe in their attempts, just running into crossfires from BLG. It came down to a lot of individual performance, especially from this guy that you see on your screen right now. Nobody who had a monster performance on Haven, but let's listen in on the team right now.
昌，你别接，回别动回，冲北。A 小一能摸 ，A 小没人，A 小没人。他没来大推，来，我们想推就推，我跟你讲。等我一下，A 小还是没人，推，打进去吧。来了吗？没来。打 C 了。囚笼启动。他你妈给我们仨点上了，一人一个3连发，逼近了。
30秒。
CP 连包，有个残了，没事。谁的
能器已部署。魔方还剩一人。
两个。
魔方还剩1人。
拆包下包了。来！不是你轻点行吗？来！
You can probably tell why they had to cut some of that comms after that triple kill there. Probably a bit annoyed by that, but we're not surprised by this one. Nobody taking the MVP for Haven.
Yeah, I think a massive effort from nobody. The initiator role has always been, or at least as of lately, as Flood has become more and more important, having that initiator who can frag, because they're oftentimes put in situations like this, where they are just expected to get those kills, with a lot of the damage util that the people are picking these days. So nobody getting match MVP doesn't surprise me, doesn't surprise anyone. Was a pretty consistent part, I think, of EDG's success on defense. Just in his anchor job, his amount of multi-kills, 8 multi-kills for him.
Yeah.
And this clutch, I think, is very telling of how this experience went. But outdone on ACS by YZ, actually. By about 40 ACS. Obviously, not an indication of, not a truly accurate representation of the way the game went, but pretty close when you're this close an initiator to both duelists. Your duelist 2 ACS behind you, and their duelist about 40 ahead of you. Is it's pretty okay. I think it's really good that the initiators are getting damage, because we're moving on to Breeze next. I think that's going to be a game where initiators and support players need to show up.
Yeah, and especially on these operator players as well. It's going to be exciting. But yeah, I mean, YZ kept true to his promise that he's one of the best players in the league right now, but it was not enough to give them the 2-0 victory over EDG just yet. We will have to go for a third map, but yeah, I mean, this is a crazy stat to see, actually. 13 fast kills for the side of BLG and 9 for EDG, but the score is flipped. So BLG this time around not really able to convert their numbers advantages into actual round wins.
Yeah, I think they did themselves a bit of a disservice, because they were shooting, they were performing in every way possible, but just fell shy on the not having enough rounds when the half flipped to actually get enough impact and make enough mistakes. Is YZ, this graph is interesting. So it's showing ACS, it's showing kills, and it's showing ADR for all Neon players on Haven specifically, and KST. So he had a lot of actual individual performance that was really good. He had a really high level of first kills, but his headshot percentage is towards the lower end for Neon players specifically. So that's why that graph looks so skewed. But we have one more MVP graph to look at. We have the final map, the sunny coasts of Breeze.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that one. I mean, we have seen more and more teams pick up that map. I think BLG already played it this tournament, won versus Trace and that matchup. So it's going to be exciting to see what EDG have cooked up for Breeze. We will go into a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back with the decider of this crazy matchup between EDG and BLG. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last map of the day between EDG and CLG. It's still me, Crafted, my co-caster Rigger, bringing you the action. And we did have some action. That is most certain between EDG and BLG. A victory on Abyss for BLG, but EDG came back on their own map pick on Haven to bring us to Breeze.
Yeah, a very confident look from the side of EDG to actually... I think they had a really strong defense, the first 9-3 we've had in a while, so definitely a really strong look from EDG. A mix-up from the way they were playing their first map going to the second map, and hopefully that continues as a trend going to their third map. Breeze op heaven. I think you think Breeze, you think of, even with the rework, you think of those long sight lines and how important it is to get an op that is just getting those early picks off rip. They have put a lot of geometrical changes to it though. It's transitioned from a five lane to a 3-lane series map now, so a bit more important to be contesting those lanes. But let's see if there's any differentiators in these comps. There is a Gecko. I do like the Gecko look, but EDG once again running that double duelist.
Yeah, and I'm honestly not really surprised to see Kong Kong on the Jet here. I was expecting it almost. She's of course very capable on this map, especially once you get the operator for Kong Kong, or CB rather. This is a double threat that you can pose there in on defense. But as you said, I mean, no surprises in terms of the Vipers. She's still an incredible agent on Breeze after the changes, but usually does go with another controller here in the form of Astra. So yeah, I mean, that's the comp we've seen from BLG already. It's the first time we're going to see EDG on Breeze. What do you think? Who's going to have the edge here between the two?
It depends. I think depends on how Bud's going to be utilizing this Gecko. Gecko's been one of the many agents that has been affected by the util changes. But what you should be looking for if you want to be playing a very proficient level of Gecko is you want to be looking for lots and lots of recyclable util, right? How are they throwing the util in a way that they can consistently get it over and over again? I don't know if the defense is going to be leaning more towards the sort of active A hold and then passive B hold, or if we're going to be playing just a straight balance stack for the side of EDG. It looks like we're playing for passive on both sides, so you have your both controllers playing back sites and just ready to receive, hold the critical space for retake, and then you have your duelists taking those advanced angles into the more neutral space. You see Kang has already cleared up all the way through mid. You see CB has just finishing his clear all the way in elbow, so you know that it can only be a main. You just check if it's B main quickly. If it's not B main, it must be A main, right? That's the formula. As they are pretty aware of this A pop here, and they're just going to be sitting in main, waiting for that smoke to dissipate, cycling that Viper wall, waiting for the right timing, seeing if anyone gets a bit over eager towards that mid side of the map and towards A main.
So thanks for CB. Yeah, CB spotting Neff though, and I don't know if he saw the movement over towards A though. You can still sort of expect that. Maybe trying to make this an A split now, but after waiting for so long inside A main, they decide to rotate over towards A. Neff has actually positioned himself towards double doors. Could become a factor here as CB's positioning is now spotted, but he doesn't get the kill. Crucially, for BLG, it's still a 5v5. B side is theirs, and they will be able to plant the spike, and that's a very interesting defensive Viper wall, by the way, splitting this entire site in half. Certainly something we might have to talk about later, but it allows them to clear all these quadrants off the map without being forced to take these long-range duels. That's a beautiful flash, though, from the Gecko. 2 kills for BLG. A great opening in this post plant. CB just trying to find a sneaky kill there through the wall, but K9 and Neff, last remaining players, able to finish it off in the 3K for the Sova on top of it.
So it's a very interesting round. You mentioned that they were kind of sitting in A main doing nothing. I think the trigger is that Neff spotted Chichu walking across. I think that was the trigger. They were just waiting for that B player to rotate all the way over to A, convinced it was an A pop. The minute that B player crosses, you say, okay, cool, there's no one anchoring onto that B side of the map. CB tried his best to anchor, try to do his damage, but by the time they got onto site, it was just too many bodies to deal with appropriately in that situation. So VLG setting up on this B side of the map, knowing that the util is going to be a bit more skim from the defenders due to that that initial victory for the side of BLG. Scanned up, fully scanned up to CB, scanned once again and spammed through the wall by the K-Knight. Is Neff looking for a kill onto Chichi? Yes, sees a bit of leg, sees another bit of the shoulder. Fires a couple of shots, spots two, and decides now just to back off and throw additional util. Is Risha's gonna find 2 kills here, looking for the third. Smoggy trades out Neff as Smoggy's 1 HP. Yeah, he's super low. It's only a matter of time until a swing comes through to find Smoggy, but Kankan in a pretty advantageous spot here to look for damage. As Smoggy's still 25 HP, gonna be run down a bit. Oh, shots are just not landing as the first kill comes. As YZ had enough of it, fed up with this nonsense, finds both of them. Bulldog in hand, just sprints in, takes clean care of business. You guys have played for long enough. I want to move on to the next round.
Yeah, that took quite a bit to get rid of the last remaining players of VDG there, and then in the end it's just 180 flicks left and right with the spray down on the Bulldog. YZ able to finish it off in a clean second round for BLG. Most importantly, a lot of these guns carried over into this bonus now for them, and looks like gonna position themselves very passively once again, waiting for something to happen, waiting for a push out of one of these sides from EDG.
Yeah, EDG set up in what is a very conservative anti-eco. Is Kankan finds one, but Neff trades that out almost immediately. Is still in that very conservative anti-eco. I think that shot was just a side effect of one, but you're going to start seeing with how conservative this anti-eco is, you basically have to re-clear all of that space. So the re-clear is going to take a while. You're going to probably see the pop, not even at 30 seconds. I'd argue you'd probably see it very late, towards like 20 seconds more so than anything else. Because smokes are just going to come off the timing here. So we're going to see they're potentially going for that mid-split here. White wall goes up, and it seems like it's going to be a B hits on the B side of the map as EDG is cleared out all the way through spawn and going to clear it all the way through A.
Yeah, and that wall on A is basically make them believe that it's going to be an A hit instead, so they are already heading over towards A, giving up a free site. Chichu all by himself there, tucked behind the wall, could be spotted. Basically, just few centimeters apart here. But the flank coming in from EDG, probably what could seal the deal here for them. They need to flood the site now, and they aggressively take these duels now over towards Chichu, but K-Knight just finds 2 headshots with the Guardian, and but then the round is basically over. Smoggy cannot really help out any longer. Needs to save the gun. It's a converted bonus round for BLG, thanks to K-Knight.
Yeah, we need to see those shots. We do need to see those shots from K-Knight, because I think he just blew the round wide open. It was very much EDG favored until K-Knight completely shuts that down. Okay, so this is the CB kill. This is YZ.
Oh, come on.
Lined up once again. This is the Bud did it on Abyss, and yeah, that's a bit of a rattler. That's 3 rounds in a row for EDG. Maybe there's something that coach didn't like hearing, or he wasn't quite aware of. He just needs to shake his boys up awake. I think it's pretty interesting to see the difference between 2 timeouts, right? The EDG coach is a lot more vocal about how he wants and lets his team talk, and the BLG coach just lets his team function, right? Like, that's, I think, very interesting. That's what I'm ascertaining from the short glimpses that we got into those timeouts. Obviously, we don't know who does most of the talking. It might something to consider for sure. Coaching style we spoke about in the beginning of the show, all those many hours ago. What does each coach bring? And maybe it's the difference, that cultural shift, you know? Let the players talk in one version and versus call them to order in the other. So definitely something to ponder into the future games, not necessarily this one, but into any new coaching changes and regime changes and see how the culture shifted in each of these teams.
It's definitely an interesting observation you made there, but with That early timeout, of course, means EDG trying to get things in order as quick as possible. That's a great piece of util used there to almost kill YZ. The snakebite plus shock dart brings him down to 4 HP. Has the regenerating shield though. Gets some of that back. But almost kill for them. Pushing down mid. YZ could pop out of that door to surprise them. But they already made their way back towards A. Not a lot of space taken from BLG as they once again just sit and wait to see what EDG throws their way.
Seems like it's going to be an A hit, yeah? Contact A, they're going to be using the Gecko Wingman. As Wise is going to fall immediately, just spams through the smoke. Taps him up and drops his HP to 0. Sheriff Shot's going to go awry, finds a dink, but doesn't find the kill. As Neff's going to find the kill into Chichu. And it's a 4v4 post plant.
Yeah, but Bud is already super low as well. On 5 HP. Oh, it does have the Thrash though. And clear some corners here and finds one behind Orange. Even though Smoggy goes down, or the reload is a bit unfortunate, but Kong still makes it work. Gets the double. Straight it. However, it's a 2v2. And that's a great timing. And the smoke here for Neff, but Spike keeps ticking away. Nobody is spotted down, and this time it's a 4K for the Astra to claim the round. Looked pretty promising for a Nico on the side of EDG. But it was not enough.
They couldn't piece it together at the end. That ding was a massive. That was like one of the situations where you look back at it and say, if only we killed in that one situation, right? If that kill on Bud if the dink on Bud resulted in a kill, that ulti onto nobody doesn't happen. If that doesn't happen, then you have more full recon, you know? It was just a cascading series of unfortunate events for the side of EDG. It's going to be moving towards this mid default. This is a very familiar pattern if you've seen old Breeze take place. Is tanking full relay bolts and stunned up. He's going to get found by YZ, run down, gunned down, and suddenly it's a 4v5.
Yeah, what? And how does YZ find CB there? Making this a 5v3. Well, the side of BLG, this round is already falling apart. But it hasn't even really started. Using the Cosmic Divide, but Smoggy is all in A main already. Nobody on the spot. Needs to make this work. He's good for 2. But Rusia able to bring him down. And with that, it's just Chichu. And I don't think he's going to attempt that retake. This is pretty much the 5th round for BLG on the board.
Yeah, that's a perfect 5. You win your pistol, you win your rifle conversion, you win your ult round, and now BLG is sort of edging away here. And it's one of the side effects of this early timeout. You can't time out again, because if you do, then it's going to be a long game for the coach, hoping that his team sort of gets the show or rights the ship, as it were. So the EDG in a very precarious situation here, and it only gets more and more precarious the longer it goes without any kind of divine intervention for one of the players in a spark of brilliance. But they do save the op. The op is Spark of Brilliance shaped.
Do they? Do they? Yes, they do. That could have gone a bit close, but yeah, the operator at least secured for the next round. They also do have the Blade Storm for Kong, so I mean, what the hell is this kill? And then that awareness from YZ that someone might just be hiding behind that smoke. That is crazy from the YZ there. And now Kong, he's actually taking the up himself, not going for the Blade Storm during this eco off the side of EDG, but it looks like it's going to be a B rush again. This time CB just waiting next to the fast lane to claim that kill, but Chichu, nobody fall. Again, an early numbers advantage. Kong just trying to find a kill with that operator. Has switched to the Blade Storm, but now the Viper's Pit invested for BLG. Kong first knives misses. No way. That is just almost looking like a piece of slapstick right there, as Kong was just running around that wall trying to find a kill with the knives, but nobody was showing for him.
Yeah, it is a bit of ring around the rosy there, as Bud finds the first one, whoops at the shorty, looks for the second one, and it's a bit whiffy. As he's sort of brawling, he's trying to fight the forces that be trying to get that shot, so eventually gets it. A very confident round from the side of it, and you can see the frustration. Just trying to force for that kill, and it just didn't come.
Yeah, it was an eco though. So another buy round now for EDG, and they even had enough money to get another glass cannon operator for Kong. So far, it's not really had the impact that you are expecting from an operator on Breeze. Attacking operator for Neff as well, to hold that B elbow angle in case anyone on the defending side is pushing through that already. I don't know whether the drone spot him from that position. Could have been. They saw his feet. He seemed to be shifting the spike over towards B.
Yeah, as this operator still posted up here, as Neff on the other side of the map posted up with his own operator in hand, playing for any B elbow reclears. Fake smokes go on to A to see if they can shift any more bodies, but I don't think it's convincing enough as the snake bite gets committed to dissuade any side pop, or at least delay it for the time being. The regroup happens, the mollies get committed, the overdrive gets popped. Chichu in a position to potentially wreak havoc here. Nobody finds the first one. Risha's going to find one. There's 2 kills for Chichu on the board with the spike dropped.
What? He was just sitting on that spot, just waiting for someone to pop out of that smoke, and played it perfectly. So patient. Tiny little corner there is unchecked. Gets the double, secures the round for EDG. Finally on the board here. It looked like BLG with that very patient playstyle, losing a bit too much time there for the final execute.
Yeah, very, very slow, very cautious as they approach. But by the time that they actually did go for it, it was just way too late. I think they're waiting too much. I do think BLG is waiting way too much for the perfect round to happen. And as a result of them waiting this much, it's never going to happen. So on one side, they still have the op. I don't think the op showed. So there is a bit of ace card in the hole, an ace in the hole as it were, as the op hasn't shown yet. So these contact plays and these long holds might still bear dividends.
That's a new approach we've seen from BLG, or we are seeing from BLG, with the 3 players walking up through mid. They've already crossed even before the drone spots anything. I don't think they saw the gecko there. Bob is unnoticed, and Nev just using that operator to wait for the push. This time around, EDG go for a bit of a proactive play there on towards A main, and they're punished for it immediately. This leaves a gigantic hold still in mid for EDG. Chichu, however, in a spot where it could wreak havoc versus these players. That's a great flash out with the swing. They're just, they still gets another kill though. The operator from Kong misses though. Duel versus Neff now on the snipers. Gets another one, but is traded finally thanks to the wingman. Planned. Does no wait, it of course does not go through. But it's down. No, it is gone through. I'm confused, guys. Don't listen to me. It's a 1v2 for Rusia. The dimensional drift clears a lot of space. It's very much expected in backside now. Rusia gets that first one and the second as well. How do they do it every single time? He shows no fear. Clutches it for BLG. 7-1 halftime lead already secured. This is not going the way of EDG.
Bro, Russia's been quietly just doing magic. I think this is a big round for Russia to actually win that 1v2, but an even bigger round for BLG to actually be able to salvage one of these longer rounds, right? They're trading down the bodies and making it a bit expensive, so yeah, it was a very big round from Russia, but BLG playing this map to absolute perfection, albeit on the slow side, but it's working for them. I think they know that EDG has a tendency to want to start the rounds and be very proactive going into a lot of the rounds, as that's a dink. As Chichu reduced to 17 HP.
And clears that corner. And that little hole able to use the flash, but that's a great timing there for the dart as well. Wait, what's their own dart? EDG. What do you do with that information though? Looks like there's another hole in mid. Just trying to hold this on site. It's just Smoggy here. Clearing that angle. Every second. Could be a direct hit on towards A, but that's a great timing for the Hunter's Fury on nobody. We've seen him work wonders on Haven with it, but this time his immediate response from K-Knight gets a bit of damage onto nobody, but that's basically it. And Thrash finds Smoggy. It's a free kill for K-Knight, and nobody falls as well. Sight under control for BLG. They even push in towards elbow, and that is no way they're gonna go for a retake here. It's an 8th round for BLG. Why is he just pushing into spawn now?
Yeah, hoping to find another kill here to do even more damage, as Chichu's way too low to even contribute to the round. CB gets backstabbed there as Chichu all alone on an island. I don't know if there's an operator for him to collect, but he is 1 HP. He might get the drop onto YC. Unfortunately, YC's all the sharpest. Finds the better of him, and 8 rounds for the side of BLG in 9 rounds. They're running the show. They're absolutely in control of everything from beginning to end. They're playing their win con, which is the slow default, to perfection, and they're finding a lot of these individual picks. And I think if EDG is going to mount a comeback, yeah, it needs to start with the timeout. You just need to find a way to speed up the rounds to your liking, if possible, or otherwise set up yourselves in strong enough positions that you can wait out these longer rounds.
Yeah. BLG doing a great job so far punishing slightest mistake from EDG in these rounds. Then it's just great individual performances. So far, I really like the lurks we've seen from Neff so far. And they've paid off pretty much every single time, at least. Either getting a lot of information for his team or finding that crucial kill during the rotation. And when they hit side with a bit more time left on the board, as in that one round that they lost, you can really tell that EDG seem almost be overwhelmed by the amount of util that is thrown their way. It doesn't seem like they're really comfortable on Breeze just yet, or maybe it's just this new iteration of Breeze. But it's the first time we've seen a direct approach towards B now. With the Viper wall. It seems like they want to take this fight in elbow rather sooner than later. And it goes BLG's way. It's an eco for EDG, so don't read too much into it. But it's just another great opening for BLG. And they might just find Chichu as well, yeah. And with that, the map's wide open for them.
Yeah, it's wide. It can't be much wider open than that. Spike's on the other side of the map, so it still has a bit of a way to travel. But Smoggy and impossible odds here. 5v1 with a bandit versus rifles. Unlikely to elapse in any specific way. As now you can do a bit of min-maxing if you're the side of BLG. You can go for. You can select who gets plant down. As score is currently 9-1. What's going wrong for EDG? What's going wrong for EDG?
Yeah, really, I mean, they're losing a lot of duels. That is one thing, right? So I feel like it's also just BLG being better right now. their aim being a bit lackluster, seen some of that shots miss, but it also seems like they aren't really aware of where BLG can actually pop out of, and BLG just having a good read on what side to hit, what fights to take. That mid control seemed to be working out very well for them as well. On the side of BLG and EDG were struggling whenever they were going for a fight there. We're usually losing more members than getting kills. Looks like it's gonna be a B fake for BLG as the spike is still up towards A. But this time around, they're not buying it. They're leaving. Oh no, Chichu here, and he whiffs the shots. Are you kidding me? I mean, that is a free kill for you. This time he gets it though, and most importantly, Neff had the spike. So drops that one as well. Kills are being traded across the map. Viperspill is still up though. Can they somehow recover that spike to make use of it? It's a bit of an awkward situation now for both these teams, as YZ is just slowly walking in towards A with the operator in hand. Can't take a duel versus that one-way smoke from the Vipers. Smoggy with a great flank. Chichu finally able to get rid of Rusia. What can K9 and YZ do? Apparently, they can do it all. They still don't know about Smoggy. That's their one thing, but what is going on with YZ? Immediate one tap.
That was the round
just
as well.
on another level right now.
Yeah, that was the round as well. If you're ever going to put your foot in the door, you need to be winning that one. Yeah, Smoggy gets a great kill by actually just standing still and letting the Astro suck pull it into the center of it. So then he gets full accuracy and he's more prepared for the fight. Chichu finds an unlucky spray onto Rusia actually when they committed the Viper's Pit. You had everything. You had spike dropped on your side. You had literally every single fair wind was going in your fair weather sails, and they just couldn't piece it together. They just couldn't get it across the line, and now they have to deal with the double operator plus an outlaw on the side of BLG. So things are getting pretty dire as the money is just in full flourishing mode for the side of BLG.
Yeah, they probably have a couple Vandals sitting and waiting as well that he could potentially pick up after initial pushes. I don't think they want to go onto a side with a double operator, double outlaw, and there you see K-Knight switching over to a Vandal already. Rusia as well. So yeah, they were just waiting for that initial push, waiting for that initial aggression by EDG to be met with a couple operators. Like the idea from BLG as they head over towards B, once again fighting for elbow. CB gets out with 9 HP, but now he's all over towards A, not able to help for this B-side take. Smoggy, the first one. Kong on his elevated position, spotted by the dart though, has to give that one up. But they seem to be just rotating over towards A, unaware that there could be two more players still waiting. Chichu finds two. The Cosmic Divide and the perfect timing for Chichu to hop in and out of it. Another round on the board for EDG finally, but it's still a 10-2 lead at halftime for BLG.
Yeah, played too slowly that last round as EDG finally took a bit more initiative, finding all those big kills. That kill on Bud I think is arguably the biggest one that round. But those two kills that got shut down mid is great. EDG turned on a bit. EDG turned on, so I think there's still a lot of room for hope if you're an EDG fan, because they are running the double duelist comp. So there's no real concern there. You are expected to be a very attack strong sided team. So still lots of potential here if you are an EDG fan. But if you're a BLG fan, what are you expecting? What do you want to see from your team this half?
I mean, certainly not making the same mistakes that EDG did, of course, but I kind of expect them to control more of these spaces on the map, getting control over B main, getting control over A main. Something that we have seen from EDG. They were trying to do it, but most of the time failed to do so. Basically because Neft was always expecting something like it whenever they were calling for a push. To be honest, EDG, BLG just need to play this cool, calm, and collected. That they should be able to get 3 more on the board on their own defense. But I mean, EDG, they are a team that I kind of expect to do better on Breeze when they're attacking. Defense can be a bit of a nuisance on this map. So yeah, I mean, I'm still hoping for at least a somewhat close map between the two, but it will need definitely a step up from EDG on their attacking half.
Yeah, and it starts with the pistol. BLG has been,
yeah.
I think they've won out of the total pistols this series 4 out of 3, 3 out of 4. So, no, 4 out of 5. No.
Yeah, something like that could
pistol.
be.
Yeah, either they lost one lost pistol or they won the convert round. But they have a really high pistol success rate. I think just over 50% out of BLG. But the big thing here that we're talking about is going to be that second round conversion. Once again, the team that gets that second round conversion tends to run away with the game. So first couple of shots are going to go, and catches YZ, gives him a bit of a haircut, is knocked down to 22 HP.
But now they want to hunt nobody, and he's just running away, baiting for the rest of his team, and it works out perfectly. Chichu and Kong Kong getting the kills. And BLG a bit over-eager there in their attempt to finish off nobody. As Kong Kong just walks into the crosshair of Bud. He gets that one, but B-side has already fallen. And that's an easy plant for EDG.
Yeah, I think they're doing what I think they expected EDG to do on their attack side, right? They're sort of mirroring the mistake they want to see. They wanted to be more proactive, or they expected a more proactive EDG, and as a result, they were playing very proactively into that zone. There's one shot from Bud, gets straight out immediately by Chichu. As Russia in the 1v2 here, finds the first one, finds first out of 2. One half of the clutch revealed. Trying to piece together the second piece of it. Shots go awry, trying to find Chichu, doesn't find it. CB contributes in the fight and gets that trade. But as I was saying, yeah, they're trying to play through exactly how they expected EDG to play, right? Very, very proactive, very, very hunt down the first sign of life. And as a result, they get crunched by what can literally be known as their own way of playing, right? The playbook that they showed EDG in the last round, or the last half rather.
Yeah, I mean, this round is a crucial one for EDG, of course. Wanting to get as many guns into the next round to then potentially win that as well. I mean, BLG had a crazy good start to this map, almost running away with it entirely in the first half. It's a great flash over that wall in mid. These spot out a couple players, but can they make with it? Looks like they're just going to use that drone. Still no advancement in mid for EDG. So they were prepping for that A split, but they'll be falling away from it. Why is he still inserted in an elbow? Run past him. Could be good for 1 or 2 kills, but they crucially decide not to do so.
Yeah, as it's going to be a shift over to the A side of the map, but BLG have read this and they're shifting over as well. As yeah, all the bodies are rotating over. YC has all of B mains, so evidently rather clear. Moggy might have miscalculated an extra smoke there. YZ spots him, YZ finds him. I don't know if that's a gun. Is that an upgrade on YZ? No, it's a sheriff.
That's still a bit of an upgrade, but on the spot. That's where the fights are happening already. It's a 3v2, but Kong Kong super low. On 3 HP, that's enough to get another kill onto Russia. But only YZ with the sheriff that he recovered. will not be able to make it. It got a lot more expensive than they hoped for, but it is that follow-up round for EDG.
Yeah, big round for them. The big thing to notice is how did YZ get behind the Astra? That was just walked out of B main, walked all the way around, got into their spawn, and then found that that pick. Obviously, it was a sheriff, but Smoggy was just wholly unaware of the possibility that B main lurk had that timing.
It was just sitting inside his astral form for an eternity, it felt like. So it was very much unaware of what was happening around him. And with that, was a great pick for YZ, but it didn't really matter in the end. Spike this time around. Walking up mid. Drone invested, traded for the wingman there. Could potentially be recovered if they claim that space, but Bod was not really aware of Kong Kong, still got the kill, but immediately traded by Chichu. So still a 4v4. Want to take some space on towards B. Great timing once again by BLG. They might even find Smoggy, but he's just tucked close to the wall, able to dodge that one. Oh, but Rushu could still find him if he doesn't watch out. And there it is, the frag, the pull over on A main is beautiful. And good for more kills for BLG. Numbers advantage. YZ trying to step in. Neff already getting the first two, but the reload for nobody comes at the worst possible moment. BLG get their first defensive round, but it was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, if nobody had, what, 8 more bullets in his gun? 8 more bullets in his gun, and suddenly there's not the round doesn't look that way, so... Actually, he didn't even need 8. That's 4 bullets and he actually gets both those kills there. So, very close round there for the side of BLG. Close in the bad sense as well. It cost a lot of money to get that round across the line, and EDG still, their economy is kind of flourishing. The only person who really suffered from this is Nobody, who's been forced onto that Spectre. Close range weaponry on arguably one of the longest range maps as well is a bit rough, but things stabilize a bit. And it's a mid split on EDG's side, trying to collapse in on the A hold of YZ and A Knight.
Looking like another A execute this time. 3 players coming out of double doors. YZ is just sitting inside that smoke for an eternity, but he only gets that 1 kill. Smoggy with the immediate trade, and Kong Kong with the spray down. Good for 2 more. EDG looking like they found another one. It's still quite the uphill battle for them to come back, but BLG looking to save the 2 guns.
Yeah, not much you can contribute into this round. If you were BLG, you're the BLG coach, you have a timeout that you need to call. What are you calling? What's the one adjustment that you want to make, that you think we need to see from this BLG side?
Good question, honestly. I mean, you are the coach. You should probably tell me. I mean, it's so far their direct approaches have looked pretty solid on attack, and that's what I meant when earlier. It can get pretty overwhelming for EDG, or for the defensive side rather, to basically stop that consistent go A simulator that we've seen in the past on previous iterations of Breeze, where you basically just use that Viper wall to get on site. This time they already showed a bit of variance, right, in that split through mid, sending a lot of players through there. The Neon fast lane, of course, helped out for a BLG. They don't have that for the side of EDG, but still able to find that opening. The smokes. So yeah, I kind of like how they're approaching it thus far. But will BLG find an answer? That's the question. EDG have certainly been struggling in their own defense.
Yeah, EDG only managing to get 2 rounds on defense is not necessarily shown now the way they're playing attack side. They look very, very confident here. Going onto this B split, it looks like, yeah, Chi-Chi's going to challenge mid. It's eyes on K-Knight. Can he get anything done with his inferior weaponry? Not really. He decides to back off, and it looks like it's going to be a B-pop. Pretty definitively a B-pop. Smokes have been going. Drones being committed as well. But it's a B-pop into the stack. Aborted. Cancelled, actually, as they've recognized correctly that the stack is towards this B side of the map. Chi-Chu, unawares, gets caught, takes a single shot for his troubles. Nobody's going to find Bud in the mid side of the map, as Neff and YZ find 2 massive kills. Finds a 3rd one for Neff.
Yeah, Neff on the A side. Some crucial picks. Ignite gets that tag, and yeah, Smoggy is way too low to be able to make that cross, and doesn't even get the spike plan. Rougier there to claim the kill, forcing him to cancel that one thanks to the snake bite. And now it's 7 map and match points for BLG in a low buy round out of all rounds.
Yeah, that's their eco. I was going to suggest that the one fix would be getting an operator and cycling that online.
Get more sheriffs.
Yeah, get more sheriffs apparently is the right thing. Start investing in your future, save some vandals for your grandchildren. Was apparently the correct play, but now it's going to be popped. Bladestorm here. That's 3 out of 5 knives. Kang has 2 knives to make a difference. Only needs the 1. Finds Rusha in top mid. There goes half your controllers.
Yeah, that's great setup. I mean, that's these kinds of
look the wrong way.
Things
Smoggy
you need. Yeah, well, Smoggy unaware that he could still be seen from the side, and but with that push down mid, getting the better end of Chi-Chu as well. That is not good if you're an EDG fan. Once again, they seem like they're unaware of some of these positions that BLG could be in already. It will be a B execute. It looks like, and by that I mean there's just slowly walking onto his side. But you said it already. Might have the timing versus Kong now. Does he expect him? There he goes. Kong falls. The rest is already low on HP. CB now dropped as well as the overdrive for YZ, but K9 gets the last kill of the map. BLG in a dominant fashion win 2-1 over EDG thanks to an incredible Breeze performance.
Yeah, definitely a really strong attack side. I think that the gravity of how massive this win is doesn't really get reflected on the score, because this came off of arguably a very contested Abyss, a very uncontested Haven in favor of EDG, and then now arguably one of the best attack sides we've seen in a while from BLG with a 10-2 half. So it show's not over for your favorites. EDG is still actively in the tournament. This was what we know as the regen round. This is the middle bracket. They still have one more bracket to play through, which is the lowest bracket. So your dreams of seeing EDG at Master Santiago, you can hold on to them, you can hold dear to them. As the show's not over for them, it's just BLG one step closer, almost stamping their tickets to Santiago. Yeah, very, very good series. Very, very good series from BLG.
Yeah, we saw the frustration, the devastation even from Kong there in the end. He certainly had other plans. Not his best showing, to be honest. I mean, he had a couple good rounds, and he had a great Abyss, I believe, where he at least topped the charts. But I mean, from a team like EDG, you of course expect more than just Kong popping off and winning these rounds for you. So yeah, it's certainly a bit of a certainly not that promising look from EDG thus far in this tournament, only winning versus Tyloo. But we will head into the winners interview, so let's send it over to Beatles for the translation.
很多人都会把今天的这一场比赛比喻成是瓦的电竞春晚，因为真的关注度直接拉满了，也是属于你们和 EDG 在舞台上的第15番战了。回顾以前那么多的交手经历，有没有帮助你
And do you think like playing EDG so many times, this the 15th match has helped you like beat them this time?
相互了解彼此嘛，然后一些场中也可以做出更好的应对吧。
对，私底下其实两队也是比较熟悉的嘛，但是还想聊到的就是 BLG 现在真的越打越好了，尤其是在赛场上的表现也是越来越好了。来到广州之后，你们是怎样去慢慢调整和适应的？
其实第一场比赛打完之后，我们感觉输得那么惨，应该不
And he says that when they lost on the first match, it was like less of like game problems and more of like mental, and that has taken some time for them to adjust.
因为当时是一个2打5的残局，并且你是以满血拿下了5杀。
And how did you get the ace?
怎样去慢慢的拆解和拆分的？
我觉得2打5的时候，其实我们2打2的残局交流还是比较稳健的吧。然后2打4的时候没办法，就是要靠选手去找一些机会吧，找一些击杀，才能就是把游戏更好的运行下去。然后
And he says that at that time it was a 2v4, and I really needed to like step up. And after we got to after I got 2 on B, and then we rotate over to A, it was like a 2v2, and then we could just like hide a bit more.
然后也帮我去补一些残局的细节。
大家的思路还是很清晰的。那还想问到就是幻棱这个绝对位英雄，因为现在感觉上场
And now the tongue will really pick
场率还是蛮高的嘛。然后现在很多队伍会选择到幻棱和夜路的双决斗体系，能不能你作为一个先锋的
And why do you think Wade's pick rate is so
这个
high?
版本幻棱它的登场率会比较高呢？
我觉得幻棱这个英雄主要是他可以进点之后。有机会去击杀掉对方一名英雄，然后回来。
And he says it's mainly because of the escape mechanism. So if you can get one, you can also like come back to the team. And even if you don't get that pick, you can still return.
对对对。
那今天线下来了非常多支持你们的粉丝，包括线上也有很多观众朋友。
And anything to say to the audience?
有没有什么话想对他们说？
谢谢大家来线下支持我们吧，也谢谢就是屏幕面前在支持我们 BLG 的粉丝们，希望我们。
And he says that thank you to the fans, and I hope every future match of ours is going to be more and more exciting. And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
抽奖活动在比赛期间现场会抽取我们的随机观众来赠送我们的游戏资产。接下来有请小姐来为我们喊。
Yeah, thank you to Beatles. So yeah, you were having a point there. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to say I think Beatles is the GOAT. No, for actually translating all of this.
I think we can all agree on that, right?
Yeah, 1000%.
Incredible work from her once again. Thanks for the translation. But yeah, also great interview. K-Knight, like speaking to the fans and saying like all of the future matchups are just going to be more and more exciting for BLG. It does seem like it. I mean, they started this Kickoff 2026 with a loss versus All Gamers. Ever since then, they've been winning. So now they've even beat one of their biggest rivals in EDG. What more can you ask for as a BLG fan?
Cleaner games, less stress, more aura. I think there's a lot you could ask for, but that is all external and it has nothing to do with the way they played this game. Because I think they played the series relatively well. I think it was a bit shaky when they came to the defense side of Abyss. I think teams are still figuring out Abyss and how it interacts with the new meta. I think BLG's one of the only teams I've seen play Breeze with the Gecko. So teams are still figuring things out, and things are going to be a bit more turbulent or they're going to clear up a bit more as things go on. But if BLG is playing in the form that they have been playing, if Neft as the IGL keeps putting up these numbers, arguably one of the strongest controllers in the region, I think it's going to be a pretty comfortable bet to put BLG on their way to Santiago. So yeah, very interesting series, a very stressful series. I will say that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a look at the bracket later to see what road these two teams will have to take to be able to make it to Santiago, as we continue to see some of these highlights of this match Breeze, certainly an interesting map. A lot of teams haven't really adapted to it just yet. It seems like an EDG probably will have to put some more work into it, but let's listen into some of these comms on the side of BLG.
我说个假烟，我们启动好吗？经验可以，一起掰出去，好了吗？3、2、1，假烟。米弹下包，对。走吧，左边，前后圈。来，我抢下去打，点地，右边穿他，多一个，还有右边没死，这边那个箱子后面，别下墙，他跑黄墙了，墙没了。我注册，我有大招，兄弟们，切大，可以开，切大招，
怪兽出击。
有一个，没事。哎，点来了，左边，打过了，我晃右边，爆到了。你有大 K 哥可以打我们的。你拖鞋。那。好了 ，nice， 兄弟们带我赢，我的大还不消。
Not sure if that's already the epitome of cool, calm, and collected, but it still worked out pretty well for the side of BLG and Neff. Once again, is this the second time we've seen him take MVP in this series? I mean, what a performance from BLG's IGL here.
Yeah, that's an actually blistering stat line. 89% cast is crazy, which means, for those who don't know, cast is kills, assists, survived, or traded. And that's the percentage of rounds that you either got a kill, got an assist, survived, or traded someone else. So that means that 90% of all fights, or all of Neff's contributions, were winning contributions, right? So that's an insane stat line for any player, period, and let alone a person who's actually having to decide and dictate the way these games play out. So MVP for this game is Neff, for sure. Arguably MVP for this series is Neff.
Yeah.
Being a big part of why BLG brought it so close on Briss. Arguably some of the reason why they were or why they didn't win Haven, and definitely a reason why they won on Breeze. So definitely an excellent showing from BLG and their IGL leading the pack from the front.
Yeah, I really like the way he approached his attack on Breeze, where they played it so patiently, always getting that first pick, and always him waiting in mid or waiting on the weaker side of the team to find that opening, or maybe punish an initial push from EDG whenever they got a bit overeager. I mean, yeah, of course we knew they had a 10-2 half, so these numbers aren't as surprising, but it's still incredible to have a 9 out of 9 post plan statistic for your team. That just speaks for how dominant their attack has been, and of course able to find these openings, as we said before. It didn't really come down to a lot of clutches, because I think we've seen a couple saves even on the side of EDG most of these rounds, because they were just so quick in their execution. And by the numbers, it was Rusia this time around who dominated the server in terms of him being better than the average player on the server, and he played an incredible Viper as well.
94% KST. We spoke about the 90 or the 89% on Neff, but 94% of the time he got killed, assisted, or survived, or traded. That's all rounds, mind you. So yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. That means the 6% was the time when EDG was in control, but 94% of the time, we can round that down to 90% of the time. Both controllers on BLG's side was constantly alive, finding some way to contribute towards these rounds. So well deserved, a well earned win. On the past in the eye test, a well earned win. And by the numbers, a well earned win, and by the scoreboard, the final score, 1-2 in favor of BLG. Well earned in every single metric available.
Yeah, I mean, it really just came down to this to Haven, where EDG just seemed to be the better team, or at least the team to better understand and execute their composition. But yeah, BLG looking better every day. This is certainly a somewhat worrying trend if you're an EDG fan, of course. Losing to Shilai Gaming, one of your biggest competitors, 0-2. now immediately after that, dropping to Billy down into the lower bracket. This is certainly not what you would have expected from this EDG squad prior to Kickoff 2026.
Yeah, it's a bit disheartening, but it's like we said in the beginning, a lot of EDG's prestige and a lot of EDG's reputation is banking off of a reputation from just over a year ago when they were actually in top form. And it is a lot of recency bias that we or not even recency bias, historical bias that we still mount EDG being this high. I think they're still very capable of putting up good performances on a moment-to-moment basis. It's just as of lately, the region has grown up because of them, and as a result, they're the victims of their own successes. So if we can get the bracket up, because we did want to see if hypothetically it was possible to see if this rematch would happen again. We'll see down the line, but that's something that we should definitely consider. But we have to look forward, right? EDG now given one more opportunity in that lowest bracket. BLG preserving their second life by beating their rivals and changing the historical buck as we look towards tomorrow's games, or look towards today's games rather.
Yeah, that's what we've seen today. I mean, another 6 mapper for the day. I feel like we're just getting 2 1s now every single day, which speaks for how, I mean, these matchups are getting closer and closer now towards the end of the Kickoff 2026, of course. But JDG beating Titan Esports Club in the lower bracket, sending them home, means that JDG, of course, will advance, but BLG, as we just saw, winning their matchup versus EDG as well. And oh my god, these numbers are just insane. These are just the top 5 for today, of course, in case you're wondering. But Neff just dominating overall, like in between these two series is just it's just an insanely great performance from BLG's IGL here.
Yeah, the only metric that Neff didn't rank number 1 in was headshot, and that was by a singular percentile. So Neff having a barnstorm of a game, having an absolute firecracker of one, on top of all the good IGLing. I think we spoke about fragging IGLs, and it's very interesting to see that has continued on as we're looking towards the lowest bracket. We want to see where EDG ends up. EDG is playing against JDG. That's the game that we're looking at. So the bottom of this middle bracket, BLG versus EDG, goes in favor of BLG. So BLG is playing against DRG in the semi-finals for Masters Santiago, for qualifications for Masters Santiago. And knocked down to the lowest bracket is going to be JDG is going to be playing against EDG. That's the game that we're looking forward to. And then the winner of that is playing against the winner of Tyloo versus Trace Esports. So some very, very potent games. We have Tyloo versus Trace in the near future. And then we have EDG versus JDG, which are some really big games. JDG is a team that is in the lower bracket, but is still all the more impressive to watch. And Tyloo, definitely a team to keep your eye on. Came into this with no fans, and is potentially leaving Kickoff with a lot of them.
Yeah, absolutely. They certainly gained quite a bit of attention throughout this tournament so far. If I'm ADG and if I'm an ADG fan, I think JDG is currently the team you don't want to face in that lower bracket, because they could certainly stir up some trouble here versus EDG, and that would probably be the biggest upset of this Kickoff so far if they were able to deny EDG that road towards Santiago. But yeah, those are the 2 matches that you guys are going to see tomorrow, because there's going to be more action already. It's insane. It's just games after games, bangers after bangers every day. What more could you ask for? And we're of course going to cover that as well. Again, same time tomorrow here on Project Horizon. So thank you for sticking around today. That's been it from us. Thank you, Rigger, for casting alongside me. It's been a pleasure, and I'm glad we got a couple exciting matches. Thanks, of course, to Charlotte and Medante earlier, and the rest of the crew, beat us, Kashi for producing, and everyone else behind the scenes. making this possible here over at Project Horizons. And thanks to you guys, of course, for watching, sticking with us. Make sure to follow us on all our platforms, on Twitch. We're streaming on YouTube, Twitch, wherever. You can watch us whenever VCT China is online. So make sure to join us tomorrow as well. That's been it from us. My name's Crafty. I was joined by Rigger. See you guys tomorrow and take care. Bye-bye.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to